Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
As Emily dashed away, her heart pounding with fear and determination, she couldn't shake the image of Mark facing those thugs alone. Her mind raced with worry, but she knew she had to find Michael and Chris. They were her only hope of saving Mark from whatever danger he was facing. Meanwhile, Mark stood his ground, facing the group of thugs with a mixture of fear and defiance. His heart raced as he braced himself for whatever might come next. The leader of the thugs, a tough-looking guy with a buzz cut, looked at Mark with a sneer. Both of us have the same age, but you look skinny, like a stick, he jeered. You might be tall, but you don't seem like you know how to fight. Am I right? So what? Mark retorted defiantly. With determination, he lunged at the buzzcut guy, aiming for a straight jab. However, before he could land the punch, the thug struck him in the gut with a powerful blow. Mark doubled over, grunting in pain. Ugh, Mark grunted, clutching his stomach in pain. Mark's anger boiled over as he clenched his fists, glaring at the thug. You jerk, he muttered through gritted teeth, despite the pain in his gut. The buzzcut guy taunted Mark, mocking him as he bent down a bit. Look, you can't even hit me, he taunted, a smug grin on his face. That girl is probably calling your folks, but don't worry. We won't kill you until they arrive. He chuckled evilly, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Meanwhile, as Michael and Chris hurried away from the scene after dealing with the thugs, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Emily, who was also fleeing. However, to their surprise, Mark was nowhere to be seen with her. Emily, where's Mark? Is he with you? I asked urgently as Emily caught up to us. Emily's words hit me like a punch to the gut. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, Mark told me to run away. He's facing those gangsters alone. A surge of concern mixed with admiration washed over me. Mark's bravery was undeniable, but the thought of him facing danger alone weighed heavily on my mind. We have to go now, I said urgently, turning to Chris and Emily. Mark needs our help. We can't leave him to face those thugs on his own. Chris voiced his concern, but what if they're not there anymore? What if we're too late? I shook my head, feeling determined. Doesn't matter. We gotta go now, before it's too late, I said, urgency in my voice. With that, we picked up the pace, determined to find Mark. Emily led the way, guiding us through the streets as we hurried along, our hearts racing with worry. Meanwhile at the same time, the buzzcut guy grinned wickedly. We won't kill you, but we never said we wouldn't rough you up, he sneered before raining down punches on Mark, each one landing with brutal force, relentless and merciless. Mark groaned in pain with each hit, his breaths coming out in short, pained gasps. Org, he gasped, struggling to endure the barrage of blows. As Mark struggled to defend himself, his frustration grew with each blow. Desperation gnawed at him as he searched for a way to turn the tide of the fight. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something on the ground, a rocks. Without hesitation, he grabbed hold of the rock and swung them with all his might, aiming for the buzzcut guy's head. The rocks hit the buzzcut guy hard, making him stumble back in surprise. Mark saw his chance and went on the attack, throwing punch after punch with all his might. Each hit landed just right, driven by adrenaline and anger. Mark refused to give up, fighting back with everything he had, determined to take charge of the fight. Suddenly, one of the buzzcut guy's henchmen intervened, shouting, You bastard. He kicked Mark away from their leader, disrupting his momentum and giving their side an advantage. Arg. Mark grunted as he was kicked, the force knocking him off balance. The buzzcut guy snapped, Don't interfere. One of the henchmen hesitated, addressing him as boss. But, Boss Lou, he protested. If I said don't, then don't, the buzzcut guy growled. I'll handle this lanky guy myself. I'll make sure he regrets doing this to me. He winced, clutching his head feeling the impact of the rock. You've done it now, you bastard, Boss Lou sneered, his eyes blazing with fury. Forget about your friends. Today, you're gonna die. Boss Lou looked furious, his eyes full of anger as he spoke harshly. He wobbled a bit after being hit by the rock and Mark's punches, holding his head in pain. But he stayed determined, standing over Mark with a fierce glare. Boss Lou rushed at Mark, filled with anger and revenge. He kicked Mark hard in the stomach, making him double over in pain. Mark staggered back, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Boss Lou calmly retrieved a gun from his pocket, his expression twisted into a malicious sneer. He pointed the gun directly at Mark's head, his finger hovering over the trigger. Bye-bye, fucker, he spat, his voice dripping with contempt as he prepared to pull the trigger. Just as Boss Lou was about to pull the trigger, a stone struck his hand, causing him to drop the gun. Both Boss Lou and Mark turned to see who had thrown it, and their eyes landed on an unexpected figure, an old man who stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on Boss Lou. Teacher Thomas. Mark exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the unexpected savior. Indeed, it was his teacher, Teacher Thomas, who had come to the rescue. Why are you all picking on just one kid? Teacher Thomas's voice was loud and stern, like a teacher scolding misbehaving students. He stood tall and looked at the group of young thugs with a serious expression. And there are 20 of you against him. That's not fair, he scolded, shaking his head disapprovingly. And you all look so young, like 15-year-olds, he added, sounding disappointed. Tisk tisk, kids these days turning into thugs. His words made the young thugs feel ashamed. Scolding by an old man. You think you know better, old man, one of the thugs sneered, his tone defiant. We're part of the Bowery Boys gang, led by Albert Francis Capone. It was clear they were trying to intimidate Teacher Thomas with their gang affiliation. Kids these days, Thomas Halloway, the former vigilante known as the Angel, muttered with a sigh, shaking his head. Looks like you need a good beating. His words carried a mix of disappointment and resolve as he prepared to confront the gang. To be continued. Before this happened. Before this incident, Teacher Thomas had been out buying groceries. On his way home, he took a shortcut and stumbled upon a disturbing scene, a group of young kids attacking another boy. To his horror, he recognized the victim as his own student, Mark. When he saw the kid with the buzz cut pulling out a gun, Teacher Thomas knew he had to act fast to protect his student. With no other options available, he quickly gathered 20 stones from the ground and threw them at the young assailants to intervene and safeguard Mark. As Teacher Thomas rushed to help Mark, dropping his groceries in the process, the bags burst open, and food spilled everywhere. But Teacher Thomas didn't let that distract him. He was focused on one thing, making sure Mark was safe from harm. Present. Thomas Halloway quickly threw the stones he had gathered in his palm at the gang, causing them to stumble and falter in their advance. The barrage caught all 20 members off guard. With a stern expression, Thomas turned to Mark, urgency in his voice. Now, kid, run. Stay away from them, he instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. Mark hesitated for a moment, torn between fear and relief at the sudden intervention. But what about you, Teacher Thomas? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. Thomas Halloway gave him a reassuring nod. Don't worry about me, Mark. I've dealt with these kinds of troublemakers before, he replied. Just get yourself to safety. However, Mark wouldn't leave his Teacher Thomas as he recalled how brave Teacher Dan back then when facing danger. I won't leave you, sir. I won't let them hurt you, he said firmly, his voice showing his determination. As he moved closer to Teacher Thomas, Mark tried to put some distance between himself and the thugs. Hey there, kid, Thomas Halloway said, eyeing Mark with a sigh. You've got some guts, huh? Even with your nerdy look. He glanced at Mark's tall, thin build and the glasses on his head, traits usually seen in studious types. But today, Mark's bravery surprised him. You're pretty brave, he admitted, impressed by Mark's courage despite his appearance. Then suddenly Boss Lo's rage boiled over as he ordered his henchmen to retrieve their guns and open fire. Pick up your guns? Shoot them, he barked, his voice filled with fury. But one of the henchmen hesitated, expressing concern about attracting attention. But boss, won't shooting them draw too much attention? We need to stay low-key, he protested. Boss Lo's response was fast and uncompromising. I don't care. If you don't shoot them, I'll shoot you. Understand? He threatened, his tone leaving no room for argument. Boss Lou told his guys to grab their guns and shoot, but some were worried it would make too much noise. Then he threatened to shoot them if they didn't listen. The henchmen were scared, not sure what to do. But before they could decide, Thomas Halloway threw another stone at them. It hurt, and they backed off. Thomas used to be a hero, so he knew how to aim well. Thomas Halloway's voice held a tone of wisdom as he spoke, drawing from his own life experiences. Listen up, young ones, he began, his words carrying the weight of years of learning. Violence isn't the answer. It may seem like an easy fix, but it only brings more pain and suffering. Boss Lou sneered at Thomas's words as the group stumbled from the stones Thomas had thrown. I couldn't care less about your philosophy, he retorted dismissively. Thanks to our boss, we don't have to worry about starving anymore. We don't fear hunger in this world. He waved off Thomas's words with a mocking laugh. So save your preaching. We won't listen, and once our boss finds out about this, you'll all be in deep trouble, he added with a smug on his face. With a sigh, Thomas Halloway shook his head. It seems my advice falls on deaf ears, he remarked solemnly. Very well, if you won't heed my words, then I'll have to put an end to your group myself. Thomas Halloway's words carried a steely resolve as he looked directly at Boss Lou. And I'll make sure to take down your boss too, he said firmly. Boss Lou winced in pain, holding his head where Mark had hit him earlier. Talk big, old man, he spat, his voice sounding pained. Org. Feeling the throbbing ache in his head, he struggled to maintain his composure. One of his henchmen, sporting shaggy black hair and roughly the same age as Boss Lou, spoke up with urgency. Let's get out of here, Boss Lou, he urged, fear evident in his voice. This old man seems strong. We don't stand a chance against him. With that, he took a step back, ready to flee the scene with his comrades. Mark's voice trembled with frustration as he questioned Teacher Thomas's decision. Why did you let them go, Teacher Thomas? He asked, confusion evident in his tone. Thomas Halloway placed a reassuring hand on Mark's shoulder, his expression somber yet resolute. They're just kids, Mark, he replied, his voice tinged with sympathy. Don't worry, I'll pay them a visit later. I'll make sure their boss pays for what he's done to these kids. They were supposed to be innocent, but their boss led them down the wrong path. He sighed heavily, the weight of the situation evident in his words. It's a tragic cycle, but I won't let it continue. Meanwhile, Michael POV. Where could Mark be, Emily? I asked urgently as we hurried through the streets, scanning the area for any sign of our friend. I refrained from using my chi sense. It would be a waste of time, especially if Mark was too far away. Instead, I trusted Emily's memory of the path they had taken. As Emily racked her brain, trying to recall our route, she finally spoke up. I remember now, she said, her voice tinged with worry. Mark and I were taking a shortcut to another district to distribute more newspapers when we were suddenly surrounded by thugs. I'm pretty sure it was that way. She pointed in a direction, her uncertainty evident as she tried to lead us to where she believed Mark might be. Chris let out a sigh as he spoke. We have to hurry. Or else Mark could be dead by now, he remarked, his tone casual despite the seriousness of the situation. I gave him a look like I wasn't happy. Hey, watch your language, I told him seriously. Suddenly, as we took the shortcut, Emily's eyes welled up with tears as she caught sight of Mark. After all, Mark was not only her classmate but also her boyfriend. The sight of him filled her with worry and concern, especially knowing that Mark had instructed her to run away when they encountered danger. Then Emily pointed ahead. There? I see Mark, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with relief. And someone else. It's Teacher Thomas. As we approached Mark and Teacher Thomas, Emily rushed forward, her tears flowing freely as she embraced Mark tightly. Mark, I was so worried about you, she sobbed, her voice trembling with emotion. Mark returned her embrace, holding her close as he reassured her. I'm okay, Emily. Don't worry about me, he whispered softly, his tone comforting despite the situation surrounding them. My heart sank as I noticed the bruises and cuts marring Mark's usually cheerful demeanor. Mark, what happened to you? I asked, my voice filled with concern as I gently inspected his injuries. Mark winced slightly but tried to brush off my worries with a weak smile. It's nothing, just a few scrapes, he insisted, though the pain was evident in his eyes. Teacher Thomas approached, his expression grave as he examined Mark's injuries. These bruises look pretty serious, Mark, he remarked, his tone solemn. We need to get you some medical attention. I nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of someone hurting Mark. Let's get you patched up, Mark, I said firmly, determined to take care of him and ensure his well-being. Emily's concern for Mark was evident in her eyes. She gently took Mark's hand and looked at him with a mixture of worry and affection. Mark suddenly said with a worried tone. But what about those bad guys, Teacher Thomas? They won't just let us off, he said, sounding really concerned about our safety. Teacher Thomas reassured him, don't worry, Mark. I'll handle them. But first, let's get you some help. With that, he gestured for us to start moving, guiding Mark and Emily away from the scene. Chris, then, interrupted with some important information that made our situation even more complicated. Hey, guys, he started seriously, I think I know something about these gangsters. They mentioned their boss's name, Albert Francis Capone. Chris continued, his voice filled with bitterness, and you know what? My dad, he's made connections with Capone. He's done deals with him to expand his influence and wealth. He shook his head in disgust. My dad will do anything for power and money. I hate him for it. As Chris shared that his dad was connected to Albert Francis Capone, my thoughts spiraled with what that meant. Capone was like a symbol of crime and wrongdoing, and the idea of him being part of our problem scared me. What if my friends caught with these things? Albert Francis Capone? That gangster known for his notorious past? I asked Chris, seeking confirmation of what I had heard. The gravity of the situation began to sink in as I realized the magnitude of the threat we were facing. I thought I misheard what they said back then, but it seems like we have something big to deal with. Chris nodded gravely, his face showing how serious the situation was. Yeah, it's him. And finding out that my dad is mixed up with someone like Capone, it's just unbelievable, he said, sounding frustrated and angry. Meanwhile, boss, they did this to us, said a young man named Lou, addressing his boss in what appeared to be a well-appointed office. On the nameplate of the office desk, it read Albert Francis Capone. Lou seemed nervous as he spoke. Albert Capone, the boss, looked up from his desk, his demeanor calm and collected. Kid, don't worry about them, he reassured Lou, his tone comforting. I've already sent another gang member to deal with them. They will pay for what they did, Albert Capone declared with a steely resolve. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure entered the room. It was Sephiro Lucan, whose presence seemed to command attention. Upon seeing Sephiro, Albert gestured towards Lou. Kid, you may go now, he said calmly, indicating for Lou to leave the room. Lou nodded and quickly exited, leaving Albert and Sephiro alone to discuss their next course of action. Sephiro's voice carried a stern tone as he addressed Albert, I presume you know why I'm here. Albert's response was hesitant, his fear palpable as he replied, why yes, sir, his voice quivering with apprehension. Sephiro continued, his words leaving no room for negotiation, I'll give you until 7 p.m. today. If you fail to deliver the vibranium you stole from the military, you know the consequences. You will face death. Do you understand? Albert nodded quickly, his expression filled with dread. Why yes, sir. I understand, he stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation he now found himself in. To be continued. As the clock hit 11 a.m., we got to the hospital with Mark. The doctors and nurses took care of him fast, checking his injuries and fixing them up. Luckily, it turned out that Mark wasn't as severe as they initially appeared. Thomas Holloway decided to handle the situation himself by confronting Albert Capone directly. He shared his plan with us before we went to the hospital with Mark. Thomas made it clear that he was determined to confront Albert Capone personally and put a stop to the gang's trouble. After checking Mark carefully and doing a few small treatments, the doctors said he'd be fine with some rest. We felt relieved and thanked the hospital workers before getting ready to take Mark back home. As we walked home, I felt uneasy. I thought we were being followed. When I looked back, I saw some shady people following us from afar. I think we're being followed, I whispered to Chris and Emily, my voice tense with apprehension. Chris's face turned serious as he glanced at the shady figures behind us. Yeah, I see them too, he whispered, his hand inching toward his pocket where he kept his pocket knife. Emily held on to Mark's arm tighter, her eyes darting nervously towards the group following us. What should we do, Michael? She asked, her voice shaky with fear. Before I could say anything, one of the people from the group came closer. He looked confident and mean. Hey, look who's here, he said in a nasty tone. Thought you could get away from us, huh? Who are you guys, and how did you track us down? I asked, confused by their sudden presence. The guy with the black hair smirked as he stepped forward, saying, our boss thinks you messed with one of us. You see, he's all about taking care of his crew. His grin looked mean, and his eyes showed he was up to no good. The atmosphere became even more tense as the guy with black hair moved closer, holding a knife with a scary grin. That's why all of you are going to die by us, he said angrily, his voice filled with hatred. As I tried to make sense of the situation, I couldn't help but blurt out, where are your guns? I was taken aback by their decision to wield knives instead of firearms. The black-haired man scoffed, dismissing my question with a wave of his hand. PFF, we don't need guns for a little kids like you, he sneered, his tone full of disdain. I felt a surge of protectiveness toward my friends. Mark, Emily, and Chris, stay behind. I'll handle this, I instructed firmly, stepping forward to shield them. But Chris was quick to object, his stance defiant. No, we're gonna handle it. I know martial arts too, you know that, he asserted, determination flashing in his eyes. Feeling a mix of frustration and concern, I relented. Fine, but Mark, you stay here and protect Emily, I instructed, emphasizing the importance of their safety. But Mark's response surprised me. I can fight too, he declared, determination shining in his eyes. Quickly, I shook my head, refusing to entertain the idea. No, Mark. You're still recovering from your injuries. Your priority is to protect Emily, your girlfriend, I insisted, emphasizing the need for caution. Mark paused, realizing how serious the situation was. He nodded, he reluctantly agreed, after all he knows the importance of keeping Emily safe. You're right, he agreed, his voice showing he was determined. I'll make sure Emily stays safe, no matter what. Mark nodded, determination glinting in his eyes as he positioned himself protectively beside Emily. With a shared nod, Chris and I prepared to face the approaching threat, ready to defend ourselves and our friends against the gangsters. As the situation grew tense, I turned to Mark and Emily, my voice filled with urgency. Mark, Emily, be careful, I said firmly, my concern evident in my tone. Mark nodded, his eyes reflecting his determination to protect Emily. We'll watch out for each other, Michael, he assured me, his voice steady despite the looming danger. Emily gripped Mark's hand tightly, her expression one of determination mixed with fear. We'll stay close and stay safe, she promised, her voice quivering slightly. Meanwhile, Thomas Holloway, also known as the Angel, quickly grabbed his guns, a smoke bomb, and his hook. But he left his cape behind since he wasn't a hero anymore. With a determined look on his face, he headed towards Albert Capone's territory to deal with the gang. Chris Hilton had shared the location of Capone's territory with Thomas Holloway earlier. Before heading to the hospital to assist Mark, Chris informed Thomas about the area he had once visited when his dad had business dealings with Capone. Now let's do this, said Thomas Holloway with determination. Quietly and carefully, Thomas Holloway sneaked into the Capone mansion without anyone noticing. He relied on his long years of experience to move around the unfamiliar place without being seen by the guards or security. Every step he took brought him nearer to his goal. He was determined to proceed, even though he knew there were dangers ahead. Finding a hiding spot in the mansion's attic, Thomas Holloway settled in, keeping a keen eye on his surroundings. From this vantage point, he could observe the mansion's activities without being noticed. The attic offered both concealment and a strategic position, allowing Thomas to plan his next move carefully. Even though the attic was small and cramped, Thomas stayed focused on his mission. He was determined to gather information that would help him confront Albert Capone and stop his criminal activities. As Thomas moved around the mansion, he saw someone fiddling with the bookshelves. Suddenly, they clicked something, and the bookshelves transformed into a door with the push of a hidden mechanism. It looks like there's something else going on here. I've got to follow them without them seeing me, Thomas Holloway whispered to himself, resolved to uncover the mystery behind the secret door without alerting anyone to his presence. Meanwhile, as I assessed the situation, I realized there were 15 of them, outnumbering us. I turned to Chris and quickly devised a plan. I'll take on 10 of them, and you handle the remaining 5. I'm sure you can handle them, I said confidently, knowing Chris's strength and abilities. Chris nodded, his expression determined as he prepared to face his opponents. Got it, he affirmed, his voice resolute. Although I knew Chris wasn't as strong as Brad Larson, a renowned practitioner of jiu-jitsu and boxing, I had faith in his abilities. Chris may not be the strongest, but he was certainly formidable in his own right. With our plan in place, I steeled myself for the impending confrontation, ready to face the gangsters head-on alongside Chris. As the tension in the air thickened, I took a deep breath, centering myself for the upcoming fight. With resolve fueling my every move, I stepped forward to confront the approaching gangsters. The gang leader looked at us with a mean look. "You think you're tough? You're about to get beat up real bad," he said in a cocky way. As the gang leader boasted and jeered at us, I prepared myself mentally and physically for the upcoming brawl. Drawing upon my training and instincts, I launched a rapid series of well-executed strikes, each one intended to quickly disable my adversaries. I began by throwing a straight punch directly at the jaw of the closest gang member, swiftly followed by a hook punch aimed at the temple of another assailant. As they stumbled from the force of my blows, I landed a forceful back fist to the nose of a third attacker, causing him to stagger backward. As the chaos unfolded, two of the gangsters turned their attention toward Mark and Emily, ready to lunge at them. "Stay away from them," I shouted, my voice filled with determination as I shielded Mark and Emily from harm. Reacting quickly, I spun around and delivered a forceful back kick right into the closest assailant's gut, sending him stumbling backward. With perfect timing, I spun around and kicked the second attacker in the head. He wasn't expecting it and stumbled, almost falling down. Mark's eyes widened in surprise and gratitude as he watched me defend them. "Thanks, Michael," he said earnestly, his voice tinged with relief. "You're a lifesaver." With a nod, I reassured them, "You're welcome, I've got this. Just stay behind me and stay safe." Taking advantage of the moment, I swiftly moved toward another gangster, using a series of quick moves to stay in control. First, I delivered a strong punch to the stomach of one attacker, aiming for the soft area just below the ribcage. Then, without hesitation, I landed a flurry of rapid punches to the chests and stomachs of the other gang members, keeping them off balance and unable to retaliate. As I kept hitting the gangsters, I aimed a strong punch right at the side of one guy's head. He fell down immediately. I stayed calm and kept attacking, looking for any chance to strike. Meanwhile on the side, Chris used his pocket knife skillfully. He aimed for vulnerable spots on his opponent's bodies, quickly and accurately striking with his weapon. With each movement, he made sure to hit where it would hurt the most. He stabbed one of the attackers on the right side of his body, immediately disabling him. As another gang member rushed forward, Chris skillfully dodged the attack, stabbing swiftly at his assailant's left chest. Then, in a fluid motion, he aimed a precise strike at the attacker's left lower leg, causing him to lose balance and stagger. After the fight, I looked at Chris. He did a great job handling his opponents quickly and effectively. We stood there, safe and victorious, after defending ourselves and our friends from the gangsters' attack. With the threat neutralized, we made sure Mark, Emily, and we were all okay before figuring out what to do next. After the fight, Mark's voice broke the momentary silence. "We have to go and save Sir Thomas," he said urgently, his concern for our mentor evident in his tone. "Well, I'm sure Teacher Thomas can handle it," I said with forced confidence, trying to reassure Mark. However, in my thoughts, I was already planning to go there as Spider-Man to save Teacher Thomas. Mark's voice interrupted my thoughts, filled with genuine fear and concern. "Michael, I don't want something bad to happen again. I don't want Teacher Thomas to die like Teacher Dan." "Oops, I messed up," I thought to myself, feeling the weight of the situation. "I didn't mean that. I will save him as Spider-Man, not as Michael Wilson," I resolved silently, knowing I couldn't voice my plan to Mark. "Sorry, Mark," I apologized, feeling a pang of guilt for my slip-up. "But I can't let you go there. It's too dangerous. How about this, I go, and you three stay here." But Mark's response was unexpected and fiery. "Fuck that, Michael," he retorted, his voice filled with determination. "Do you think I'll let my friend get harmed?" Feeling conflicted but determined to keep Mark safe, I sighed heavily. "You leave me no choice," I murmured, regret weighing heavily on my heart. With a sense of duty, I swiftly struck the back of Mark's neck, causing him to collapse unconscious. As Mark fell unconscious, Emily and Chris looked on with concern etched on their faces. "Michael, what did you do?" Emily exclaimed, her voice filled with worry. I turned to Emily, trying to reassure her. "Mark is still recovering, remember? That's why he has to stay here with you. Take care of him for me," I said gently, emphasizing the importance of Mark's well-being. Then, I looked Chris in the eye, my expression serious. "Chris, you also need to stay here. Take care of them for me," I instructed firmly, hoping he would understand the gravity of the situation. But Chris's response caught me off guard. "What am I, an old man taking care of them? And besides, trust Emily, Michael. She can protect herself and Mark," he retorted, his tone defiant. Surprised by Chris's insistence, I hesitated. "I'm coming with you," he declared, his determination evident in his voice. Shaking my head, I tried to dissuade him. "What? Why? You know it's dangerous. They have guns and other things. They're not like these mobs here who only have knives," I argued, concerned for his safety. Chris scoffed at my concern. "I know that, Michael. Do you think I'm stupid?" he countered, his tone firm. "Besides, ever since I was just a child, I've been exposed to dangers. After all, being one of the richest has many downsides like assassination and plotting schemes. That's why I trained myself in arnis and boxing to protect myself." I paused, feeling unsure about what to do. On one hand, I wanted to ensure my friend's safety, but Chris's determination to help was clear and strong. His confidence seemed to shine through the doubt like a guiding light. "But," I began, my voice faltering with indecision. Chris quickly interrupted me, his tone resolute and firm. "No buts," he said firmly, his eyes showing he meant business. Just think of me as your sidekick, fighting some crimes, he suggested with a hint of jest, trying to lighten the mood. Michael, I can't leave you, man, Chris continued, his voice filled with genuine concern. After all, you are our friend. That's why I'm coming with you. At least I could also save you when it comes to danger, just like how you save us, Chris said with resolve, his voice filled with sincerity. I gave in, knowing Chris was as determined as he was skilled. Fine, but make sure to stay safe, okay? I said, worried about him. Okay, Michael, Chris responded, his tone firm but light-hearted. To be continued. As we pressed forward towards our destination, I couldn't help but express my admiration to Chris. You know, I began, thinking back to those dark days when our school was under attack. I now understand why. Despite the chaos and danger, you kept your composure and led those other students. It's because you've been through a lot in your whole life. Chris looked down, his expression troubled. Wait, did Mark tell you that I led everyone to safety during the attack? He asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. I nodded in response. Yeah, he did, I confirmed, remembering Mark's admiration for Chris's leadership during that chaotic time. After Teacher Thomas saved you all, you led them towards safety. Chris shifted uncomfortably, his gaze fixed on the ground. But, I couldn't even move back then when Teacher Dan got beaten to death, he admitted, his voice filled with regret. That guy who beat him had the strong right arm, and I knew that if I moved and fought him, I would die. He sighed heavily, a sense of shame evident in his words. I'm a coward, Michael, especially if someone's stronger than me. I'll avoid them to protect myself. He paused, his tone laced with self-criticism. That's how selfish I am. I placed a reassuring hand on Chris's shoulder, meeting his gaze with sincerity. But here you are, I said softly, instead of letting fear dictate your actions, you're choosing to stand up and face the danger alongside me, Chris. Chris looked up, his eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and determination. I guess. I couldn't let fear hold me back this time, he admitted, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Especially not when it means protecting you and the others. Standing outside the big gates of the Capone mansion, Chris and I looked at each other, getting ready for what was next. The mansion looked huge and scary, like a castle from a storybook. We couldn't see inside because the windows were dark. Here we are, Chris said, his voice showing he was both nervous and determined. With a shared nod, we quietly made our way toward the gates, staying hidden and avoiding detection as we entered the Capone estate grounds. Meanwhile, as Thomas Halloway listened in on the conversation from the individuals he was tailing in the secret room, the mention of vibranium caught his attention. It reminded him of past encounters with a terrorist who used vibranium, which were incredibly strong and tough. Even Spider-Man had trouble dealing with that guy. Thomas didn't know much about vibranium, but he knew it was powerful and dangerous. This made him even more determined to find out what was going on and stop any plans involving vibranium. The henchman with the pompadour hairstyle nodded eagerly. Yeah, that's what I heard. The boss needs the vibranium ASAP. He said someone higher up is requesting it. His companion, the henchman with the side-parted black hair and beard, furrowed his brow in understanding. So, our boss has a boss too, huh? Looks like we're just following orders, towards another boss. Am I right? Thomas listened intently, piecing together the puzzle of the gang's hierarchy and their involvement with vibranium. It was clear that their boss, Albert Capone, was just a pawn in a larger scheme orchestrated by someone even more powerful. While the henchmen chatted, Thomas stayed hidden, watching and planning. He knew the city's future was at stake, and he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. As the henchmen reached their destination, Thomas found himself in a large room filled with shiny metal objects. Seeing them reminded him of past fights against that monster with similar materials, the vibranium that bad guy mentioned. Thomas put two and two together and realized that the metal here was indeed vibranium, the dangerous stuff from before. Feeling a rush of urgency, he knew he had to move fast to stop anyone from using it to cause harm to the city. Thomas quickly knocked out the two henchmen, making them unconscious. Then, he looked around at the vibranium objects in the room. He realized how dangerous they could be if misused. Thomas knew he had to stop whoever was behind this and protect the city. He made a plan to deal with the situation and prepared to take action. But before he could fully assess the situation, another henchman burst into the room, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of Thomas. Intruder, he exclaimed, his voice echoing off the secret door walls. Thomas prepared himself for a confrontation. Can't believe this, Thomas muttered to himself as he saw the henchmen gathering around him. Realizing he was outnumbered, he knew he had to escape and come up with a new plan. Acting quickly, he grabbed his smoke bombs and tossed them, creating a thick cover of smoke. Taking advantage of the chaos, Thomas slipped away, disappearing into the shadows before the henchmen could catch him. As the thick smoke clouded the room, Thomas saw shadowy figures closing in on him from all sides. He wasted no time and pulled out his handguns, their familiar weight reassuring in his grip. As Thomas fired his guns, he aimed carefully and quickly, hitting each of the henchmen with his bullets. The loud noise of the gunfire filled the room, and the henchmen cried out in pain as they were hit and fell down. In the midst of all the confusion, Thomas stayed cool and concentrated, moving smoothly as he took out one enemy after another. He shot quickly and accurately, not making any mistakes as he dealt with each opponent as they came. With the last henchman defeated, Thomas paused to catch his breath, feeling the rush of adrenaline slowly ebb away. He reloaded his guns with practiced ease, keeping a watchful eye on the dissipating smoke, ready for any unexpected developments. After the intense battle, Thomas stood amidst the fallen enemies, the only one left standing in the room. Meanwhile, "Boss, it seems like there is an intruder," the man in his 40s informed Albert Capone, his voice tinged with urgency. "What did you say?" Capone's expression darkened as he processed the news. Before he could react further, the sound of gunshots echoed through the room, causing everyone to tense up. "Go catch that intruder. Order everyone to catch him," Capone barked, his tone commanding as he rallied his men into action. As the chaos unfolded, Capone muttered to himself, "No one should interfere with our transaction, or else I'm gonna get killed by Sephiroth." The name alone sent shivers down his spine, reminding him of the consequences of failure. Meanwhile, Chris and I quietly moved forward, staying hidden in the shadows. We saw a group of thugs running around, looking for something or someone. I glanced at Chris, telling him to stay hidden. Holding our breath, we listened intently as the goons conversed among themselves. "Did you find the intruders?" one henchman asked anxiously. Listening in on the talk, we figured out that Teacher Thomas was the one they were after. We felt worried, knowing he could be in big trouble. But we couldn't waste any time worrying. We had to stay focused on finding and helping him. With fresh determination, Chris and I kept moving silently, committed to our mission to save Teacher Thomas. With the gangsters busy searching for Teacher Thomas, Chris and I quietly approached the mansion. They were too focused on their task to notice us sneaking past, giving us a chance to move forward without being detected. We kept a lookout for any signs of danger as we crept closer, determined to find Teacher Thomas and help him however we could. As we advanced, aiming to find Teacher Thomas, a gangster suddenly noticed us and yelled, "Intruders!" In an instant, he aimed his weapon at us. But before he could fire, Teacher Thomas acted fast, save us from danger. With a swift move, he threw a smoke bomb towards us, creating a dense cloud that hid our escape. Thankful for his quick action, we took the chance to slip away, vanishing into the thick smoke as we made our getaway. As we followed Teacher Thomas through the huge mansion, we were amazed by how big and fancy it was. Each room we passed was even more impressive than the last, with fancy decorations and furniture everywhere. But even though it looked nice, we knew there was danger all around us. Now that we were in the room, Teacher Thomas paused for a moment, his breath heavy as he looked around at us. "I'm getting too old for this," he muttered, a hint of weariness in his voice. Then, turning his gaze to each of us, he asked, "Why are you all here?" Chris stepped forward, his expression earnest as he responded, "Because we want to save you." Teacher Thomas regarded us with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. "You came to save me?" he asked, a hint of disbelief coloring his tone. "Yes, we came to save you, and there's no time to waste," I replied urgently. Before we could react, the door burst open, and a group of armed henchmen flooded into the room, their presence sending a wave of tension rippling through the air. Chris tensed beside me, his hand instinctively reaching for his pocket knife as he prepared to defend himself against the approaching threat. Teacher Thomas wasted no time, swiftly tossing another smoke bomb into the fray before unleashing a barrage of gunfire, his movements fluid and precise as he took aim at the advancing enemies. "Stay close, Chris," Teacher Thomas yelled above the noise, his voice strong and steady despite the chaos. He skillfully used his grappling hook to disarm one of the henchmen, moving with quick, accurate movements. Chris nodded, his eyes wide with adrenaline as he followed Teacher Thomas's lead. I took the chance to split from Chris and Teacher Thomas, trusting in my ability to sense the presence of the gangsters around us. Focusing my energy, I tapped into my chi sense, using it to sense the location of our enemies. With practiced skill, I projected my presence, ensuring that the gangsters would notice me, drawing their attention away from Chris and Teacher Thomas. I shouted, "Hey, you motherfuckers! I'm right here," before darting away, relying on my spider sense to evade their shots with quick agility. Chris, seeing me sprinting away, couldn't contain his frustration. "You idiot," he exclaimed before making to follow me. However, Teacher Thomas intervened, grabbing Chris's arm to stop him. "Don't go. Pay attention to the enemies in front of you," he instructed, handing Chris a gun. "We have to assume that Michael is safe for now, but our focus needs to be on the present danger." Chris nodded reluctantly, his worry for me evident in his voice as he murmured, "Michael, please be safe." Thomas's gaze hardened as he addressed Chris, his voice serious. "Are you ready to kill, kid?" he asked, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. Chris hesitated for a moment, grappling with the gravity of the situation. "I don't know," he admitted, his tone reflecting his uncertainty. "But if it comes to that, I don't have a choice but to make a decision. Don't worry, I'm just testing you. I'm not going to let you kill someone. After all, you're just a kid," Teacher Thomas reassured Chris as they pressed themselves against the wall, seeking cover from the gunfire. Meanwhile, as I found myself feeling trapped by a swarm of tough-looking gangsters, I knew I had to act fast. With my heart racing and my senses on high alert, I jumped right into the fray without hesitating. Leaping forward, I aimed a kick directly at the closest thug. My foot connected with his torso, and he stumbled backward, caught off guard by the sudden assault. Landing gracefully, I pivoted on my heel, delivering a swift back kick to the chest of another assailant who had rushed in from the side. The force of the blow sent him crashing into his comrades, creating a momentary gap in their ranks. The air was filled with the sounds of combat, sounds of grunts, shouts, and the clang of metal as the gangsters attempted to overwhelm me. Ignoring their taunts and threats, I focused solely on the task at hand. My heightened senses, sharpened by my spider sense, allowed me to anticipate their every move, giving me a crucial advantage in the frenzied melee. As I continued to unleash my onslaught of punches and kicks, the gangster's frustration grew evident with each missed strike. "You think you're strong, huh?" one of them snarled, his voice dripping with malice as he lunged at me with a knife in hand. "We'll see about that, brat." Another one, emboldened by his comrade's aggression, joined the fray, swinging wildly in my direction as he shouted curses and threats. Reacting with lightning speed, I dodged his swing, swiftly countering with a punishing elbow strike to his jaw. The impact sent him staggering backward, clutching his face in agony. "You'll pay for this," he growled, his voice filled with venom as he struggled to regain his footing. Yet another person lunged forward, his eyes blazing with fury as he aimed a wild punch in my direction, but I kicked him in the face. As the fight got tougher, I kept going, staying strong even though there were so many of them against just me. I dodged their punches and kicks, hitting back with my own moves, trying to knock them down one by one. They shouted insults and threats, but I didn't let it shake me. I knew I had to keep fighting, keep pushing forward no matter what. And with every enemy I took down, I felt more determined to win. As the gangsters tried to shoot me with their guns, I relied on my spider sense to dodge their bullets effortlessly. Their faces twisted in shock and disbelief as their weapons proved useless against me. "Yo, you monster," one of them stammered, his voice trembling with fear and frustration. Then I punched him in the face. After what felt like a very long time of fighting, I finally beat the last of the gangsters. I breathed heavily, looking around at the mess we'd made. There was a tense feeling in the air, and the sounds of our fight still echoed. Winning felt good, but I couldn't relax yet. I stayed alert, ready for anything. Of course, I didn't kill them. I just fought them and knocked them out. I'm a hero, not a murderer. All of a sudden, weird smoke started swirling in front of me. I knew right away it was some kind of gas that made you fall asleep. But before I could do anything about it, it knocked me out. As I started to lose consciousness, the last thing I saw was someone's footsteps coming closer through the smoke. Then everything went black, and I passed out from the strange gas. One of the henchmen turned to another individual, adjusting his gas mask to protect himself from the sleeping gas. "Boss John, should we take out this kid? He's holding his own against all those gangsters, looks pretty tough." Boss John, the mastermind behind the sleeping gas, nodded thoughtfully behind his own gas mask. "Impressive for a kid, isn't it?" He then shook his head. "No, we won't harm the kid. Let him be. He is not part of our plan, and besides, I don't harm innocent children." As the story goes on, we find out that the person causing all the trouble in the mansion is John Jackson, who also goes by the name Jamal Tesfaye. But why is he doing this? What does he want in the mansion? Just as Thomas Holloway and Chris Hilton were almost done beating up the bad guys, some strange gas came out of nowhere. It knocked them out cold before they could even do anything about it. Thomas coughed and could barely see as everything started to get blurry. "Chris, stay, he whispered before passing out from the gas. Chris blinked quickly, feeling woozy as he tried to shake off the sleeping gas's effects. "Teacher Thomas," he called out, his voice weak. He reached for his teacher, but he couldn't hold on any longer. He passed out, collapsing to the ground. Then, one of the henchmen spoke up, "Should we get rid of the old man?" But another henchman responded, "Boss said we don't harm innocent bystanders." As the unconscious figures of Thomas and Chris lay on the ground, the henchmen continued their discussion. "Is that Chris Hilton from the Hilton family?" one of them questioned. Another henchman confirmed, "Yeah, he's the son of Conrad Hilton. We have to take him." As the henchmen talked about what to do next, they adjusted their gas masks, ensuring their protection from the lingering effects of the sleeping gas. Meanwhile, as Boss John entered the office, he was surprised to find Albert Capone wearing a gas mask. Albert's expression was a mix of anger and betrayal as he confronted Boss John. "Why?" Albert exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. "Why did you do this to me? I trusted all of you. I even said I would distribute the vibranium today." Boss John remained calm as he responded, "You're too foolish to trust, Albert. As expected by Boss Sephiro, you're really stupid. And you're pretty schemy despite being afraid of Boss Sephiro." He continued, his tone stern, "Boss already figured out your plan, Albert. You." Albert roared, drawing a gun from his drawer, but before he could react, Boss John swiftly raised his own firearm and fired a single shot. The bullet found its mark, striking Albert in the head and silencing him instantly. The room became eerily quiet as Boss John stood over Albert's body, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he spoke, his voice cold and calm. "That's what you get for messing with Boss Sephiro," he said, his words cutting through the silence like a knife. John put away his gun and walked away from Albert's body, his mind now focused on their mission to obtain the vibranium. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, in the police station, Vice Captain Eddie Thompson was gearing up to head to the Hilton Company, which had been targeted by terrorists. Captain Edward Wilson insisted, "I should go too." But Vice Captain Eddie shook his head. "No, Captain, you still have other tasks to handle. Let me take care of this. Besides, you've already dealt with a lot of things, like the school incident. That's why it's better for me to handle this." Concerned, Captain Edward asked, "But what if something goes wrong?" "Don't worry, Captain. Even if things go south, I assure you that our battalion of police won't let any harm come to us," Vice Captain Eddie reassured. With a sigh, Captain Edward relented. Very well. Just be careful, okay? With a nod of determination, Vice Captain Eddie Thompson acknowledged Captain Edward's concern. I'll make sure to keep a close eye on things, he promised before heading out of the police station, his mind focused on the task ahead. As Vice Captain Eddie headed to the Hilton Company, he got ready in his mind for whatever might happen. He understood how crucial it was to stay alert and keep calm, even when things got dangerous. After that, he encountered distraught workers huddled together, some of them visibly shaken and crying. He approached them with a reassuring presence. It's okay, folks. We're here to help. Is everyone all right? Vice Captain Eddie asked, his voice calm yet authoritative. One of the workers, a young woman with tear-streaked cheeks, spoke up, her voice trembling. They came out of nowhere. We didn't know what to do. Thank you for saving us. Vice Captain Eddie offered a reassuring smile. You're safe now. That's what matters. Can you tell me if there's anyone injured? We have medical personnel on standby. Another worker, a middle-aged man, nodded solemnly. There are a few injuries, nothing too serious, thankfully. But it's been a nightmare. We'll get you all the help you need, Vice Captain Eddie assured them, his gaze scanning the area for any signs of danger. For now, let's focus on getting everyone out of here safely. With Vice Captain Eddie's guidance, the workers began to move towards the exits, their fear slowly giving way to a sense of relief as they were escorted to safety by the police officers. As Vice Captain Eddie and his team pressed forward again, they encountered a group of henchmen. Vice Captain Eddie, attempting to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, called out, "Hold your fire, surrender now." However, the terrorists refused to comply, shouting, "Shoot them." With no other choice, Vice Captain Eddie and his team engaged in a fierce firefight, ultimately eliminating the terrorists who resisted. After a long fight, Vice Captain Eddie won, but he saw that many innocent workers had been hurt or killed. It was a sad reminder of how much violence they had faced for no reason. Moving ahead, Vice Captain Eddie headed to the main office, looking for Conrad Hilton, the rich owner of the company. But Conrad wasn't there. Instead, the office showed signs of the attack, making it even more confusing why Conrad had vanished. With a serious look on his face, Vice Captain Eddie carefully searched the building. He worked with his team to find and help anyone who was stuck or hurt. They worked really hard, going through each room carefully to make sure everyone was safe. Vice Captain Eddie felt better each time they rescued someone, knowing they were helping in the middle of all the chaos. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't save everyone. Vice Captain Eddie felt a deep sadness as he paid tribute to those who had lost their lives in the attack. Amidst the chaos and devastation, he couldn't shake off his concern about finding Conrad Hilton, the owner of the company. But Conrad was nowhere to be found, which only made the situation more mysterious and urgent. Once the chaos calmed down at the Hilton Company, a bunch of reporters showed up. They were wearing old-fashioned hats and long coats, like you'd see in old movies. They had notebooks and cameras and were all trying to get the best spot to find out what happened during the terrorist attack. "Hey, look here. Big news? Terrorists hit the Hilton Company," yelled a reporter, waving a newspaper with huge headlines. With microphones in hand, the journalists were shouting out for any officials or people who saw what happened. They really wanted to know what happened and were trying really hard to get the full story. Bright lights from cameras lit up the area as photographers took pictures of the mess left behind by the attackers. They captured the damage caused and the hard work of the police trying to make things right again. Meanwhile, Mark's eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding his vision. "Where am I?" "You're in our house, Gary Hawkins," Emily's father replied with a serious expression. Mark's heart sank as he realized he was face to face with Emily's father. He had always wanted to avoid meeting him because of the stark difference in their social statuses. Mark was just a poor boy, after all. Emily interjected, trying to ease the tension. "Dad, don't make him nervous like that." Sorry, Gary chuckled nervously before continuing. "I heard that you and my daughter love each other." Mark stuttered nervously. "Why yes, sir." Gary's expression softened as he chuckled, his laughter echoing in the room. Seeing Mark's nervousness reminded him of his own past. As a teenager, Gary had experienced poverty much like Mark's. It was a big difference from his wife Sharon, who was rich back then. Gary had to work really hard to become rich himself and show Sharon that he was worthy of her love. Gary's tone grew serious as he broached a sensitive topic. "I heard that you come from a poor background, and that you have a sister and no parents, only an aunt. Is that true?" Mark gulped nervously before replying, "Why yes, sir." Gary's gaze held steady as he pressed on. "Are you sure that you are worthy of my daughter, Emily?" Mark's voice quivered slightly as he responded, "I may not be worthy now, but I will do everything to be worthy of her, sir." Sharon Hawkins, Gary's wife, entered the room with a warm smile, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at her husband. "That's wonderful, isn't it, dear?" she said, her voice gentle and loving. Gary met Sharon's gaze, a softness in his eyes as he said, "Let's see." There was a sense of pride evident in his voice as he continued, "We will see if he really is worthy for our daughter." Sharon smiled warmly, showing she trusted Gary's opinion. "I trust Emily's choice," she said confidently. "And I think Mark will do well." "Thank you, sir, ma'am," Mark said earnestly. "I promise I won't let any of you down." "Wait, I forgot something," Mark realized. "Where are Michael and Chris?" "Who?" Gary and Sharon said simultaneously, their expressions reflecting confusion and concern. Mark quickly dismissed his concerns. Nothing, sir, ma'am, he chuckled nervously, hoping to alleviate any worry they might have. As Mark thought about what happened, he wondered about Michael and Chris. He recalled how Michael had attacked him from behind, knocking him out. Why did you do that, Michael? Mark wondered. Why didn't you just let me go with you? Do you think I'm weak? Emily, noticing Mark's unease, spoke up reassuringly. Don't worry about them, Mark. I'm sure they're okay, she said with a comforting smile, trying to ease his concerns. But before Gary could speak, a mysterious gas began to envelop their manor, causing them to fall unconscious one by one. As the gas spread through the room, Gary looked at Emily and Sharon with worry. Emily, Sharon, are you? His voice faded as the gas took effect, knocking him out. Feeling the danger, Mark quickly spoke to Emily and her parents. Sir, ma'am, I. But before he could finish, darkness swept over him, and he passed out like the rest of them. As the gas filled the manor, one of the henchmen reported to their leader, George. Boss George, we've succeeded. They're all asleep, he announced, a hint of triumph in his voice. Another henchman noticed someone unfamiliar among them. Boss, there's another person here. Doesn't seem to belong to the Hawkins family. George's expression turned serious as he weighed their options. Capture him. Don't leave any witnesses, he commanded with a steely resolve. Our mission is to transport them to our territory. We'll deal with them there, one by one. The henchmen wore gas masks as they navigated through the gas, keeping themselves safe. With their faces hidden, they looked even scarier as they followed Boss George's orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, timeline, September 10, 1947. Location, Forest Hills High School. Time, 3 p.m. Mary Rose Fletcher sat in the classroom, the clock ticking towards 3 p.m. The TV in the classroom blared with the news anchor's voice, talking about what happened at the Hilton Company. Mary Rose frowned as she paid close attention, trying to understand what was going on. A classmate seated nearby leaned over, whispering, "Did you hear about what happened at the Hilton Company?" Mary Rose nodded, her expression grave. "Yeah, it sounds serious. I hope everyone involved is okay." As Spider-Man lay unconscious among the gangsters, the fate of both the wealthy individuals and Mark, who had been caught up in the sinister plot, remained uncertain. With George's orders to transport them to their territory and eliminate them one by one, the situation grew increasingly dire. Would Spider-Man wake up in time to stop the henchmen's plans? And what about Mark, who found himself unintentionally caught in the dangerous plot? Only time would tell as their fates hung in the balance, waiting to be revealed in the next chapter of this backstory. The start of Arc 2: The Slums. The AI system's urgent call startled me awake, my senses suddenly alert. Host, 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 it repeated, its digital voice echoing in my mind. I groaned as I woke up, still feeling a bit groggy. The urgency of the AI's message snapped me out of my daze. What is it? I mumbled, rubbing my eyes as I tried to wake up fully. Shit, I muttered, realizing the urgency of the situation. No, I saw some footsteps before I was knocked unconscious, I continued, a sense of urgency creeping into my voice. It means there are people here who want something. The AI system's response eased my concern. Don't worry, host, it's still only 20 minutes, it assured me. Focusing my energy, I tapped into my chi sense, hoping to identify any lingering presence nearby. Come on, I hope you're still here, I whispered, my senses reaching out in search of any sign of the mysterious intruders. As I located the intruders, I watched them as they moved towards the exit, their intentions still unclear. With a determined resolve, I whispered, "Hero on." Quickly and smoothly, I transformed into Spider-Man, showing my iconic black suit. It felt natural, like it was always meant to happen. Now as Spider-Man, I was ready to face the intruders. My goal, to uncover why they were there. I saw the gangsters I had defeated lying unconscious on the ground. Although I wanted to deal with them, my gut told me the real danger was elsewhere. With a sense of dread, I turned my attention to the other people I sense using my chi sense. My instincts screamed that they were up to no good. Meanwhile, Boss John looked really frustrated as he complained about how hard it was to find the vibranium. "This is so annoying," he grumbled angrily. "We almost didn't find the vibranium because of this secret room." Anton, one of Boss John's henchmen, joined in with a laugh. "Yeah, boss, we got lucky when I stumbled upon something in the library," he said casually, his tone lighthearted even though the situation was serious. Boss John nodded, showing he appreciated Anton's help. "Nice job, Anton," he said, sounding pleased. "Now, let's make sure we keep the vibranium safe before anyone finds out about it." The henchmen quickly got to work, loading the vibranium into their cars. They worked well together, making sure everything was done smoothly. Each person had a job to do, and they did it fast to avoid attracting any attention. Boss John oversaw the operation with a watchful eye, ensuring that every detail was attended to meticulously. "Be careful with that crate," he instructed, his voice firm but composed. "We can't afford any mishaps." Anton and the others nodded, knowing they had to be careful. They handled the vibranium with care, loading it into the vehicle smoothly. Their movements showed they knew what they were doing. "We can't make any mistakes," Boss John warned, making sure everyone understood the importance of their task. With the final crate safely loaded, Boss John looked around, pleased with their work. "Great job, everyone," he praised, his tone showing he was happy. "Now, let's leave before anyone finds out." Then Boss John's brow furrowed in concern as he addressed his henchmen. Where's Chris Hilton? You said he's here. I assumed he's in one of the cars, right? He inquired. One of the henchmen nodded in response. Yes, boss, he's there sleeping. We were lucky. After we used the sleeping gas on the gangsters, we found out Chris Hilton was among them. Boss John nodded, and the henchmen hurried into their cars, wasting no time in leaving. The engines started, and the convoy drove away quietly and quickly, making sure no one noticed their illegal actions. Unknown to the henchmen, Spider-Man was secretly following them, using his chi sense to stay aware of their actions. He swung from tree to tree and moved through the neighborhood, keeping a careful eye on them, determined to figure out what they were up to and stop their bad plans. Meanwhile, I sense Chris's chi, I muttered to myself, recognizing the familiar energy signature. Damn it, where are they taking him? With determination, I continued to trail them from behind, my senses on high alert as I sought to uncover their destination and rescue Chris. As I followed them, they arrived at their destination. Taking in the surroundings, I whispered to myself, where are we? The area resembled a slum, prompting me to quietly ask again, are we in the slums? Turning to the AI system in my mind, I inquired, System, are we in the slums? The AI system promptly responded, yes, host, we are in the slums. As I looked around, I felt a growing sense of worry. The henchmen's reasons for being in the slums weren't clear, but it didn't feel right. Why did they bring Chris here? I had so many questions and no answers. The situation seemed serious, and I needed to find out what was going on and save Chris before it was too late. Meanwhile, where's Chris? Thomas Holloway muttered to himself, his concern evident in his voice. Someone took him, but where? Determined to find answers, he resolved to investigate further. As he walked around, searching for clues, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. The voice sounded familiar. Old man, the buzzcut young man called out to Thomas Holloway. Thomas Holloway's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice. You're that young one who nearly harmed my students, he remarked, his tone stern. How did you wake up? Thomas Holloway was even more surprised now. He is accustomed to such substances like these sleeping gas from his days as a vigilante, but he couldn't understand how this young man, who seemed like just a kid, had managed to resist the effects of the sleeping gas. It left him puzzled, making him wonder about the boy's background and skills. How did you manage to wake up? Thomas Holloway asked the boy named Lou. Lou hesitated before responding, well, it's because of my immunity. I've been exposed to poison since I was a child, so I think that's why I was able to resist this substance. Anyway, we have to kill those fuckers, Lou, the 15-year-old, declared with determination. His voice trembled with emotion as he continued, they killed Boss Albert. Those bastards have to pay. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Hick, hick. I know their locations. I recognized those pieces of shit when I was still in the slums. Who are they, and what slums? Thomas Holloway inquired, his tone both concerned and curious. The buzzcut boy, Lou, dismissed Thomas Holloway's question with a sharp retort. You don't need to know, old man, he snapped before continuing. What you have to know is that they are from the slums. They took that young man, Lou added with a grimace, his eyes clouded with anger and sorrow. We have to make them pay, Lou declared with fierce determination. Thomas Holloway listened carefully to the boy's words, his face serious as he understood the seriousness of the situation. I hear you, kid, he said seriously. We'll make sure those guys pay for what they did. You don't have to be blinded by revenge, Thomas added, his tone gentle but firm, reflecting years of wisdom and understanding. Lo's eyes flashed with anger, his youthful fervor evident in his response. I don't care about your preached, old man, he replied firmly, sounding frustrated and grief. If you won't help, I'll go alone. Thomas sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He understood the gravity of the situation and knew he had to handle it delicately. Despite his concerns, this boy was the only one who knew the locations and leaving him to act alone could lead to disaster. Fine, Thomas conceded, his voice carrying a mixture of resignation and determination. But you have to stick with me so that you can be safe. Lo's face relaxed a bit, but he still seemed unsure and stubborn. Whatever, he muttered, avoiding eye contact. Before we go any further, what's your name, kid? Thomas Holloway inquired. Lou, the boy replied shortly, still cautious in his manner. No last name? Thomas questioned. I don't have one, old man. I'm an orphan, Lou replied with a hint of bitterness. This mansion has a car, right? And keys? Thomas Holloway asked. Don't worry about that, old man. I have it covered, Lou replied, frustration evident in his tone. And don't ask too many questions. All right. No need to be so hostile, young man. Kids these days, always so hot-headed, Thomas Holloway remarked with a sigh. Meanwhile, as Mark opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a mix of children and adults, all handcuffed to metal bars. Confusion and fear filled the air as everyone tried to make sense of their surroundings. Mark's heart sank when he spotted Emily and her family among the captives. The Hawkins family looked just as bewildered and frightened as the rest. Mark looked around the room, seeing rich families looking scared and worried, just like him. He felt different from them, like he didn't belong there. Everyone seemed confused and scared, some crying and others shaking with fear. He heard a woman's voice nearby, choked with emotion. Where are we? She whispered, her eyes wide with panic. Her husband's voice, filled with uncertainty, responded, I don't know, dear. But we need to stay calm and figure out what's happening. Mark whispered to himself, echoing the questions of those around him. Where am I? To be continued. Suddenly, a Latino man and his henchman appeared, interrupting the confusion in the room. His presence exuded authority and menace as he addressed the captives. Hello, fancy folks, welcome to the slums, he said mockingly, his voice full of disrespect. And what you all see as trash, well, that's your new home now, isn't it? Don't fret, folks, the man declared, his voice carrying a chilling edge. For the moment, we'll spare your lives since Boss John isn't present. And rest assured, we won't harm the children on his orders. He hinted at a threat with his next words, saying, Boss John said we'd keep you all alive until he gets here, but that doesn't mean I won't cut down a few of you in the meantime. The Latino man scanned the room, his expression darkening. Where's my bat? He demanded. Here it is, Boss George, replied one of his henchmen, handing him the weapon. Good. Now, where should I start? Latino man, also known as George, pondered aloud, his eyes glinting with malice. I should start with you, the Windsor family, Boss George declared, his voice dripping with malice. The British family known for their big investments. He turned his gaze towards the family, his eyes cold and calculating. I'm sure if I kill you, the head of the Windsor family, Lander Windsor, Boss John will be very pleased indeed. As the family trembled with fear, Luke Windsor, the young man of the family, couldn't help but voice his concerns. Dad, are we gonna die? He whispered, his voice filled with fear and uncertainty. His father, Lander Windsor, tried to reassure him, but his voice faltered. No, son, we'll make it through, he said, though uncertainty clouded his words. We just have to stay calm and hope for the best. But deep down, he knew they were at the mercy of their captors. Elizabeth Windsor tried to reassure her son, her voice trembling with both fear and determination. We'll stay together, darling, she whispered urgently, her words filled with resolve despite their dire circumstances. We'll figure out a way to escape from this situation. Even though she was handcuffed to the bars, she attempted to comfort her son, but the gravity of their predicament weighed heavily on everyone present. As George came closer, his tall and intimidating presence seemed to envelop the helpless family. He scoffed at Elizabeth's words. How touching, he sneered, his voice laced with cruelty. Without warning, he swung his bat with brutal force. He aimed directly at Lander Windsor, Elizabeth's husband. The captives felt scared at what happened and even more terrified as they realized their attempts to escape were useless. With their hands cuffed, they were stuck, unable to do anything but watch in horror as the terrifying scene played out in front of them. As George kept attacking, Lander screamed in pain, and his cries mixed with the sickening sound of bones breaking and flesh tearing. Arg, he yelled, his voice full of blood as George kept hitting him hard. With every hit, Lander's face turned into a horrifying sight. His head became a mess of broken bones and torn flesh, far from how it looked before. Blood poured from the deep cuts on his skull, and his eyes bulging grotesquely from their sockets in a shocking display of violence. It was clear how brutal the attack was. Son. Eliza. Lander managed to choke out between gasps of pain, his words barely audible over the sickening sound of George's relentless assault. His shattered jaw hung limply from his face, his features contorted in agony as he fought to hold on to consciousness. Elizabeth could only stare in horror as her husband suffered the violent attack, her own screams lost in the chaotic noise around them. Luke, frozen with shock, could only watch with wide eyes as the terrible scene unfolded. In the bright afternoon of the slums, Lander, once a respected wealthy man, suffered under George's brutal attack. With every hit, Lander screamed in pain, his body twisting in agony. His bloodied figure showed the harsh reality of their situation, a warning to anyone who challenged their captors. As the savage assault unfolded before them, the wealthy captives watched in horror, their faces contorted with shock and disbelief. Some turned away, unable to bear witness to the brutality unfolding before them, while others stared in stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the gruesome scene playing out before them. Mark's eyes filled with tears as he watched the brutal scene unfold. It reminded him of painful memories from his past, bringing back the loss he had experienced when teacher Dan died. The sight of Lander's suffering shook him to his core, leaving him feeling helpless and overwhelmed with despair. Mark's mind filled with desperate pleas for help as he silently begged for someone to rescue them. Please, anyone, save us, he whispered urgently, his voice trembling with fear. Please, Spider-Man, if you're there, please come and save us. Mark's silent plea for help echoed through the gloomy slums, a desperate hope for someone to rescue them from the terrifying situation they found themselves in. In the darkness, he held on to the belief that the mysterious vigilante known as Spider-Man would answer his call and put an end to their suffering. Meanwhile, as I swung through this slums area, keeping a close watch on the convoy of vehicles, my mind raced with questions. Where were they headed? And what were they planning to do with the vibranium they had stolen? As I followed them discreetly, a troubling thought crossed my mind. Could they be connected to the 69 organization, just like Jurthos? The possibility sent a shiver down my spine. If they were, then their intentions were likely far more sinister than simple theft. But I couldn't jump to conclusions. I needed more information before I could confront them. With every swing of my web, I remained vigilant, determined to uncover the truth and put a stop to their nefarious plans. Chris, wait for now, I murmured under my breath, knowing that rushing in without a clear plan could jeopardize both of us. I need to know where they're taking you. Meanwhile, Thomas Halloway and the buzzcut 15-year-old boy, Lou, remained in the car, with Thomas contacting Police Captain Edward Wilson through his McCall communication device. Sorry, Sir Thomas, I'm busy, Captain Wilson responded hurriedly. There are so many things going on, rich people disappearing, terrorists targeting them. I don't know anymore, he added, sounding overwhelmed. Thomas realized the urgency of the situation and knew he had to share the information he had. Wait, he said, trying to grab the captain's attention before he hung up. I have news that may be related to the disappearance of these wealthy individuals. What is it? Asked Captain Edward Wilson. Do you know about Chris Hilton, my student, right? Thomas Halloway inquired. Yes, I know about him, replied Captain Edward Wilson. He was suddenly taken away by unknown people. I don't know them because I was unconscious at the time due to their sleeping gas, explained Thomas Halloway. As Thomas spoke, Captain Edward Wilson realized the implications. Chris Hilton was one of the wealthy individuals who had taken, and his father had also vanished. This suggested a connection between the disappearances and the larger pattern of wealthy individuals going missing. Tell me more, requested Captain Wilson, his tone indicating a mix of urgency and concern. 2 weeks before this happened and after the school incident, Captain Edward Wilson found out that Thomas Halloway used to be a vigilante. Instead of being upset, Captain Wilson respected Thomas for his past actions. Thomas said his vigilantism days were over, and they became friends because of their shared desire to do what's right. Captain Wilson often turned to Thomas for advice, trusting in this old man's experience and wisdom. Thomas, in return, was always ready to listen and provide guidance, understanding the challenges Captain Wilson faced as a police captain. To be continued. Wait, if Chris got caught, what about Michael, my son? Captain Edward Wilson's voice crackled through the telephone, his concern palpable. My wife told me that Michael is hanging out with Mark and Chris and Emily. If Chris got caught, where are they? Thomas Halloway's heart sank at the mention of Michael. He couldn't let Captain Wilson find out that Michael was in danger. Don't worry about Mark and Emily, he responded quickly, his mind racing. They are not here, and Michael also. Shit, I cannot let him find out that Michael is here. I don't even know where he is. He might get caught by those unknown intruders, Thomas thought anxiously. Wait a minute, let me just call Michael for a sec on my McCall device, said Edward Wilson. Thomas's anxiety heightened as he anticipated the outcome of the call. He knew he had to keep Michael's whereabouts a secret to protect him from harm. Hello, Michael, Edward Wilson's voice sounded through the phone. Hello, Dad, came Michael Wilson's response. Thomas listened intently, his heart pounding in his chest, as he heard Michael's voice through the telephone. Thank God you're okay. Where are you? Edward Wilson's voice held a mixture of relief and concern. I'm just here, Dad, in the neighborhood with some friends, replied Michael Wilson. Okay, just be careful, okay, and come home. Your mother is probably worried by now, said Edward Wilson, his tone filled with parental concern. Okay, Dad, said Michael Wilson before hanging up the McCall device. He's okay. Thank God, said Edward Wilson, his voice filled with relief. I told you he's okay, Thomas Halloway said, his own relief palpable. But internally, he knew the danger wasn't over until they found Chris Hilton. For now, I have to look for Chris. As long as Michael is fine. But before Thomas could finish his thought, Edward Wilson interrupted, bringing him back to the urgency of their situation. Continue our discussion, Sir Thomas. We will deploy our police officers. Just give us the locations, said Edward Wilson, his tone serious. Meanwhile, Michael POV. As I was following them secretly, my McCall device suddenly rang. My heart skipped a beat as I glanced at the caller number. It was my father. Michael's heart raced as he heard his father's voice. He knew he couldn't reveal his true identity as Spider-Man, especially now that his father was calling him. I picked up the call, attempting to sound relaxed despite the rush of adrenaline. Hi, Dad, I greeted, hoping my voice sounded calm despite my nervousness. Thank God you're okay. Where are you? Father's voice held a mixture of relief and concern. I quickly gathered myself before answering, I'm just here, Dad, in the neighborhood with some friends. Okay, just be careful, okay, and come home. Your mother is probably worried by now, my father replied, his tone tinged with concern. Okay, Dad, I assured him before hastily ending the call. As I went back to focusing on my mission, guilt crept into my thoughts. I felt bad for lying to my dad, but I couldn't risk telling him where I actually was. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the guilt aside and concentrated on tracking them. My determination to stop the criminals' plans only grew stronger. As I continued to watch them closely, my chi sense scanning their every move, I waited anxiously for them to reach their destination in the slums. I needed to know where they were planning to take Chris. My heart pounded with anticipation as I swung silently through the slums, staying just out of sight, determined to uncover their plans and rescue Chris before it was too late. Meanwhile, as Lander took his last breath, a hushed silence fell over the room, broken only by the haunting echoes of his final cries. His lifeless body slumped to the ground, a grotesque sight with his head split open, revealing the shattered remnants of his skull. His eyes, once full of life, now bulged grotesquely from their sockets, a harsh reminder of the violence they had just witnessed. The captives were horrified, their eyes fixed on the gruesome scene before them. Elizabeth's anguished cries filled the air as she struggled against her handcuffs, unable to reach her husband's lifeless body. Her heart shattered as she witnessed the cruel fate that had befallen them, knowing she was powerless to change it. Elizabeth's voice broke through, filled with raw anguish and despair. "Oh God, no," she sobbed, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Lander, oh, Lander, please." Her cries echoed off the walls of the dimly lit room, a haunting lamentation for the loss of her beloved husband. With each futile attempt to break free from her restraints from her hands, she felt the crushing weight of her powerlessness. I can't reach him," she choked out, her voice breaking with sorrow. "Please, please, someone help him." Her pleas fell on deaf ears as the captives watched in silent horror. In the midst of their despair and horror, the captives began to whisper among themselves, their voices shaking with grief and disbelief. "Oh God, how could this happen?" A woman from the Astor family choked out, her voice thick with tears. "We were just going about our lives. How did we end up here?" Her words weighed heavily in the air, reminding everyone of the sudden and brutal turn their lives had taken. "We gotta hold it together," another voice whispered, shaky with doubt. "We gotta figure a way out of this mess." "But how?" a man interjected, his voice filled with desperation. "We're stuck, no way out." Fear and sadness enveloped the captives as they faced the grim truth of their situation. Then suddenly Luke's eyes burned with a mixture of rage and grief as he watched his father's life snuffed out in such a merciless manner. Tears streamed down his face, but his hands tightened into fists, showing his resolve. "You'll pay for this," he whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling with emotion. "Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but one day you'll pay for this." His words hung heavy in the air, a solemn promise amidst the overwhelming grief. Tears stained his cheeks as he silently vowed to avenge his father's cruel fate. On the other side, Emily Hawkins, a 15-year-old with bright green hair and blue eyes, stood with her parents, Gary and Sharon. Tears streaked down their faces as they stared in disbelief at the horror around them. Emily, especially, looked shaken, her heart heavy with the chaos unfolding. They were trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Despite being unable to touch due to their restraints, Emily sought solace in her parents' eyes. She found comfort in their shared sorrow, knowing they were in this together. "Dad, Mom." Emily's voice shook, her words begging for comfort and understanding. Gary and Sharon Hawkins exchanged a look, feeling their hearts ache seeing their daughter so upset. Emily's distress was evident as she grappled to understand the horror before her. "Why would they do this?" she whispered, her voice shaking with disbelief. "This can't be real. It's like a nightmare. Please, someone, wake me up." Gary Hawkins fought against the cuffs, heart-wrenching at his daughter's anguish. Tears filled his eyes as he struggled against the unyielding metal. "Let me out," he begged, voice strained with desperation. But no matter how hard he tried, the cuffs wouldn't budge, leaving him powerless to comfort Emily. Sharon Hawkins, tears streaming down her face, cried out in despair. Her voice shook as she begged for help. "Please, we can't stay trapped like this," she sobbed, her heart breaking for her family's safety. But her pleas fell on deaf ears in the room, the heavy burden of their captivity pressing down on them all. Back to George's side. "Quiet, all of you," George's voice cut through the room with a chilling command. He turned his attention to Luke, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "And you, young man," he sneered, amusement dancing in his eyes, "do you think you can kill me?" He laughed mockingly, his tone dripping with disdain for Luke's bravado. "You're just lucky that I cannot touch children," George taunted, his smirk widening at the sight of Luke's anguish. "That's what Boss John said, don't touch children." His voice dripped with malice as he continued, "But maybe your mother is the next one." He sneered, relishing in the fear that flashed across Luke's face at the mention of his mother. But before Luke could respond, George's chilling words cut through the air like a knife, sending a shiver down his spine. "HOH, you're indeed lucky," George sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Because I've taken a liking to your mother," his grin sending shivers down Luke's spine. "I haven't had my fun with her yet, but perhaps that will change soon." His voice dripped with a sickening mixture of lust and cruelty as he reveled in the psychological torment he was inflicting on the young man. Luke felt a chill shoot down his spine at George's words, imagining the unimaginable horror of his mother being targeted by such a vile individual. With everyone handcuffed and unable to move their arms, their options for escape seemed bleak. Then George saying something. "But perhaps I'll take out my frustration on that family over there." He gestured toward the Gallagher family, their faces pale with fear at the mention of their impending doom. The Gallagher family, with Amon at their head, prominent figures in the car industry, paled at George's threat. They stood frozen in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they grasped the severity of their situation. Amon Gallagher attempted to project a sense of movement despite the handcuffs restraining him. Amon Gallagher's voice trembled as he pleaded, desperation evident in every word. "Please," he implored, his tone quivering with fear. "We'll comply with any demand you make. Just spare my family, I beg of you." Ignoring Amon's pleas, George swung his bat with a vicious force towards Rena Gallagher. The metal bar struck her with a sickening thud, and Rena let out a cry of pain as she collapsed to the ground, her hands still bound to a metal helplessly. The room fell silent except for the echoes of her agony, the other captives paralyzed with shock and horror at the brutal display before them. The strength of the strike left Rena Gallagher writhing in agony, her chest now a gory tableau of blood and exposed bone. Her screams reverberated through the room, sending chills down the spines of the other prisoners. The other captives recoiled in horror, unable to look away from the brutality unfolding before them. Amon Gallagher's heart filled with agony as he witnessed his wife's suffering, his fists tightening with impotent rage. Please, no more, he begged, his voice trembling with tears. But George remained unmoved, his brutal assault showing no signs of mercy. The sickening sounds of bones fracturing and flesh tearing seemed to echo off the walls, intensifying Amon Gallagher's despair. As Rena Gallagher lay in agony on the ground, her chest mutilated and blood pooling around her, George stepped back with a malicious grin, enjoying the fear he had unleashed. A thick silence enveloped the room, shattered only by the heart-wrenching cries of the captives, their dreams of freedom fading with every second. Mark Fletcher, a lanky and tall 15-year-old boy, stood frozen in shock, his eyes wide with horror at the brutal scene unfolding before him. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to process the gruesome sight of a woman's mutilated body. A surge of sickness churned in his stomach, threatening to overwhelm him, but he fought to keep it together. All while his hands remained bound by handcuffs. Despite the terror gripping his heart and the physical restraints holding him back, a fierce determination burned within him, driving him to find a way to escape this nightmare. He silently prayed for someone, anyone, to intervene and save them from this living nightmare. To be continued. Arriving at their territory, my heart pounded with anticipation. Looking around, I saw a sprawling area that felt like it came straight out of a 1950s military base, complete with high walls and guarded entrances. The vibe was tense, like there were secrets lurking in every corner. As I focused on my surroundings, my senses sharpened. Amidst the multitude of chi signatures, one stood out, vaguely familiar, like a distant memory. It was Mark and Emily. Relief flooded through me. It was short-lived as another chi signature registered, weak and fading fast. Someone was dying. Feeling a rush of urgency, I hurried through these territory, my heart racing with each step. Time was of the essence as I go through this maze-like area. Losing another person was not an option. Meanwhile, John Jackson sighed. Boss John's arrival at the destination signaled a shift in the atmosphere. With authority in his voice, he instructed Anton and the other henchmen to retrieve the vibranium and escort Chris Hilton to where his father, Conrad Hilton, was being held captive. Get that boy to his father and secure the vibranium from that room, Boss John ordered firmly, leaving no room for debate. Yes, boss, Anton replied obediently, his eyes darting around the room to gauge the seriousness of the task. Understood, the other henchmen chorused in unison, their movements quick and efficient as they prepared to carry out their orders. Good. Now, I must attend to the other wealthy captives, Boss John declared, his demeanor commanding as he prepared to depart. Of course, boss, the henchmen responded in unison, their allegiance unwavering as they awaited further instructions. As Boss John made his way through their base, his mind focused on the tasks at hand. He had important orders to deliver and valuable resources to secure. But as he rounded a corner, his attention was abruptly diverted by a horrifying sight. There, sprawled on the ground before him, lay a woman in her late 30s, her body brutally mutilated. Bones protruded from her torn flesh, blood staining her clothes and pooling around her. Her face was in agony, disfigured beyond recognition. Boss John's shock quickly transformed into rage as he beheld the gruesome sight before him. What the hell are you doing, George? He roared, his voice echoing through the room with fury and disbelief. As Boss John stepped into view, everyone snapped to attention. His stern expression and piercing gaze made it clear that he meant business. The henchmen straightened up right away, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over them. Boss John, a strong and serious man with the clear look of an African American, stood tall and imposing. Just his presence made people respect him, and his steady gaze made anyone who met his eyes feel uneasy. George, the perpetrator of the gruesome scene, turned towards Boss John with a twisted grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Just having a bit of fun, boss, he replied nonchalantly, as if the sight of the woman's suffering was merely a source of amusement. As Boss John entered the room, a wave of fear washed over the captives. They shared anxious looks, their eyes widening with dread as they prepared for the worst. The atmosphere crackled with tension as they waited for Boss John to speak, each heartbeat echoing the uncertainty that gripped them all. Boss John's anger boiled quietly as he looked around the room. His jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his anger. Fun, he thundered, his voice booming through the room like a clap of thunder. This is not a joke, George. We're running an operation here, and I told you the rules, didn't I? I made it clear from the beginning that these children cannot see the messed up stuff we're doing to their folks. Was that not clear enough for you? George's confident smirk faded as Boss John's stern stare bore down on him, his cocky demeanor crumbling under the weight of his boss's anger. I thought we could just, have some fun, he stuttered, his voice losing its earlier bravado. Fun? Is this fun to you? Boss John's voice was low and dangerous as he aimed his gun at George's head. Lo siento, Jeef, George muttered, his voice trembling with fear and regret as he apologized in Spanish. Muer, John spat out in Spanish, his tone icy with fury and contempt, before pulling the trigger. As John pulled the trigger, a loud bang filled the room, echoing off the walls with a chilling finality. George's eyes widened in disbelief as the bullet tore through his skull, blood and brain matter spraying outward in a gruesome arc. With a violent twitch, his body collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. The henchmen froze, their faces showing shock at the sudden and violent turn of events. Some stepped back, eyes wide in disbelief, while others exchanged uncertain looks, unsure how to respond to their boss's unexpected brutality. The room filled with tension as they tried to make sense of the gruesome scene, the smell of gunpowder mixing with the metallic scent of blood in the air. Meanwhile, the captives watched in stunned silence, their faces pale with shock and horror at the violent spectacle before them. Some gasped audibly, while others turned away, unable to stomach the sight of George's lifeless body slumped on the ground. Elizabeth's hands shook uncontrollably as she gripped the bars of her hand, her heart pounding in her chest at the sudden eruption of violence in their midst. Mark Fletcher's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched George fall, his mind struggling to comprehend the brutality of the scene. Emily Hawkins squeezed her eyes shut, her hands trembling with shock and fear as she struggled to block out the gruesome scene unfolding before her. Despite her restraints, her body tensed up involuntarily, a silent testament to the horror she was witnessing. Gary and Sharon Hawkins exchanged a horrified glance, their movements restricted by the handcuffs that bound them, leaving them feeling helpless in the face of the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, smoke filled the room, creating confusion and chaos. From within the haze, a shadowy figure appeared, swiftly taking down each henchman with precise strikes. The captives, unable to see clearly through the smoke, watched in astonishment as their attackers fell one by one. They were filled with awe and disbelief, unsure of who or what was coming to their rescue. As the smoke faded away, a person stepped forward, dressed in a cool black outfit with a blue spider logo on the chest. The eyes of the mask shone brightly in blue, showing his resolve and power. It was Spider-Man. To be continued. Before becoming John Jackson, there was a man named Jamal Tesfaye, who was of African-American descent. He held a strong grudge against the government and strongly disagreed with children witnessing their parents' deaths. This took place during World War II in 1934. During the turmoil of World War II in 1934, Jamal Tesfaye and his father, Malazzi Tesfaye, fought a daily struggle for survival. They faced hunger and despair, often pleading with government officials just to secure the bare necessities of life. During one encounter with the mayor, Joseph Stalin, he showed no sympathy for their struggles. Instead of offering help, Mayor Joseph callously rejected their pleas, hurling insults and derogatory remarks at them. "Please, just a bit of food," Jamal's father begged, his voice filled with desperation as they faced Mayor Joseph. But the mayor's response was heartless and cruel. "Get lost, beggars," he spat, his tone filled with disgust. "Why are worthless beggars like you still alive in this war?" Malazzi clenched his fists, rage burning in his eyes as he confronted the mayor's callousness. "How dare you speak to us like that?" he shot back, his voice trembling with anger. "We're not beggars, we're citizens, and we deserve help just like everyone else." His words were a defiant challenge to the mayor's indifference, a refusal to be dismissed as insignificant in the face of their suffering. Then suddenly, a soldier from the government appeared, his uniform marking him as an agent of authority. He approached John and his father with a menacing glare, his expression devoid of empathy. "You're causing trouble, he snarled, his voice dripping with disdain. "Well, we don't tolerate troublemakers around here." His hand drifted towards his weapon, a silent threat hanging in the air. Then, driven by power and cruelty, aimed his weapon at Malazzi and fired without a second thought. The sound of the gunshot pierced through the air, breaking through the turmoil of the war-torn streets. Jamal's world crumbled in that moment as he stood frozen, horror gripping his heart, watching his father collapse to the ground. It was a scene that tore at his very being, a stark reminder of the brutality inflicted by the very government meant to safeguard its people. As Jamal's father fell to the ground, his life extinguished by the bullet, he managed to utter one final word in their native African language, Bikato. It meant, run, a desperate plea for Jamal to escape the imminent danger. But Jamal stood completely still, shocked and unable to move, as the chaos of the situation engulfed him. Then a soldier approached with a smug smirk, his smirk filled with cruel satisfaction. "You kid," he sneered, pointing a gun in Jamal's direction, "you better run, kid." His words dripped with malice, a chilling reminder of the mercilessness of those who claimed to uphold the law in this war-torn world. Feeling a surge of panic and adrenaline, Jamal with tears streaming down his face, he turned and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. As Jamal fled, the mayor's voice cut through the chaos with chilling indifference. "Don't shoot him," he commanded, his tone cold and calculating. "Let him run. He'll die anyway." His words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the brutality of war and the indifference of those in authority. Besides, the mayor added uncaringly, "We're in a war zone. Beggars like them die every day." His cold statement underscored the brutal truth of their reality, where the lives of the less fortunate were considered insignificant in the face of greater conflicts. That day marked the transformation of Jamal Tesfaye into John Jackson, a man driven by a burning desire for revenge against the corrupt government that had robbed him of his father and his innocence. He picked the name John Jackson because he didn't want his real name linked to bloodshed. His original name held innocence, given to him by his family, and he didn't want it tied to vengeance and brutality. Choosing an American name, he believed it would give him the anonymity and cover he needed to exact his revenge. Moreover, in a world engulfed by war, he believed an American name would blend in better in a world consumed by war, where conflict and turmoil were all too common. Spider-Man's attributes reflect a younger, less experienced version of the character, closer to his beginnings. Strength, STR. Level, Enhanced. Score, 80. Description: Spider-Man possesses enhanced strength, allowing him to lift objects several times his own weight, but he's not yet reached the levels of his later years. Agility, AGI. Level, Enhanced. Score, 70. Description: Spider-Man's agility and reflexes are above average, but he's still refining his skills and hasn't fully mastered his acrobatic abilities. Endurance, End. Level, Enhanced. Score, 72. Description: Spider-Man's endurance is above that of a normal human, but he can still be worn down by prolonged physical exertion or sustained combat. Intellect, Int. Level, above average. Score, 100. Description: Peter Parker demonstrates above-average intelligence, particularly in scientific fields, but he's still learning and hasn't yet reached the level of a true genius. Flexibility, FLX. Level, Enhanced. Score, 70. Description: Spider-Man's enhanced flexibility allows him to contort his body in ways that would be impossible for an average person. Charisma, CHA. Level, Average. Score 15. Description: Peter Parker's charisma is average for someone his age, with occasional awkwardness and insecurity dampening his social interactions. Sephiroth Lucan's voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a blade as he addressed Conrad Hilton with chilling certainty. "So that's what I am going to do, Conrad Hilton. And you will die along with your son tomorrow," he said bluntly, showing no remorse in his tone. Conrad Hilton, despite the danger looming over him, stayed surprisingly calm. "Even if I die, there are still many people out there just like me," he said firmly, his tone showing he wasn't backing down. Sephiroth Lucan's lips twisted into a wicked smile at Conrad's defiance. "Oh, really?" he sneered, his eyes gleaming with evil intent. "You think so?" The door burst open, and a henchman barged in, carrying an unconscious 15-year-old boy. "Boss Sephiroth, this is Chris Hilton. Boss John told me to bring him here," the henchman explained, his voice trembling slightly as he struggled to support Chris's weight. Sephiroth nodded approvingly. "Very well. Good job. Tell your boss that he's done well," he acknowledged before turning his attention back to Conrad. "Where is the vibranium that I told him to retrieve?" he asked sharply. The henchman, named Anton, said, "Follow me, Boss Sephiroth. I'll show you the way," he offered, gesturing for Sephiroth to follow him. "Good. Lead the way," Sephiroth commanded, his gaze fixed on Conrad. With one last look at the father and son, he delivered a parting message. "Enjoy your time together while it lasts," his words filled with malice. "But remember, it won't last long," he added, before turning to leave. As Sephiroth and Anton departed, leaving Conrad and Chris alone in the dimly lit room, feeling the weight of Sephiroth's threat. Conrad, a man who had manipulated and exploited others for his own gain, now faced the consequences. Meanwhile, Chris slept soundly, unaware of the danger. Conrad felt guilty as he watched Chris sleep soundly. Even though Chris was angry with him, Conrad still worried about his safety. "Chris, wake up," Conrad whispered, gently shaking Chris's shoulder. Chris groggily opened his eyes, blinking against the dim light in the room. Confusion washed over him as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. "What's going on? Where am I?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Conrad sighed, trying to find the right words to make Chris understand. "Chris, it's because of me because I'm rich and have influence that some bad people want to hurt us," he confessed, his voice filled with sadness. "This man, Sephiroth Lucan, thinks I'm a problem because of how much I help the government." Chris's eyes widened in shock as he processed his father's words. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear and confusion. "I was just with Teacher Thomas, and then suddenly everything went dark. Now I'm here with you? What's going on?" Meanwhile, as I swung through the vast slum base, my senses on high alert, a wave of unease washed over me as I detected a disturbance in the chi energy around me. "What's going on?" I muttered to myself, feeling a tingling sensation from my spider sense, warning me of danger ahead. As I focused my chi, I sensed the unmistakable feeling of someone's life force fading away, their chi weakening until it disappeared entirely. No, I murmured, my heart sinking at the realization. This chi died. I can't sense it anymore. Driven by a sense of urgency, I swung through this base, following the trail of chi energy toward the location where Mark and Emily were being held captive. But just as I got closer to their location, a sudden realization hit me hard. Someone died again. I blurted out. As I arrived at the scene, my eyes quickly scanned the area, taking in the sight of Mark, Emily, and the other captives, their hands bound with handcuffs. Surrounding them were the enemies, their chi signatures pulsating with a little bit evil. Without hesitation, quickly, I threw smoke bombs from my inventory to obscure their vision. As the smoke filled the air, making it hard to see, I trusted my chi sense to guide me. With surprise on my side, I moved quickly and quietly, my agility helping me get close to the bad guys. With each strike, I moved with precision and speed, my fists delivering a barrage of powerful blows. I unleashed a combination of martial arts techniques, utilizing my enhanced strength and reflexes to gain the upper hand. The enemies, caught off guard by my sudden attack, struggled to defend themselves against my relentless strikes. They were no match for my combat skills, each one falling before me as I effortlessly neutralized them one after another. Using my organic webbing, I trapped the enemies, securing them tightly and making them unable to move. As each opponent was caught, I swiftly moved to the next, my movements smooth and deliberate as I continued to advance. As the smoke cleared, the last enemy stood before me, an African-American man. Before confronting him, I quickly scanned my surroundings. As I looked at the horrible scene, my heart sank at the sight of the 3 deceased individuals. The brutality of their deaths was beyond comprehension, and I felt a surge of anger and sorrow wash over me. The woman's body lay mutilated, her face showing expression of pain and horror. Her injuries were so severe that she was barely recognizable, her features obscured by the sheer brutality of the attack. I couldn't help but feel really sad for her, wondering what terrible things she went through before she died. The first man's body showed signs of extreme trauma, his face disfigured and his eyes bulging from their sockets. It was a horrifying sight, reminiscent of something out of a gore movie. I felt sick and furious at the pointless violence that had ended his life. The second man had been shot in the head, his life cut short by a single bullet. His body lay motionless on the ground. I couldn't help but feel sad for him, wondering what events had led to his sudden and tragic death. As I surveyed the scene before me, suddenly the African-American man spoke up. "I know you," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. "You're that Spider-Man guy, aren't you? Why must you do this, huh?" I demanded, my voice filled with frustration and anger. The African-American man looked at me with confusion. "Huh," he started to say, but before he could finish, I swung a powerful punch, hitting him hard in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. "Why must you do this to them?" I yelled, my voice full of anger as I released my frustration through my actions. To be continued. Before this happened, Gallagher sighed. The Gallagher family, with their hands bound by handcuffs, watched in horror as the terrible scene unfolded before them. Amon Gallagher, with tears in his eyes, tried to reach out to his family despite being unable to move properly. "No, Rena," he managed to say, his voice filled with sadness as he saw what happened to his wife. "Please, no." Rena Gallagher's body lay still on the ground, her lively spirit silenced by the cruelty of their captors. Amon's heart broke as he gazed at her, his hands shaking with sadness as he struggled to hold back his own tears. "We'll be all right," he whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow as he tried to comfort his children, despite his own uncertainty. Sarah and Jed Gallagher, their faces wet with tears, stood side by side, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they watched the tragic scene unfold before them, unable to comfort each other due to the restraints binding their hands. "Mommy," Sarah whimpered softly, her voice choked with emotion as she tried to reach out, but the cuffs stopped her. Jed's eyes were also full of tears as he tried to stay close to his sister, sharing in their sorrow without saying a word. When the smoke faded and Spider-Man appeared as their surprising hero, the Gallagher family felt a tiny bit of hope in the midst of their terrible situation. Even though they were sad and scared, they stayed strong, finding comfort in being a family. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they glanced at the masked hero, feeling thankful and hoping he could save them from the awful nightmare they were trapped in. On the other side, as Spider-Man appeared, a glimmer of hope spread through the room, making everyone feel a mix of emotions. Mark's hands shook uncontrollably as he struggled against the metal restraints, but he felt really relieved because he realized they might have a chance to escape the nightmare they were trapped in. "Thank God," Mark said with a hint of relief in his voice, his words slightly interrupted by a hiccup. Emily felt deep sadness as she looked at Mark, her boyfriend, grappling with strong feelings. She couldn't touch him because of the cuffs, so she could only offer him a supportive gaze, sharing his hurt silently. After she looked at Mark, she then turned to her parents, her eyes filled with tears as she shared the news with them. Through tears streaming down her cheeks, Emily managed to convey to her parents, Gary and Sharon Hawkins, that they had survived the ordeal. "We're okay," she choked out between sobs, her voice trembling with emotion. "We made it through." Gary and Sharon Hawkins, with their hands tied tightly by handcuffs, shared a look of relief and love for their daughter. "Thank goodness," Gary said in a rough voice, his emotions evident as he leaned toward Emily as much as he could with the restraints holding him back. Sharon nodded, tears streaming down her face as she silently thanked whatever higher power had kept them safe. Windsor family sighed. Amidst their sadness and feeling powerless, Elizabeth and Luke sat close, their hands stuck in cuffs. They couldn't hold each other, so they just stayed together for comfort. Elizabeth's voice trembled as she spoke to her husband, her words choked with sorrow. "Lander, even though you're gone." She paused, struggling to find the right words through her tears. "Even though you're gone, you were right. We're alive. We're alive," she repeated, her voice breaking with emotion as she held on to the little hope those words offered. Luke, tears mixing with his mother's, looked down at his father's lifeless form, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Dad, please rest in peace," he murmured, his voice soft and shaky. "I promise, we'll be okay," he vowed, determination shining through his grief as he made a solemn promise to his father. The Rich families, tears running down their cheeks, felt relieved when Spider-Man showed up. Even though they couldn't move, they comforted each other with kind words, feeling better knowing the hero was there. With Spider-Man around, they felt a little bit hopeful in the middle of all the bad stuff, thinking maybe they'd be safe soon. MCPOV. As I punched the African man to the ground, he fell unconscious. I was angry because of what happened, but I didn't kill him. He would pay for it under the law. Then, I turned towards the people who were captive. I saw that they were all wealthy people. I mean, look at their clothes. After all, in 1947, you could distinguish who was poor and who was not by their looks. And by their appearance, they were wealthy people, except for Mark. Why was Mark here? As I approached them to remove the restraints, I saw relief and gratitude in their eyes. They looked hopeful as they understood they were finally getting out of here. "Thank you, Spider-Man," exclaimed Amon Gallagher, his voice trembling with emotion as his restraints fell away. "We owe you our lives." The others echoed his sentiment, their voices filled with gratitude and disbelief at their unexpected rescue. Tears welled up in their eyes as they realized they were finally free from the nightmare that had held them captive for so long. Guys, listen to me, I started, speaking firmly but kindly as I looked at each of them. Taking a brief pause, I felt the tension in the air, knowing they were waiting anxiously for what I had to say. Their hopes and worries seemed heavy, like burdens they carried on their faces. I have something to say, I continued, my voice steady and calm. I need you all to stay here and wait for me to return. Their expressions showed confusion and concern, mixed with a bit of hope. Why? One of them blurted out, echoing the thoughts of the group. We thought you were coming to save us, another added, sounding disappointed and unsure. I met their eyes, trying to convey reassurance. I'm here to help, I assured them. But things are complicated, and I need to make sure you're safe before we do anything else. Trust me, staying here is the best choice for now. Just as they began to voice their complaints, suddenly my best friend, Mark, a skinny 15-year-old with glasses, spoke up. Spider-Man is right. What if there's still an enemy out there? His voice was hesitant but determined as he continued. If we leave now, who knows what might happen? His words lingered in the air, sinking in among the group. There was a moment of silence as they considered Mark's perspective, realizing the potential dangers that awaited them outside. Some nodded in agreement, while others exchanged uncertain glances. Exactly, that's what I was trying to say, I confirmed, looking at Mark with a thankful nod. Thanks, kid, I said, appreciating his understanding. Turning back to the group, I repeated, I need to make sure it's safe outside, so please wait here until then. Can you do that for me, everyone? My voice was strong and clear, making sure they understood the importance of staying put for their safety. With unanimous nods of agreement, they showed their understanding and ceased any further complaints. With one final glance at them, I reassured, I'll be right back, before heading out. Stepping outside after rescuing Mark and the others, now I'm trying to find Chris. The weight of the situation bore down on me, as I scanned the area using my Chi sense. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence from behind me. Meanwhile, as Thomas Holloway and the buzzcut young man, Lou, walked through the slums, a tense atmosphere surrounded them. Lou's keen eyes looked around carefully, his short haircut adding to his tough appearance, fitting in with the rough surroundings. Which direction? Thomas whispered, as they wound through the maze-like streets. Lou pointed to the left, his movements clear and confident. We go that way, he said, his voice steady but quiet. As Thomas followed Lou's lead, he sped up, his senses sharp as they delved further into the slums. When they reached their destination, Thomas was taken aback by what he saw. The enemy's territory sprawled out before them like a massive military base, organized and imposing. The sheer scale of it all left him stunned, and he exchanged a wide-eyed look with Lou, silently recognizing the seriousness of their predicament. This is it, old man, Lou said, his voice filled with killing intent. Thomas nodded. We need to sneak out carefully, okay, he replied, his tone serious as he emphasized the need for caution. Whatever, I just want to kill that African man, Lou said, his voice tinged with anger and vengeance. I told you not to kill, said Thomas, his voice firm with disapproval. Are you my parents, huh? And are you my grandpa, huh? Lou retorted angrily, his frustration evident in his tone. Leave me alone, he added, his voice filled with resentment. Thomas Holloway let out a sigh of frustration as they attempted to sneak in, but their efforts were in vain. Before they could make any significant progress, someone discovered them, their presence exposed to the enemy. Enemies, one of them yelled angrily, the word filled with hostility and urgency. Intruders, call anyone, another voice commanded sharply, the order clear and forceful. Thinking fast, Thomas grabbed some small smoke bombs he had hidden in his pocket. He swiftly threw them towards their enemies, covering the area in a dense, confusing fog. As Thomas and Lou dashed through the smoke, their pursuers' voices rose in alarm, shouting warnings about the intruders. Meanwhile, Lou's impulsive nature surfaced once more as he muttered, we could just kill them, old man. Are you an idiot? Thomas retorted, his voice edged with frustration. They're coming for us like hyenas. We need to keep moving. As Thomas and Lou kept running through the enemy's territory, Thomas suddenly spotted someone he knew, a figure in a black suit with a spider symbol on the chest. His heart raced with excitement and relief as he realized who it was. Spider-Man! Thomas exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. To be continued. As Thomas and Lou got closer to the figure, Thomas felt a rush of hope and shock. Seeing Spider-Man in the chaos was a big relief. He spoke with a trembling voice, full of surprise and relief. Spider-Man, you're here, he said, his eyes wide with amazement. What are you doing here, Sir Thomas? I asked, addressing Teacher Thomas with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Teacher Thomas's response was solid, his voice cutting through the situation with absolute determination. Well, here to save my student, he stated, his words filled with a clear sense of duty and dedication that everyone could feel. I thought to myself, fair enough, after all, Chris is gone, so it's expected that teacher would save him. Then, it suddenly dawned on me that Teacher Thomas could protect Mark and the others while I looked for Chris. I turned to Teacher Thomas, pointing in a certain direction. Sir Thomas, there is someone there, I said, my voice urgent. There are many people that I rescued hiding there. Can you protect them for me? I continued, I still have to save the other two that I sense. For a moment, Teacher Thomas seemed taken aback by my request, What? His expression shifting from surprise to resolve. He nodded in understanding, his reassuring smile offering me the comfort I needed. You don't have to explain, he said calmly, sensing the urgency in my demeanor. I'll handle this. Go, son, and do what you need to do. His words carried a sense of unwavering assurance. I felt grateful as I looked into Teacher Thomas's eyes, his presence comforting me like a protective shield. Thanks, Sir Thomas, I whispered softly, my voice barely audible as I turned to continue my searching for Chris. Before swinging off towards Chris's presumed location, I took one final look at Teacher Thomas. To my surprise, I saw the buzzcut young man standing beside him. But I didn't dwell on it. My only focus was on finding Chris amid all the situations. After Spider-Man left, Thomas Holloway thought about the chance that Chris might be where Spider-Man had pointed. This idea made him feel a bit hopeful but also nervous. Perhaps Chris is there, he thought quietly. Meanwhile, Anton led Sephiroth through the maze-like corridors of the slum base, his steps quick and confident. Despite the rush, he stayed calm and collected, keeping his attention fixed on their goal as he guided Sephiroth forward. Finally, they arrived at a room where the vibranium was kept safe. Sephiroth's eyes lit up with satisfaction as he saw the precious metal before him, knowing that its incredible power would soon be under his control. Then Sephiroth turned to Anton and said, "You're dismissed, Anton. You may leave now." Anton nodded obediently, relief evident in his expression as he quickly exited in the room, eager to be away from the tense atmosphere. With a final nod to Sephiroth, he hurried out of the room, leaving Sephiroth alone with the vibranium, his mind already racing with plans for its use. Finally, I can absorb the power, Sephiroth declared triumphantly as he stood before the vibranium, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a determined expression, he began to remove his clothes, revealing the vibranium heart implanted underneath in his chest. With each piece of clothing dropped, he felt a rush of anticipation, knowing that soon he would channel the power of the vibranium through his artificial heart. As Sephiroth undressed, the vibranium heart in his chest pulsed with a faint blue light, syncing with the nearby vibranium's energy. With each beat of his enhanced heart, he felt a surge of power rushing through him, making him feel strong and unstoppable. It was like plugging into a power source, the energy flowed through him, charging him up like a battery. Each thump of his vibranium heart was like a shot of adrenaline, pumping him full of vigor and confidence. Sephiroth grinned victoriously, his eyes shining with the vibranium's glow. He was no longer just a man, he was a powerhouse, ready to take on anything. With his new powers, he was unstoppable. Bring it on, world. Sephiroth was coming for you. Meanwhile, MCPOV. As I swung forward to Chris's location, I sensed two chi signatures. One was Chris, and the other I didn't recognize, but it was probably his dad since there were many wealthy individuals who were caught. So, there's a probability that it is his dad. Wow, I really thought of this, huh? Anyway, my question is, why did they take Chris's dad to another room, not like any other? With each swing of my web, I drew closer to my goal, the minutes ticking by relentlessly as I raced against the setting sun. Time was of the essence, and I knew that every second counted if I was to rescue Chris and his father. I swung from one room to another before it was too late. Of course, many enemies spotted me, but I was fast enough to evade their gaze and swing away again. As I finally reached the room where they were being held. Meanwhile, Chris sighed. So that's what happened, Dad. Chris spoke up, his voice tinged with frustration. They targeted you just because you're one of the government's roots. No, it's not like that, Conrad began to explain, but Chris cut him off. It's a root? Okay, you're one of the backbone of the government, Chris insisted, his tone growing more impassioned. Because you're too greedy, Dad. You got the power you wanted, and the government became your support in your projects, he continued, his words fueled by pent-up resentment. People respected you, but what about me? What about Mother, our family? You're using your own son for your benefits. Conrad felt a wave of sadness as he looked at Chris, seeing the angry and confusion in his eyes. He knew he hadn't been there for his son when he needed him most. He blamed himself for not paying enough attention to what was going on around them. I'm really sorry, Chris, he said softly, filled with regret and self-blame. I should have protected you better. Chris's frustration mounted as he responded, you should have done it earlier, Dad. We don't know, we might die here, he said, his voice heavy with resignation. That's why it's too late. Chris's words weighed heavily in the room, and silence lingered, thick with tension. Conrad felt lost for words, his mind racing with regret and a deep sense of loss. Despite his cold demeanor, Conrad loved his family more than anything. Yet, his pursuit of power and ambition had clouded his judgment, causing him to lose sight of what was truly important. Chris, Conrad began, his voice shaking with emotion. He wanted to tell his son how sorry he was, to apologize for hurting him, but he couldn't find the right words, choked by the weight of his own failings, stopping him from saying what he needed to. In that moment, Conrad understood how much he had neglected his family and how badly he had hurt them. He felt deep sorrow realizing that his desire for power had been more important to him than his love for his family. But it was too late for him to change things. He couldn't ignore this painful truth anymore. The door opened, and Conrad and Chris prepared for the worst. They were scared and thought they might die. But then, someone they knew came in. He wore a black suit with some blue, and his eyes were blue too. On his chest was a blue spider symbol. It was none other than your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. To be continued. As I opened the door, there they were, Chris and, just as I suspected, his father standing beside him. Talk about a Sherlock moment. Sheesh. Chris looked up, relief washing over his face as he saw Spider-Man standing in the doorway. Spider-Man, he exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude and hope. Thank goodness you're here. Are you all right, Sir Hilton and young Hilton? I asked, worried about their well-being. Do you know us? Conrad Hilton asked, his voice tinged with surprise. I couldn't help but chuckle at the question. Of course, Mr. Hilton? Who doesn't know you and your family? You're one of the richest men in the world, I replied with a smile, trying to lighten the mood despite the seriousness of the situation. Dad, seriously? Chris exclaimed, his disbelief evident in his tone. To think that my dad, who's good at thinking, would ask such a stupid question. Conrad Hilton laughed softly at his son's comment, understanding how silly his question sounded given the situation. You're right, Chris, he conceded with a little bit of smile. That was a silly thing to ask, considering the circumstances. Then, looking at me, he said, Spider-Man, thank you for helping us. Your being here means a lot. Chris nodded in agreement, his expression softening with gratitude. Yeah, thanks, Spider-Man, he said, his tone more relaxed now. We really appreciate you showing up when things looking bad. I nodded to show that I understood, relieved to see them remaining this calm despite the tough situation. I'm happy I could help, I said with a smile, trying to comfort them. But we need to get out of here quickly. It's not safe. As we headed for the way out, someone suddenly shouted, Spider-Man. I turned to see a man who appeared to be Russian, wearing old-fashioned clothes from like a 1940s, and of course because this is 1947. Meanwhile before this happened, Thomas Holloway and Lou hurried towards the room where Spider-Man had told them to go. With every step, Thomas's heart raced with anticipation and worry for the safety of those they were going to rescue. As they reached the door, Thomas paused for a moment, gathering his resolve before pushing it open. In his mind, Thomas whispered, I hope you're here, Chris. As Thomas opened the door, he was surprised by what he saw. Instead of the rescued normal civilians, there were rich-looking people inside. They looked scared and were holding guns. They have taken those guns from the bad guys Spider-Man had knocked out back then. Thomas could tell that they thought he and Lou were enemies, and they seemed ready to defend themselves. Suddenly, a voice cried out, Teacher Thomas. Thomas turned towards the voice and was shocked to see Mark and Emily standing there. Guys, lower your weapons, it's okay. This is Teacher Thomas, he's my teacher, Mark exclaimed, trying to reassure the others. But as he glanced towards Teacher Thomas, he noticed the buzzcut 15-year-old boy standing beside him, the same one who had nearly killed him before. Teacher Thomas, why is he with you? Mark asked, his voice showing how puzzled and worried he was. Hi there, tall guy, Lou greeted casually. You, Mark said angrily, glaring at Lou. He's, different now, Thomas chuckled awkwardly, trying to calm Mark down. He's actually a good kid. I promise he's on our team now. Emily stood next to Mark, eyeing Lou cautiously. Her face showed she wasn't sure about him and what was happening. She didn't say anything, just watched as Lou, Mark, and Teacher Thomas talked, looking a bit worried. Then suddenly, Emily's father, Gary Hawkins, and her mother, Sharon Hawkins, appeared in front of them. Gary Hawkins addressed Teacher Thomas respectfully. So, you must be Teacher Thomas, the one Emily has been talking about. He continued with admiration, I heard you saved Emily during the tragedy at school 2 weeks ago. Thomas Holloway's smile grew bigger, and he looked at Emily with pride. It was my job to keep all the students safe, he said proudly. Emily was really brave during the bad times. Gary Hawkins nodded seriously, looking thankful and respectful. We're really thankful, he said honestly. Please, if there's anything we can do to repay your kindness, don't hesitate to ask. Thomas Holloway smiled kindly, feeling humble. No need to pay back, Mr. Hawkins, he said gently. Keeping our young UNS safe is all the thanks I need. His words showed he was sure about his job to keep children safe. Teacher Thomas looked around the room and felt a wave of sadness as he saw the 3 dead bodies. It reminded him how dangerous the slums could be. He turned to Gary Hawkins with a worried expression. What's going on? What happened when Spider-Man saved you? He asked urgently. Before Gary could speak, Mark's voice interrupted. Thomas looked over to see Lou aiming his guns at an unconscious African man on the ground. Mark exclaimed, What are you doing? His tone alarmed and furious, showing concern for the man on the ground. He's the one who killed my boss. Lou exclaimed, pointing his gun at the African man. I'm sure he's responsible for those 3 deaths too. Wait, Lou, hold your fire, Thomas interjected, his voice firm yet composed. Accusations like that need evidence, not assumptions. He glanced at Lou, his expression a mix of concern and caution. Let's not jump to conclusions until we know the full story. Then Mark pointed to the unconscious African man. He clarified, he's not the one who killed the other 2. The man responsible for those deaths is him, gesturing towards a dead body with a hole in his head. And you know what's ironic? The one who killed him is this African man, the terrorist, who's now knocked out by Spider-Man. I don't care. He's the one who killed Boss Albert. I will kill him now, Lou exclaimed, his voice filled with rage and determination. Mark stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Is that even worth it? He questioned, his tone imploring Lou to reconsider his actions. Mark's words hung heavy in the tense air as he recounted his own loss. Back then, I also lost someone too, he began, his voice tinged with sorrow and resolve. My teacher, Dan. He was the one who saved me and other students back then. Mark paused, his gaze intense as he locked eyes with Lou. Now, think about it, Mark continued, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Is it worth it? Is taking revenge worth sacrificing your humanity, your morals? Killing him won't bring back your boss. It won't undo what's been done. All it will do is perpetuate the cycle of violence and hatred. Mark's message was clear, revenge solves nothing. What's the point of your words? Retorted Lou, his tone defensive. I already killed someone back then, he added firmly. Mark shook his head. No, you didn't, he stated, his voice unwavering. I know you didn't because back then when your gun was pointed at my head, I saw your hands shaking, he explained. It means you're afraid to take someone's life. Mark's observation shed light on Lou's true feelings, challenging his claim of having committed murder. As Mark spoke, everyone got really quiet. The rich folks who were holding guns looked surprised and worried. Some looked at each other nervously, trying to figure out what to do next. They were thinking hard about what Mark said and what it meant for Lou. It was like time stopped for a moment, and nobody knew what to say or do next. Suddenly, Thomas broke the silence with a hint of surprise in his voice. Wow, that's new, he remarked, before turning his attention to Gary with a serious expression. Tell me what happened here. I need to know the full story. Meanwhile, MCPOV. As I turned towards the voice calling my name, my gaze landed on the Russian man, though his identity remained unknown to me at the time. A sudden curiosity compelled me to seek information about him, prompting me to silently request an analysis of his status from the system. System, please provide the status of the individual. I mentally directed the query to the Spider-Man system embedded within me. Affirmative, host. Status analysis initiated. Complete, the system responded, and in an instant, a holographic projector materialized before me, ready to display the results of the analysis. Status. Name, Sefiro Lukens. Nationality, Russian. Attributes. Strength, 120, buff. Agility, 100, buff. Endurance, 125, buff. Stamina, 120, buff. Intelligence, 70. Reflexes, 100, buff. Charisma, 90, buff. Luck, 60. Enhancements or buffs. Artificial vibranium heart, augmented with an artificial vibranium implant, providing increased durability and energy absorption capabilities. Durability, 150. Energy absorption, can absorb and dissipate kinetic energy, providing protection against physical impacts and energy-based attacks. Skills. Hand-to-hand combat, proficient in various martial arts techniques. Weapons proficiency, skilled in the use of firearms, knives, and other weapons. Tactical training, experienced in tactical planning and field operations. Survival skills, knowledgeable in wilderness survival, camouflage techniques, and evasion tactics. Technique skills. Krav Maga, master trained in the Israeli martial art of Krav Maga, specializing in practical self-defense, close-quarters combat, and disarming techniques. Systema, master beyond mastered the Russian martial art of Systema, focusing on fluidity of movement, breath control, and adaptability in combat. Sambo, master highly skilled in the Russian martial art of Sambo, known for its grappling, striking, and self-defense techniques, as well as its incorporation of judo and wrestling principles. Whoa, he's completely powered up with vibranium, I exclaimed in my mind, realizing the gravity of the situation. With no other option left, I had to tap into my berserker abilities. And he's from the Lukin family? Wait, could he be related to Alexander Lukin? I thought, realizing the importance of the name. I don't want to dwell on that right now, I muttered, pushing the thought aside. Let's focus on the task at hand. With determination, I tapped into my berserker abilities. Status. Name, Michael Wilson, formerly Jonathan Anderson. Nationality, American. Energy 0 after using berserker. Age. Physically, 15 years old. Mentally, 27 years old. Attributes. Strength, 80, 120 berserker. Agility, 60, 90 berserker. Endurance, 72, 108 berserker. Stamina, 60, 90 berserker. Intelligence, 64. Reflexes, 60, 90 berserker. Charisma, 40. Luck, 33. Abilities. Berserker. Chi sense. Enhance spider sense. Enhance wall crawling. Enhance organic web. Enhance detective skills. Leadership skills. Available points. Experience points 0. Shop points 0. Technique skills. Boxing, master level. Taekwondo, master level. Kung Fu, master level. Systema, master level. Street fight, master level. Special ability. Berserker mode. This special ability taps into your primal instincts, boosting your strength and aggression in battle. However, activating it consumes 100 energy. After 1 hour of activation, you will be left in a near-death state, exhausted and vulnerable. But be cautious, there's a cooldown of 20 minutes after each use. Enhancements in Berserker mode. Strength, increased to 120. Agility, increased to 90. Endurance, increased to 108. Stamina, increased to 90. Reflexes, increased to 90. Brink of death boost. When you are in a brink of death, your strength is boosted to 10, granting you a last burst of power to potentially turn the tide of battle. Okay, let's do this, I muttered, my voice firm as I geared up for what lay ahead. With strong resolve, I readied myself for the coming battle. To be continued. As I instructed Conrad and Chris Hilton to get away safely, I quickly assessed the situation, preparing myself mentally and physically for the confrontation with Sephiro Lukens. Stay close and stay safe, I urged Conrad and Chris, my voice firm yet reassuring. I'll handle this. With a nod of understanding, Conrad and Chris hurried away, seeking refuge in the safety of the nearby corridors as I turned my attention back to Sephiro Lukens, who stood before me, his presence radiating power and menace. Sephiro Lukens, I called out, my voice steady despite the tension in the air. I know what you're planning, and I won't let you get away with it. Who are you? How did you know my name? Sephiro Lukens demanded, his voice filled with disbelief and suspicion as he confronted me. Holy shit, why did I say his name? I thought to myself, cursing my slip-up. Collecting myself, I addressed Sephiro Lukens with a confident tone. Sephiro Lukens, I am known as Spider-Man. I've encountered individuals like you before, individuals who pose a threat to innocent people, I declared, my voice steady despite this predicament. As for knowing your name, let's just say I have my ways of gathering information. I said, bullshitting my way out. Then pausing for a moment, I continued with a serious demeanor, locking eyes with Sephiro Lukens. But rest assured, my priority is ensuring the safety and well-being of everyone in this city, including you, if you choose to turn away from your path of villainy. Sephiro Lukens' anger flared, his voice filled with resentment as he retorted, villainy? What do you know about being a villain, huh? His tone was sharp, filled with defiance and frustration. You don't know what I've been through, so don't act like you know me. I stayed calm, looking him straight in the eye. You're right, I don't know everything about your past, I admitted, my voice steady despite the tense situation. But I do know that there's always a choice. You can choose to continue down a path of destruction, or you can change your path. It's up to you. Stop talking, Sephiro growled, his voice full of anger and impatience as he charged towards me. But before he could get close, I shot my organic web towards his eyes, aiming to blind him for a moment. Arg? What did you do? Sephiro exclaimed, his hands instinctively reaching for his face as the webbing temporarily blinded him. It's called a distraction, I replied calmly, my voice filled with confidence as I prepared for the next move. Sephiro charged towards me, clearly frustrated. Enough is enough, he shouted angrily as he approached. As Sephiro charged towards me, I quickly punched him with a strong hit, targeting a weak spot. He stumbled back for a moment, but then he got back on his feet, even more determined. His anger was making him fight harder. You think you can beat me, Spider-Man? Sephiro's voice was full of scorn as he came at me, his eyes burning with fury. Unfazed by his glare, I smoothly switched to using a mix of web moves. I shot out a bunch of my sticky webs at him. They stuck to him like glue, slowing him down for a moment and giving me some time to plan my next move. Sephiro growled in frustration, his body tense as he struggled against the webbing. Spider-Man, he roared, his voice echoing through the air. Then he blasted a powerful wave of energy, knocking me off balance. The force of the blast caught me off guard, sending me sprawling backward with a grunt of pain. Ugh! I groaned as I fought to stand upright, the force of the blast sending shockwaves through my body. But I couldn't stay down. Despite the pain, I needed to get back in the fight. Gritting my teeth, I pushed myself up, my focus unwavering as I assessed the situation. Sephiro stood before me, his expression twisted with rage and power. He makes it clear that he wasn't backing down. His sheer presence exuded power, leaving me under no illusions about the challenge ahead. I told you, Spider-Man, you can't beat me, Sephiro sneered triumphantly. Well, I didn't say I would beat you, so technically, you're wrong, Russian with an anger issue, I retorted, trying to inject some humor into the tense situation as I struggled to regain my footing after the shockwaves knocked me down. Is that so? Sephiro growled, his patience wearing thin. Before I could fully stand, he delivered a powerful punch, knocking me back down to the ground. Why, always. Sephiro's voice trailed off as he landed another blow to my abdomen, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Ruining our plans, he spat out, punctuating each word with another brutal punch. Time to end this, Spider-Man. Then, with a surge of energy, Sephiro's vibranium artificial heart began to channel electricity, crackling with power. Before I could react, he unleashed it against me with a menacing shout. Take this, Spider-Man, he roared, the electricity coursing through me, enveloping me in a searing inferno of pain. Each bolt felt like 1,000 needles piercing my skin, sending shockwaves of agony coursing through every fiber of my being. The shock surged through me, and I screamed in pain. Arg! I exclaimed, my muscles jerked uncontrollably, and it felt like my whole body was on fire. I couldn't think straight, the agony was too much to bear. It was as if every part of me was shouting in protest against the unbearable torment, like I was being consumed by a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Chris sighed. Dad, Chris spoke, his voice trembling with worry, do you think Spider-Man can defeat that Russian guy? He glanced at his father, seeking reassurance in his eyes. I mean, look, he's sending some electricity towards Spider-Man. Chris gestured towards the ongoing battle, his concern evident in every word he uttered. I don't know, son, Conrad replied, his voice calm but his eyes betraying his fear and worry. If Spider-Man loses. He paused, unable to finish the sentence, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. We might not make it out of here. His words hung in the air, filled with uncertainty and dread. Meanwhile, Edward Wilson. In the police station, tensions were running high as Captain Edward Wilson voiced his frustrations to Deputy Matt. "If I can't go, then we need more backup to infiltrate the slums," he exclaimed, his frustration evident as he slammed his fist onto the deputy's desk. "They have wealthy individuals there, captives." Deputy Matt nodded seriously, realizing how serious the situation was. "You know, Edward," he began, "many police officers also need backup. Remember when you sent Kevin Bridget to investigate the blood-sucking incident in Queens, you made sure to gather some backups for him. Now you need backup again. Wake up, we don't have that many people here, Edward." Before Captain Edward could respond, Deputy Matt cut him off sharply. "No excuses," he declared firmly. "Tell your vice captain, Eddie Thompson, to send him to the slums along with your other police officers." His tone left no room for debate as he laid out the plan for addressing the urgent situation at hand. "That's why I need to go too. What if something happens there?" Captain Edward Wilson insisted, his concern evident in his voice. Deputy Matt shook his head. "You still have cases you need to handle here," he pointed out logically. "That's why you should let Vice Captain handle this." His tone softened slightly as he continued, "Besides, trust them. They are competent officers." Then, his tone shifted, a hint of suspicion creeping in. "Or do you not trust them? Is that why you insist on going?" Edward sighed, realizing the futility of further argument. "Roger, sir," he conceded reluctantly, acknowledging Deputy Matt's point. Meanwhile, Thomas Halloway sighed. After Thomas Halloway and Lou learned the full story, Thomas's expression darkened with anger and disgust as he surveyed the scene before him. "This bastard deserves to die," he muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on the dead man with a hole in his head. He was furious, thinking about all the terrible things the man had done. Turning his attention to the African man lying unconscious on the ground, Thomas's expression softened slightly as he acknowledged a surprising revelation. "And to think this guy didn't want children to witness bloodshed," he said, sounding surprised. He couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment at the unexpected display of conscience from someone he had initially perceived as a villain. Thomas looked at Elizabeth and Luke with sympathy. "I'm really sorry for what happened to your husband," he said sincerely, his voice filled with empathy. He could only imagine the pain they must be experiencing after losing Elizabeth's husband in such a brutal manner. Elizabeth nodded quietly, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to regain her composure. Luke stayed close to her, his face showing a blend of sadness and anger as he attempted to hold his insanity after remembering what happened to his father again. As Thomas looked at Amon Gallagher, he could see the deep sorrow etched on the man's face. Feeling a surge of sympathy, Thomas spoke softly to him. "I'm really sorry for what happened to your family, Amon," he said, his voice gentle and full of understanding. Amon nodded silently, his eyes reflecting the pain he was going through. Despite the tragedy, there was a sense of gratitude in his expression for Thomas's words of comfort. As the tension in the room reached its peak, the unconscious African man suddenly began to stir. His eyes fluttered open, and he slowly pushed himself up, groaning in pain. Lou, still holding his gun, kept his gaze fixed on the man, his expression a mix of anger and resolve. "What's happening?" the African man asked, looking around the room in confusion. He recognized some of the faces and seemed to realize he was in a tense situation. Lou's grip on his gun tightened as he stepped forward, his voice dripping with venom. "You know exactly what's going on," he spat, his tone filled with accusation. "You killed my boss, and now you're going to pay for it." The African man's brow furrowed in confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about," he protested, his voice tinged with frustration. "I've never seen you before in my life." Lou's finger tightened on the trigger as he prepared to exact his revenge, his eyes blazing with fury. "Fuck you, you killed my boss, Albert," he spat, his voice laced with uncontrollable rage. But before Lou could pull the trigger, Mark intervened, his voice urgent and commanding. "Lou, stop," he shouted, stepping between Lou and the African man. "Violence won't solve anything. We need to find out the truth." Lou glared at Mark, his anger boiling over. "Why are you always getting in my way?" he demanded, his voice filled with frustration. Meanwhile, the African man spoke up, his voice calm but firm. "Boss Albert? You mean Albert Capone?" he questioned, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Lou's gaze snapped to the African man, his fury reignited by the mention of his boss's name. "You," he growled, pointing his gun accusingly. "I saw you smirk when you killed him." The African man's expression remained stoic as he responded, "I just did what my boss ordered." Lou scoffed sarcastically, his finger inching towards the trigger once more. "Huh, then I just did what my boss ordered too," he retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. But Mark stepped forward, his expression pleading. "Please, Lou, don't do this," he urged, his voice filled with desperation. "Violence will only make things worse." "You twig," Lou spat at Mark, his frustration boiling over as he glared at him with seething resentment. Mark's eyes grew firm with resolve as he stood his ground, showing he wouldn't yield to Lou's aggression. His determined gaze locked onto Lou, signaling his unwavering dedication to stopping any more violence. His face mirrored his strong commitment to keeping the peace, a message clear and easy to understand for all watching. As the African man observed Mark and Lou, he felt a sense of familiarity. Seeing Mark's determined expression reminded him of a friend from his past with a similar first name, Jamal Afari. This recognition stirred up memories and emotions he hadn't felt in a long time. A faint smile tugged at the corners of the African man's lips as he regarded Mark, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Kid, what's your name? He inquired, his tone surprisingly gentle despite the tense situation. Mark paused briefly, surprised by the unexpected question. Despite the tense atmosphere, he detected a sincere curiosity in the man's tone. I'm Mark Fletcher, he responded carefully, keeping a watchful eye on Lou, prepared to step in if needed. The African man's smile widened slightly, a glint of recognition shining in his eyes. Mark Fletcher, huh, he murmured, as if testing the name on his tongue. Then, with a nod of acknowledgement, he turned his attention back to Lou, his expression thoughtful yet guarded. I will tell you everything about me, said African man, his voice carrying a weight of significance. Oh, and by the way, he added, his tone casual yet revealing, my name is Jamal Tesfaye. To be continued. Narrator POV. As Spider-Man endured Sephiroth's relentless assault, his body overwhelmed by pain and his mind on the verge of blacking out, a change began to take hold within him. It was as if a dormant power, hidden deep within his being, it was like he accessed a hidden power source that defied all logic. With a fierce cry, Spider-Man struck back fiercely, his punch hitting Sephiroth hard in the stomach. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, knocking Sephiroth off balance. He flew backward, thrown by the powerful impact of the punch. Sephiroth was shocked by the sudden turn of events, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggled to regain his footing. Spider-Man, his body pulsating with raw power, stood against him, his eyes fixed firmly on Sephiroth with a determined expression. MCPOV. Since I threw a powerful punch right at Sephiroth's stomach, the impact was strong enough to send him flying back, giving me a moment to breathe. The Spider-Man system in my mind chimed in, reminding me of a unique ability I possessed, the Brink of Death boost. It's like a last-minute power-up that kicks in when I'm on the verge of death, giving me surge of strength to turn the tables in a dire situation. Brink of Death boost. When you are in a brink of death, your strength is boosted to 10, granting you a last burst of power to potentially turn the tide of battle. Sweet, with this, I can defeat him, I muttered to myself, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. Then, with a sense of urgency, I asked the system in my mind, System, how many minutes do I have before the side effects take over? The AI system's response echoed in my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. Host, you only have 30 minutes left. The ticking clock added a layer of pressure to the already intense situation, pushing me to wrap up the fight quickly. Feeling the urgency, I quickly decided my next move. I shot out web from my wrists, swinging towards Sephiroth with newfound agility and speed. The webbing grabbed onto nearby structures as I swung towards my opponent. Sephiroth's eyes widened in surprise as he saw me charging towards him, the intensity of my gaze burning with an unyielding resolve. What's happening? He muttered, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he braced himself for my attack. Before he could fully react, I landed a powerful kick right in the middle of his chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The hit caught him off guard, leaving him dazed and open to attack. But just as I was about to take advantage of the situation, Sephiroth's next move surprised me. Using the energy from the vibranium in his heart, he unleashed a powerful shockwave directly at me. Spider-Man! Sephiroth shouted, as he used the electricity towards me. Despite the intense pain, I clenched my teeth and kept moving forward. It was my Berserker Death boost that let me withstand the electric attack, but I know that my Berserker power will lose its effect in a minute, causing me some side effects, I reminded myself, even as I pressed on through the pain. Bear the pain, I muttered through clenched teeth, determined to keep going despite the overwhelming sensation. With every step, I closed the distance between us, ready to deliver some strong blow before my Berserker power wore off and the side effects kicked in. How could you withstand the pain, Spider-Man? Sephiroth's voice thundered with shock and anger, the sound echoing within the base nestled deep within the slums. Gritting my teeth to endure the burning shock of electricity surging through me, I pushed onward with unwavering resolve. Every step was a struggle, as if walking through a patch of sharp, prickly bushes, but I refused to give in, refusing to let the pain halt my progress. I am Spider-Man, I shouted, my voice piercing through the crackling energy surrounding us like a thunderous roar. With all my might, I pushed myself forward, determined to bridge the gap between us despite the searing pain coursing through my body. Every muscle strained as I forced myself through the agony, refusing to let it hold me back. As I got closer, Sephiroth looked shocked and angry. His eyes widened in surprise at how tough I was. When Sephiroth's electric attack clashed with my counterpunch, it set off shockwaves. The punch combined with the electricity caused a sudden burst of energy. This energy didn't only hit Sephiroth but also spread through the air, creating strong waves that moved through around us. Sephiroth's body took the brunt of this energy, making him fly backward with a lot of force. Time seemed to slow as he flew through the air. He looks like he's glowing a bit, almost like lightning, shining through the old, run-down place. Then, with a loud crash, he slammed into a pile of old barrels, the sound echoing through the room like a booming thunder. Gasping for air and feeling the ache in every muscle, I held my position firmly. The echoes of our fierce exchange filled the space, a clear sign of how intense our confrontation had been. But even as I tried to recover my breath, I understood that the fight wasn't finished yet. Sephiroth was lying in a mess of broken debris, and I stood my ground, breathing heavily but refusing to give in. With a feeling of needing to act fast, I shouted to him, my voice bouncing off the dimly lit surroundings. Give up, Sephiroth. You can't defeat me, I insisted firmly. It's not too late to turn things around. But Sephiroth's response was filled with anger and defiance. Damn you, Spider-Man. You don't know anything, he spat, his voice oozing with hatred. The government, what they did to us, to my brother, that's why. He stopped talking for a moment, looking like he was trying hard to control his feelings. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he said strongly, I'll do whatever it takes to get revenge for my brother, Alexander. When I heard Alexander's name, memories flooded back from my previous life in the Marvel Universe. In the Captain America comic storyline, Alexander Lukin's village, the Russian village of Kronos, was burned down during the war when he was just a toddler. He survived, but harbored deep hatred towards Red Skull and the Nazis. After many years to come, he was resurrected by his wife, but with remnants of Red Skull's mind inside his own. Over time, Red Skull's consciousness took over his mind, turning him into Red Skull himself. In this universe, however, Alexander Lukin is likely dead, perhaps killed when he was just a toddler. It's a pretty messed up situation, isn't it? This could be a motivating factor for someone seeking revenge against the government, especially if they believe the government was responsible for the destruction of their village. It's a valid point to consider, given that governments often resort to atomic bombs during wars and may have been corrupt and neglectful towards declining villages like Kronos. In that moment, I understood the depth of Sephiroth's pain and the reasons behind his actions. War, corruption, and the cruelty of fate, these were the forces that had molded him into the man he had become. As much as I felt for Sephiroth's pain, I knew that his path was one of destruction and despair. I couldn't let him succumb to the darkness that consumed him. There had to be another way, a way to break free from the cycle of violence and find redemption. With a strong determination, I moved closer to Sephiroth, looking him straight in the eye. Listen, Sephiroth, I said firmly but gently. You still have a chance. You don't have to let anger and hate control you. You can change. Suddenly, Sephiroth grabbed his gun in his pocket and pointed it at me. Screw you, Spider-Man. Quickly, I used my webbing to disarm him, grabbing the gun and tossing it aside. I aimed it away from Sephiroth, sending it flying towards Chris and his father for safety. Just when I thought I had the advantage, a sudden rush of weakness flooded through me as the berserker power wore off. The side effects hit me like a ton of bricks. It felt like I was hit by a truck, my body aching all over and my vision getting blurry. I could barely catch my breath, and my muscles shook with fatigue. Sephiroth's face went from puzzled to understanding as he saw my sudden shift. A smirk formed on his lips as he said, looks like your power boost ran out. Then, with a sneer, he added, or maybe you were just using some drugs to boost your power, huh? I ignored his accusation, focusing instead on maintaining my resolve despite the odds stacked against me. As Sephiroth's insults hung in the air like a nightmare, the fate of their fight was still unknown. Would Spider-Man be beaten by Sephiroth Lukins? The situation remained uncertain, with the answer balanced between who's winning or losing. Get ready for the thrilling end as this epic showdown races towards its climax. Stick around for the next exciting chapter. To be continued. Mark sides. So, let me get this straight. Mark asked Jamal, sounding both understanding and worried. You're out for payback against the government. His tone was easy to understand, like he was trying to make sense of things for himself and for everyone listening. But the government already paid for what they did. After all, it was 10 years ago, he explained, simplifying the situation so everyone could follow along. Jamal Tesfaye, also known as Boss John, sighed heavily, his face reflecting the weight of his past. Yeah, I know, he said, his words filled with bitterness. But I can't forget what they did. It's sickening to see them try to make amends. Feels like they're making fun of us victims, he continued, his voice full of resentment. I lost my dad because of them. No amount of apologies will bring him back. After Jamal finished talking, Thomas finally spoke, his voice rough but filled with wisdom. Revenge is a heavy burden to carry, son, he began, speaking slowly. But there comes a time when we gotta let go of the past and choose a different path forward. He looked at Jamal with a mix of empathy and insight. Your father would want you to find peace, not perpetuate a cycle of violence, Thomas added gently, his words carrying the weight of his own life experiences. Then Lou interrupted angrily, his frustration clear in his tone. That doesn't mean you had to kill Boss Albert, he shouted at Jamal, his voice echoing in the room. Jamal paused, visibly taken aback by Lo's outburst. I'm really sorry, he began, but his words were cut off as his group of henchmen suddenly burst into the room, their arrival interrupting the tense conversation. As Jamal and his group entered the room, you could practically feel the tension rise. Among them was Anton, one of Jamal's trusted henchmen, his presence adding to the gravity of the situation. Boss John, Anton called out, his voice carrying authority as he addressed Jamal. Then, with a steely resolve, he barked his orders to his comrades. Men, point your weapons at them. The order caused panic, making the tense situation even more intense. In reaction, the rich prisoners, who had grabbed weapons back then, quickly aimed them at Anton and his crew. The situation felt like a tense standoff, like when two chess players are locked in a game, neither wanting to make the first move. Everyone was on edge, waiting anxiously to see what would happen next. The air was thick with tension, and the only sound was the sound of everyone holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Caught in the middle of this intense standoff, Jamal stayed calm, his brain racing to find a way out without violence. Speaking firmly but soothingly, he stepped in, his voice calming the tension like magic. Hold your fire, everyone, Jamal commanded, his words carrying authority. Let's not escalate this any further. Anton, cut it out, Jamal commanded, his tone stern. But Boss John, look at our henchman over there, Anton retorted, gesturing towards his unconscious allies who had been immobilized by Spider-Man. They're defenseless. That's enough, Jamal interjected firmly, his voice carrying authority. I don't want any more violence. Besides, they're armed too, so it's pointless. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before adding, Anton, I'm thinking about giving up. Anton's eyes widened in surprise, his face showing both shock and disbelief. Surrender, he exclaimed, sounding incredulous. But Boss John, we've come too far to back down now. Surrendering would go against everything we've fought for. Anton looked around at his comrades, hoping for support, but all he found was doubt staring back at him. Gritting his teeth, he faced Jamal again, his determination faltering but his loyalty still holding strong. Boss John, think about what you're saying. We can't just give up like this. We have a cause to fight for. Jamal looked directly at Anton, his face showing determination mixed with a touch of sadness. I get why you're committed, Anton. But sometimes, the smartest move is knowing when to stop, he said calmly, choosing his words carefully. We've proven our point, but more fighting won't fix anything. It's better to stop now before more people get hurt. What made you change? Anton asked, sounding surprised. Taking a moment to think, Jamal considered the recent events that influenced his decision. Well, let's just say someone reminded me of my past self, he answered vaguely, giving a significant look to Mark and Lou. Meanwhile, Chris watched the fight with worry written all over his face. Spider-Man looks like he's getting weaker. What's going on? He asked, his voice full of concern. Next to Chris, his father Conrad Hilton, watched the scene closely. He really looks like he's getting weaker, Conrad observed, his tone calm but pensive. Maybe it's all part of his plan, or perhaps there's something else going on. Chris glanced at his father, frustration evident in his expression. Sometimes it feels like you're clueless, Dad, he retorted, his voice sounding annoyed. Can't you see Spider-Man is seriously weakened? That's why we need to help him. As Chris eyed the gun that Spider-Man had thrown to them earlier for safety, a determined gleam appeared in his eyes. He reached for it, his fingers curling around the weapon with purpose. With a resolute nod, he knew what needed to be done. It looks like you've lost, Spider-Man, Sephiroth jeered, laughing a bit. But then he started coughing, a clear sign of the injuries he sustained from our earlier clash. Still, he kept going, showing he wouldn't give up. You're like an old guy holding his chest like he's having a heart attack, I joked, trying to make funny things in this situation. Even with these injuries, I can still finish you off, he declared, his voice sounding tired but determined. With a serious look, Sephiroth got ready to attack one last time, aiming to end our fight for good. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. If only I had more time back then before the side effects kicked in. I sighed in frustration. As Sephiroth approached me, he asked, any last words? But before I could respond, a gunshot rang out, piercing the tense atmosphere. Sephiroth's expression twisted in shock and pain as the bullet hit him, leaving him wide open and vulnerable. His confident demeanor shattered in an instant, replaced by disbelief as he stumbled forward, the impact of the gunshot sending waves of agony through his body. Who? Sephiroth exclaimed, his gaze darting towards the source of the gunshot. As his eyes landed on Chris, a mixture of shock and rage twisted his features. You. Ignoring his injuries, Sephiroth charged towards Chris with a fierce determination. Despite the pain coursing through him, he swung a powerful punch aimed at Chris's gut, fueled by a desperate need for retaliation. Chris, watch out. Conrad shouted, his voice tinged with panic as he lunged forward to shield his son. But before Conrad could reach him, Sephiroth punched Chris hard in the stomach. Chris felt an intense pain shoot through him. As Sephiroth advanced menacingly towards Conrad, Chris, still reeling from the impact of the blow, stumbled backward. The pain in his stomach grew worse, making him feel sick with a groan. Chris's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ugh, Dad. Chris managed to murmur weakly, his hand reaching out as if seeking reassurance before he lost consciousness. Even though Conrad usually stays strong, he felt his heart tighten with fear and sadness seeing Chris fall. Hurrying to Chris's side, he felt a wave of worry wash over him. His hands shook as he carefully held Chris, who was now unconscious. Sephiroth looked at Spider-Man, seeing the hero's wounds. He's already injured, that spider, Sephiroth said with a smirk. Despite holding his chest in pain, Sephiroth moved quickly, showing how determined and tough he was. Then Sephiroth's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he watched Chris' predicament. What's your move, Conrad Hilton? He sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I'll take you both down before I finish Spider-Man. Conrad's face tightened with determination as he glared at Sephiroth. You'll regret this, he promised, his voice trembling with anger. I swear it. Oh, Sephiroth grunted in surprise as he lunged forward, his fist aimed at Conrad. But before his punch could connect, a web shot out and wrapped around his arm, yanking him away with unexpected force. Caught off guard, Sephiroth stumbled backward, his momentum halted by the sudden intervention. He struggled against the webbing, his face twisting with frustration and rage as he realized he had been stopped once more. MC sighed. As I witnessed Sephiroth's brutal attack on Chris, a surge of anger and determination coursed through me. You monster, I murmured under my breath, my fists clenched in frustration. Summoning all my remaining strength, I called upon the Spider-Man system in my mind. System, give me the health potion from my inventory, I requested. Instantly, the bottle of health potion appeared in my hand, a glimmer of hope amidst this predicament. Unable to move much due to my injuries, so I don't have time to take off my mask to drink the potion. So, I mentally switched off my hero mode and took a sip of the potion. Instantly, I felt better. The pain faded away, and I felt stronger. Hero on, I whispered as I transformed back into Spider-Man, ready to confront Sephiroth and protect them. To be continued. Vice Captain Eddie Thompson assembled his team of 20 police officers in the rough streets of the slums, their expressions showing determination mixed with annoyance. But before explaining their mission, he couldn't resist expressing his irritation about the bothersome reporters. Finally, we got rid of those reporters. They're like hyenas, he muttered, shaking his head in annoyance. It's because of those reporters that our operation got halted. Tisk. The officers nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting the shared frustration at the delay caused by the media's meddling. Are you ready, boys? Vice Captain Thompson asked, seeking affirmation from his team. Yes, sir, came the unanimous response from the officers, their determination clear despite the annoyance caused by the reporters. With the brief acknowledgement of their shared annoyance out of the way, Vice Captain Thompson refocused the team's attention on the task at hand. It was time to set aside their frustrations and focus on the mission to infiltrate the slums, locate the captives, and bring them to safety. With a nod from Vice Captain Thompson, the team set off, their footsteps echoing on the rough, cracked streets of the slums. They moved through tight alleyways and poorly lit paths, keeping an eye out for any signs of danger. After reaching the location designated by Captain Edward, Vice Captain Thompson and his team found themselves facing a big base in the middle of the slums. It looked rough but sturdy, standing out among the rundown surroundings. All right, team, let's move in, he ordered, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. The officers nodded in unison, their expressions resolute as they prepared to breach the base and confront whatever awaited them inside. With cautious steps, they approached the entrance, their senses alert for any signs of danger. Vice Captain Thompson signaled for the team to spread out, ensuring they covered all angles as they advanced. As Vice Captain Thompson and his team continued to search the base, they came upon a room, different from the others they had encountered. Sensing that this might be where the wealthy captives were held, Vice Captain Thompson motioned for the team to stand ready. With a swift kick, the door gave way, revealing a dimly lit room beyond. Inside, they found a group of wealthy individuals and also terrorists. Then Vice Captain Eddie aimed his gun at the terrorists, his eyes narrowed with determination, remembering their past encounter. The room grew tense as the police and fugitives squared off, both sides ready for what was about to happen. You're all terrorists who got away before. Vice Captain Eddie's voice rang out with anger, his gun pointed squarely at Jamal and his crew. Anton stood firm, his loyalty to Jamal as strong as ever. I told you, Boss John, surrendering is not an option, he declared with conviction. I'd rather die than bow down to scum like him. Meanwhile Mark sighed. Mark's eyes widened in shock, his face showing a mix of disbelief and fear as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Unsure of what to do next, he looked back and forth between Jamal and the vice captain, feeling torn between conflicting emotions. Beside him, Emily's breath caught in her throat as she witnessed the tense standoff unfolding before her. Her hand flew to her mouth in shock as memories of past trauma rushed back. The sight of guns pointed at each other triggered painful reminders of the school incident, leaving Emily paralyzed with fear and anxiety. Tension arose in this situation. Then, suddenly, Jamal let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping under the weight of the accusation. I understand, Anton, he admitted, his voice tinged with resignation. But listen, we don't have to hide anymore. His words hung in the air, the implications sinking in for both his comrades and the police officers. Jamal raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. We've been on the run for too long, Jamal continued, his voice firm despite the seriousness of the situation. It's time to face the consequences of our actions and try to make things right. Vice Captain Eddie looked at Jamal with a mix of doubt and cautious hope, relaxing his hold on his weapon a bit. What are you doing? He asked, sounding a bit skeptical but also curious about their intentions. And what exactly is your purpose? Meanwhile, as I shot a web at Sephiroth's hands, effectively immobilizing both of his arms, I swiftly yanked him out of reach, pulling him away from Chris and Conrad. With Sephiroth distracted by the sudden interruption, I looked around quickly. Chris was on the ground, knocked out, and Conrad was by his side, worried but determined. Even with everything going crazy, I knew I had to keep them safe and stop Sephiroth's rampage. Without hesitation, I charged forward and landed a strong punch on Sephiroth before he could react. The impact sent him flying towards the room's wall, the sound of the collision echoing loudly. Despite his toughness, Sephiroth grunted in pain as he bounced off the wall, clearly feeling the force of my attack. Glancing over at Mr. Hilton, I swiftly retrieved the health potion from my inventory. Using my web, I carefully directed it towards Mr. Hilton, urging him to give it to his son Chris. Mr. Hilton, catch. I called out urgently, my voice tinged with urgency. Make Chris drink this. There's no time to explain. With urgency in his movements, Conrad caught the potion and swiftly knelt beside his son. His hands trembled slightly as he opened the bottle, pouring its contents into Chris's mouth without delay. I hope this works, he urged gently, his voice filled with concern. He didn't have time to doubt Spider-Man's words, all he cared about was making sure Chris got the help he needed. As Conrad kept a close eye on Chris, something incredible happened. Chris woke up suddenly, just like he was coming out of a long nap. Conrad couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that all of Chris's bruises or injuries were gone, like they were never even there. Chris, you're awake, Conrad said with a mix of calmness and surprise evident in his expression. He couldn't quite understand how Chris had recovered so quickly, but he was extremely thankful nonetheless. Chris blinked in confusion, looking around with wide eyes. At first, he seemed a bit lost, but then he noticed something strange. Despite the recent incident, he felt perfectly fine, like all his injuries had just disappeared into thin air. What just happened? Chris's voice was filled with wonder and confusion. Conrad could only shake his head, still trying to make sense of it all. I don't know, he confessed, struggling to comprehend the sudden change. But you're okay now. That's all that matters. For now, let's focus on Spider-Man's fight, Conrad suggested, his focus turning to the ongoing battle between Spider-Man and Sephiroth. With Chris safe and doing well, Conrad's main concern was the fight between Spider-Man and Sephiroth. MCPOV. How? Sephiroth exclaimed in shock, attempting to move but hindered by his severe injuries. Arg, he grunted in pain, his movements restricted by the extent of his wounds. How, Spider-Man? What sorcery did you use to heal completely like that? Sephiroth's disbelief was evident as he observed Spider-Man's seemingly unscathed condition. Give up, Sephiroth. You can't win, I stated firmly, my voice resolute as I confronted him. Despite his injuries, Sephiroth was still a formidable opponent, but I knew he didn't stand a chance, especially in his weakened condition. Damn you! Sephiroth shouted in frustration, his voice tinged with anger and despair. Why do you always have to ruin my plans? Why? His words were filled with anguish as tears welled up in his eyes, betraying his emotions. Seeing Sephiroth's dramatic breakdown, I couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Even though we were in the midst of a big fight, watching him cry like that made me feel like I'd taken something really important from him. It was kind of like watching a villain in a soap opera suddenly show their soft side. I mean, who knew bad guys like him could cry like that? It almost made me want to offer him a tissue and a hug, almost. I know, Sephiroth. I understand what you've been through, I said gently, my voice carrying a note of empathy. I may not have experienced it myself, but I know what it's like to lose someone important. Despite our differences and the battles we'd fought, in that moment, I felt a connection with Sephiroth, bonded by our shared experiences of loss and suffering. Spider-Man. Sephiroth's voice rang out, filled with desperation and determination. If I can't have my revenge, then I must kill all of you. His words were filled with a chilling resolve as he activated the self-destruct mechanism embedded within his artificial vibranium heart. My spider sense tingling, signaling danger. I immediately tapped into my chi sense. Suddenly I detected a powerful energy building up in Sephiroth. It felt like he was about to explode, putting everyone at risk of a massive blast. Realization dawned on me like a lightning bolt. Sephiroth intended to sacrifice himself, taking us all down with him in a massive explosion. Innocent people would get caught in the crossfire. I couldn't allow that to happen. With a rush of urgency, I shot out my webbing and quickly wrapped it around Sephiroth's body, using all my strength to fling him upward into the sky. Arg! I yelled at the top of my lungs as I sent him soaring higher and higher. Reaching a critical height, I released the webbing, sending Sephiroth flying even higher with the force of the explosion pushing him further away. The blast erupted below, its shockwave spreading out with terrifying force. Sephiroth's voice cut through the chaos with one last shout, Spider-Man, before he self-destruct, causing everything to erupt in a fiery blast. Luckily, since he were in the higher up, we didn't get hit by the explosion directly. But we still felt the shockwaves, like big invisible waves shaking us up, throwing us around in the air. Even though we were flying a little bit, the blast's power was so strong that it knocked us off course and sent us spinning out of control. It felt like being in the middle of a wild storm, unable to steady ourselves until everything calmed down. Meanwhile, after the surrender, the sudden shockwaves left everyone in a state of panic and confusion. The terrorist sensed the tension, his eyes darting around anxiously. Meanwhile, Emily and the other wealthy captives looked worried, their expressions showing fear and uncertainty. Vice Captain Eddie felt a surge of urgency as he scanned the area, searching for the source of the disturbance. Lou, a 15-year-old with a buzzcut, and Mark, one of the rescued captives, exchanged worried whispers. Mark's eyes widened with anxiousness, while Lou tightened his grip on his weapon, readying himself for whatever might come next. What's going on? Thomas exclaimed in confusion, his voice filled with disbelief. In his thoughts, he couldn't help but wonder, Spider-Man, what on earth is going down on your end? To be continued. As the dust began to clear, I took a quick look around. Even though the explosion had been powerful, I was mostly okay. My spider senses and quick moves helped me avoid getting hurt. But I was worried about the people nearby, especially Mr. Hilton and Chris. Thankfully, I soon spotted Mr. Hilton and Chris emerging from the rubble, battered but alive. Relief washed over me as I hurried to their side, helping them to their feet. Is everyone all right? Are you okay, Mr. Hilton? And you, young Hilton? I asked, my concern evident in my voice. We're okay, Spider-Man, Conrad Hilton said, his voice filled with gratitude as he brushed dust from his suit. Thanks to you. Chris blinked groggily, trying to make sense of his surroundings. His head throbbed with dull pain as he slowly regained consciousness. He glanced around, his vision still blurry, before focusing on Spider-Man and his father. We're fine, Spider-Man, Chris said, managing a weak but reassuring smile. Even though he felt sore all over, he tried to show his thanks to the hero who had rescued them. Thank goodness everyone's alright. I breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. I gotta go now. There's something I need to take care of. I made up an excuse, knowing that now that the danger had passed and Teacher Thomas was here, he could protect everyone. Plus, I had sensed the police arriving earlier through my chi sense, so I knew they'd be able to handle the situation from here. As why I know they are police because the chi I sensed in them isn't wicked, it's as if they're trying to save something. It's kind of complicated, but you'll know it if you feel it. Wait, Spider-Man, Conrad interrupted, catching my attention. What is it, Mr. Hilton? I asked, a bit confused by his sudden interest. He paused for a moment, then continued, your potions, they're really something. How about making a partnership with me? Conrad Hilton proposed, his business-oriented mind already seeing the potential. Chris Hilton, his son, couldn't help but interject, exasperated, seriously, Dad. I chuckled at Conrad's proposition. Maybe next time, sir, I replied politely, then with a nod of farewell, I swiftly swung away, leaving the Hiltons behind. After the incident outside the rundown base in the slum area, Mark Fletcher, a 15-year-old with a tall, lanky frame and violet hair, remarked, so, Spider-Man saved you, and there's this villain who's really powerful and can generate electricity. Chris Hilton, also 15 years old with black, unruly hair, replied, yeah, it was intense. Like, pow, pew, as he tried to mimic sound effects. He continued, I almost died by that electric-powered guy. He was tough, but I don't regret it. Facing him helped me conquer my fear of going up against someone stronger than me. Chris couldn't help but recall the time when he froze up during the school incident with Teacher Dan's killer, unable to fight back. Now, he felt proud to have found the courage to confront a formidable opponent in order to save Spider-Man. Emily, Mark's girlfriend, listened closely to the story, her eyes widening with worry as Chris recounted the intense showdown with the villain. As Chris talked about overcoming his fears and confronting the powerful enemy, Emily's respect for him deepened. She held Mark's hand tightly, silently showing how proud and supportive she was of his friend's courage. Then Emily looked at him with a big smile, really impressed. Chris, that's amazing, she said, genuinely amazed. You're like a superhero, stepping up to fight villain. Chris blushed slightly at the compliment, scratching the back of his head. Thanks, Emily, he replied modestly. But I couldn't have done it without Spider-Man swooping in to help me. Lou, a 15-year-old boy with a buzz cut, chimed in, sure, big talk. Chris, curious about Lo's identity, directed his gaze at Lou. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Mark, sensing the tension, stepped in, attempting to defuse the situation. He's a friend, Chris, just someone I know. But Lou retorted, who's your friend, dumbass? Lo's just messing around, Chris, Mark said with a nervous chuckle, trying to downplay the escalating confrontation. Let's not make a big deal out of it. Then Mark suddenly changed the topic. And also, Chris, Mark started, his tone filled with concern, let's backtrack to when you and Michael stormed that gangster mansion to save Teacher Thomas. You remember, right? You told me everything before you got snatched up. You and Teacher Thomas, facing off against those gangster. And Michael, he was there too, being his usual brave self, distracting the other gangster so you guys could handle some gangsters. Mark paused, his expression growing more serious as he continued. Then, boom, out of thin air, that sleeping gas gushed in, knocking you out cold and take you away. Then Teacher Thomas, he did his best to save you, but, well, you know how it turned out. But, Chris, what about Michael? He was there with you guys. Did he get away? Is he okay? Chris scratched his head, his face showing worry. Oh shit, I totally forgot about Michael, he admitted. Last I saw him, he was leading the other gangsters away. But then the gas came, and everything went blurry. I don't know what happened to him after that. Hey, don't worry, kids, Thomas Holloway interjected, stepping forward with a reassuring smile. Michael's okay. His father called him back, so he's probably safe at home by now. Mark's initial relief upon hearing that Michael was safe quickly turned into a mix of feelings. He felt thankful that his best friend was okay, but also guilty for not remembering him sooner. As Chris described what happened before his abduction and the chaos that followed, Mark couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenarios for Michael if things hadn't turned out as they did. Eddie sighed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vice Captain Eddie Thompson expressed his gratitude to Sir Conrad Hilton for his cooperation regarding the incident. I appreciate your cooperation, Sir Conrad Hilton, he said, acknowledging the assistance. I must depart for now as there are still terrorists I need to accompany to the police station. Got it, Vice Captain, replied Conrad Hilton respectfully. As Conrad turned towards the rescued prisoners, noticing them it looks like their backgrounds similar to his own, he couldn't help but think to himself, there's the Hawkins family, the Alvarado family, the Windsor family, the Gallagher family, the Adani family, the Escobar family, the Nakamura family, the Yoon family, the Meyer family, and many more. Realizing the potential for him to expand his influence, Conrad's gaze fell upon Chris. Suddenly, Chris's words echoed in his mind, yeah, it seems like I need to atone for my mistakes that I have done for my family. Meanwhile, Michael POV. In the midst of everything that's been happening since the fight with Sephiro, I found myself in a quiet spot, trying to check my system after hearing a notification. Suddenly, a familiar chime through my mind. Quest complete. Quest name, Guardian of the Slums. Objective, defeat the villains who have captured the innocent. Reward, 2 million points 200 experience points. I blinked in surprise at the unexpected notification. What? I have a quest and a reward? I didn't know that, I muttered to myself. Yes, host, you have a quest. You probably didn't notice because you were too focused on saving everyone. You already have a superhero mindset, host, replied the AI system. I should head home now, I muttered to myself. I can't shake the feeling that Mark, Emily, and Chris will be concerned about me. They know I was with Chris during that fight with the gangsters to save Teacher Thomas. But showing up where they are, that would only raise suspicion. It'd be foolish of me. Yeah, I better head home for now. I'm worried about them, but I trust that with the police and Teacher Thomas helps, they're safe. Just as I was about to head home, a sudden system notification chimed in my mind. Chain quest activated. Quest, today, you must join Kevin Bridget and his comrades, police officers, to defeat the vampires lurking in Queens. Reward, 2 million shop points. Additional rewards, 200 experience points. My heart dropped with disappointment. Seriously? I can't go home now. I mumbled to myself, annoyed and resigned. I let out a big sigh, realizing my evening plans were ruined. System, what time is it? I asked, hoping that perhaps there might still be some time left for me to head home early. The time is 5:30 p.m., host, the AI system responded promptly, its tone indifferent, which only added to my frustration. Dang it, what should I tell my parents? What excuses can I come up with? I pondered, feeling the weight of the situation. With a sigh, I decided to call my father first on my McCall device. I muttered a curse again under my breath. I knew I had to come up with a good excuse to explain why I wouldn't be home. As I hurriedly dialed my father's number on my McCall device, racking my brain for a believable story. Dad, I said nervously. Michael, is everything all right? My father's voice came through the McCall device with a tone of concern. Yeah, Dad, everything's fine, I replied, trying to sound composed despite the anxiety that filled inside me. You sound troubled, son. What's on your mind? His brows furrowed with worry. Then he said something he realized. Wait, did something go wrong? I thought I told you to head home already. It's not like that. I just wanted to let you know that I might be out late tonight, I stammered, struggling to find the right words. Late? Where are you planning to go at this hour? His tone became more serious. Dad, it's for a classmate, I quickly improvised, hoping he wouldn't press for more details. She needs some help with a school project, and I volunteered to assist her. There was a brief pause on the other end before my father spoke again. Is Mark with you? He asked, his tone indicating his concern. No, he's not, I replied, trying to sound casual. We split up after school. He's got his own stuff to take care of. I lied shamelessly because I can't just tell him that Dad, Mark, got kidnapped, and then I saved him blah blah. It sounds pretty foolish, to be honest. Then suddenly, Dad interrupted my thoughts. Okay, it's still 5 p.m. as I checked, Edward Wilson said, his voice carrying a mix of concern and authority. Be back by 8 p.m., okay, got it, Dad, I replied, feeling the weight of my deception press down on me even more. As I hung up the phone, a pang of guilt washed over me. Sorry, Dad, I muttered under my breath. I lied. After reassuring my father, I knew I had to inform my mother, Amberly Wilson, as well. Mom, I began, trying to sound as composed as possible. I'm going out to help a classmate with a school project. I'll be back around 8 p.m. There was a pause before my mother responded, her voice tinged with skepticism. Another school project, she questioned gently. Are you sure, Michael? You seem to have a lot of these lately. Mom, you know our school got destroyed, I explained quickly, hoping she would understand. We have to pick up the slack with a lot of school projects. There was a brief pause on the line before my mother responded, her tone softening. Ah, Michael, I see now. That explains it. I apologize, darling. Just stay safe, all right? And make sure you return by 8 p.m. Of course, Mom, I replied, feeling a mix of relief and guilt for bending the truth. I'll make sure to get back on time. Love you. As I hung up, I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Mom, I whispered to myself, knowing she couldn't hear me. I lied. It's not like I can tell you I'm Spider-Man saving the world. With that, it was time for me to head to where Mr. Kevin Bridget and his comrades were. Meanwhile, this must be the talk of vampires lurking around, remarked the African man as he strolled through Queens. As the African man walked confidently through the streets of Queens, he couldn't ignore the whispers and rumors about the vampires hiding in the Queens. This man was Jamal Afari, a seasoned vampire hunter who would one day mentor Eric Brooks, also known as Blade. However, in this timeline, he was still in his prime, facing off against formidable vampires with his skill and determination. As the clock struck 5 p.m. and something's going on across the streets of Queens, the paths of Spider-Man and Jamal Afari seemed destined to cross. But will these two powerful heroes team up to fight the vampire menace and rescue the people of Queens from imminent danger? Vampire arc start. To be continued. After the incident. Let's go, said Vice Captain Eddie Thompson as he led the terrorists away. Suddenly, Jamal Tesfaye spoke up. Wait a minute, sir. Why should I wait? You're a criminal, Vice Captain replied, his suspicion evident. What if you try something funny? Anton, despite being handcuffed, bristled with anger. What did you say to our boss? He demanded, ready to fight. Back down, Anton, Jamal interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Then he turned to Vice Captain Eddie, explaining, it's not like that, officer. I just want to see Mark one more time. Vice Captain Thompson raised an eyebrow, considering Jamal's request with caution. And why do you need to see Mark? He asked, his tone skeptical. Jamal paused, his gaze softening as he chose his words carefully. Mark, he's similar to a friend of mine, someone I consider like a brother, he explained, his voice tinged with sincerity. I just want to thank him once again for everything. Vice Captain Eddie Thompson regarded Jamal with a hint of skepticism, but he could sense the genuine emotion in Jamal's words. After a moment of consideration, he nodded. All right, but make it quick, he instructed, gesturing for Jamal to proceed. With a nod of gratitude, Jamal followed Vice Captain Eddie towards where Mark was being held. Mark sighed. As Mark talked with Chris, Lou, and Emily, suddenly Jamal showed up. His unexpected appearance stirred up a lot of feelings in the group. Jamal, Mark exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise and confusion. He couldn't help but wonder why Jamal had chosen to approach them now, after everything that had happened. Chris's muscles tensed instinctively as he locked eyes with Jamal. Although he didn't know Jamal personally, he recognized him as one of the henchmen of the villain Spider-Man had defeated. Lo's face twisted with anger when he saw Jamal. He blamed him for killing his old boss, Albert, which fueled his desire for revenge. This made him deeply suspicious of Jamal. Emily's heart raced as she watched Jamal's approach. Fear and horror gripped her as she remembered the chilling moments when Jamal callously ended the lives of his own men. The memories flooded back, plunging her into a state of sudden and overwhelming distress. Mark, sensing Emily's distress, stepped forward and gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Emily. You're safe now, he said gently, his voice calm and soothing. He offered her a comforting smile, hoping to ease her fears in the midst of the tense situation. Lou growled at Jamal, his voice filled with hostility. What are you doing here? Do you want me to kill you? He said, his tone menacing as he confronted him. It's not what you think, Jamal Tesfaye clarified, his tone gentler. I just want to thank Mark for sparing my life from you, he explained sincerely. And his presence also brings back memories of someone dear to me, reminding me of words my friend once shared, he added, his eyes reflecting sadness as he recalled the past. Who's that, Mr. Jamal? Mark asked, his interest sparked. Jamal smirked before responding, you don't really need to know. Let's just say he's someone who can be quite troublesome at times. Anyway, I just want to say thank you, kid, Jamal continued, shifting the conversation. If it weren't for you and Lou, I probably wouldn't know who I am, he said, his voice carrying a note of sincerity. I am Jamal Tesfaye, not John Jackson. That's why I've decided I want to be me again. Mark studied Jamal's face, searching for any hint of deception or insincerity. But all he saw was a genuine willingness to change, to leave behind the darkness that had consumed him. Then Vice Captain Eddie Thompson intervened. He gestured towards the group of prisoners, signaling that it was time to depart. Let's go, time is over, he announced firmly, his voice cutting through the conversation. Jamal nodded, understanding the situation. Thank you again, kid, he said, offering a final expression of gratitude before turning to follow Vice Captain Thompson. A moment of silence settled among the group, each lost in their own thoughts. The weight of this situation hung heavy in the air, but so did a sense of relief and quiet satisfaction. Mark glanced at his friends, noticing the different expressions on their faces. Suddenly Chris then said to Mark, that's unexpected. I didn't know you could change someone's path, Mark. Mark smiled softly at Chris's remark. Sometimes, it's not about changing someone's path, he replied thoughtfully. It's about showing them that there's another way, a better way. Everyone has the power to choose who they want to be, and sometimes all it takes is a little push in the right direction. By the way, Mark added with a reflective tone, I also didn't know how I changed his path. After all, what I did back then was just to stop Lou from killing him. He paused, contemplating the series of events that led to this moment. But I guess sometimes, the smallest actions can have the biggest impact. Meanwhile, Jamal recalled his friend Jamal Afari. They were both 25 years old at the time. Past days of Jamal. Jamal, feeling a surge of anger, addressed his friend with the same name. We need you, man. You're strong and we can count on you. We need you to lead us against the government, he said strongly. It's time to put the government in their place. Why seek revenge when the war is already over? Jamal Afari questioned calmly. Moreover, the corrupt individuals are already caught by the war heroes. We've already achieved justice. What do you mean, we've already achieved justice? Jamal Tesfaye retorted, his voice rising with anger. Remember our loved ones who died because of them, he shouted furiously. Stop, Jamal. This isn't like you. Your thirst for revenge will only lead to more bloodshed, Jamal Afari continued, his tone filled with concern. I don't want to be a part of such pointless actions. You. Jamal Tesfaye shouted in anger, throwing a punch at his friend. But Jamal Afari just took the hit without flinching. You're acting just like them now, Jamal. Is that who you want to be? Jamal, or should I call you John Jackson now? He said, looking at him with pity. Then as Jamal Tesfaye looked at Jamal Afari, he realized they were different. Despite sharing the same name, their goals were not alike, and their personalities were opposite. Then, Jamal Tesfaye suddenly said, "Leave, before I get really mad. And don't ever come back here again." Jamal Afari replied, "You're still my friend, Jamal. Even if you change your name, but to me, you're still the Jamal I knew during those days." In that moment, as Jamal Tesfaye stared into Afari's eyes, he saw not just a friend, but a reflection of his former self, the self he had chosen to leave behind when he adopted the persona of John Jackson. Back to the present. Now Jamal Tesfaye couldn't shake the memories of his encounter with Jamal Afari. He wondered where his old friend was, what path he had chosen, and whether he had found the peace he had sought. Despite their differences, Jamal Tesfaye couldn't shake the bond they had shared, nor the lingering hope for Afari's well-being. "You're right, my friend," Jamal Tesfaye whispered silently in his thoughts, his voice tinged with regret and longing. "I wonder if you're okay now." Meanwhile, as Kevin Bridget and his comrades continued their investigation into the blood-sucking incidents in Queens, they were suddenly attacked by a horde of zombies. These creatures appeared out of nowhere, their ugly bodies moving towards the team with a fierce craving for flesh. Kevin grumbled quietly to himself as he looked at the chaotic scene, saying, "I don't earn much for dealing with this shit." He looked annoyed, wiping sweat from his forehead even though it was cool outside. The street lights made creepy noise, showing the scary sight of the zombies coming closer. Kevin tightened his hold on his gun, getting ready to fight, staying determined even though it seemed tough. Kevin Bridget, a veteran cop with plenty of years on the force, quickly took charge. With his gun ready, he led his team into battle against the swarm of terrifying zombies. The team fought bravely near a big mansion, their bullets hitting the never-ending group of zombies. Each person in the group showed courage and determination against really hard challenges. They had good training and skills and worked together to fight the zombies. As the fight continued, Kevin felt like he was losing control as more and more zombies came at him. He tried his best to fight them off, but one of the undead monsters broke through his defenses and lunged at him with its sharp teeth. As Kevin prepared for the zombies' attack, someone suddenly jumped in front of him. In one quick move, he hit the zombie and saved Kevin from being bitten. Breathing heavily, Kevin looked up to see his rescuer, and his eyes widened in surprise at the appearance of the man, an African man he didn't recognize. He didn't know that it was Jamal Afari, the famous vampire hunter. Jamal stood tall and confident, his manner showing he was strong and filled with resolve. "Thanks," Kevin gasped, still in shock from the narrow escape. "I owe you one." Jamal nodded briskly, his attention fixed on the ongoing fight. "No need for thanks," he said urgently. "We've got a bigger problem on our hands." Meanwhile, in the bathtub, there was a naked woman, with blood all around her. Her eyes were a deep red, and if you looked closely, you could see a tattoo of the number 69 on her back. "Oh, Sephiro just died. I can feel his connection is gone," she remarked, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "Interesting. Who could it be? Is it that new vigilante called Spider-Man they were talking about?" She paused briefly, then continued with a sly smile, "I'll find out soon enough. But for now, let's play with the intruders." Then she revealed her fangs, showing that she's a vampire. To be continued. As the group started to disperse, Chris suggested, "We should probably head home now since it's already over. Michael is all right, so there's nothing to worry about." Mark nodded in agreement, "You're probably right. I think I'll swing by my sister's workplace." Emily chimed in, "My father and mother are waiting for me. Bye, guys." She then turned to Mark, giving him a peck on the cheek. "Bye, babe." Mark smiled, a hint of warmth in his eyes as he watched Emily walk away. "Take care, Em. See you soon." The group's casual banter filled the air as they prepared to go their separate ways after a day of shared memories and camaraderie. Mark turned to Lou, intrigued. "How about you, Lou? Where are you going?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Thomas Halloway, a weathered old man at 69 years, approached Lou, a buzzcut 15-year-old boy. "Kid, you don't have a place to go anymore. How about staying with me?" he offered, his voice gruff but with a hint of kindness. Lou, with a determined look in his eyes, replied, "I have my comrades and friends with me in that mansion, old man. I can't leave them, they are my brothers in arms, after all." Thomas persisted, "You can still visit them even if you are with me. It doesn't have to be one or the other." Lou, feeling conflicted, questioned, "Why are you insisting on making me go to you? What's your angle, old man?" His loyalty to his friends and comrades was unwavering, but there was a curiosity in his tone, wondering what Thomas's true intentions were. Thomas Halloway's words carried a warmth of understanding. "You're like a reflection of my younger self," he reflected, a touch of nostalgia in his eyes. "That's why I simply want you to have a chance at a normal life, like going to school and learning a thing or two about life." Mark, sensing an unspoken desire within Lou, gently nudged him further. "Come on, Lou. You need Teacher Thomas. I can sense it deep inside you. Perhaps you just need some guidance and wisdom, something you've been missing," Mark suggested, his tone empathetic. "Your bond with your boss and his teachings may have left a void you're trying to fill." Lou's expression hardened as he challenged Mark, questioning his understanding of both himself and his late mentor. "What do you really know about me and my boss?" he demanded, skepticism evident in his voice. "And who are you to assume anything about us?" Undeterred by Lou's defensive stance, Mark remained steadfast. "While I may not have first-hand knowledge of your boss, I can discern traits about you and your boss through observation," he explained calmly. "Your reactions to his passing revealed a strong connection. Trust me, Lou." Opening up to what Teacher Thomas can offer might bring you a fresh perspective, a privilege you haven't encountered yet. The tension in the air lingered as Mark attempted to convince Lou to consider a new path that could potentially lead to personal growth and enlightenment. Lou felt torn between staying loyal to his comrades and embracing the opportunity for personal growth that Thomas presented. The gravity of the decision hung in the air as the sun set, casting a warm, colorful glow over the scene. Taking a deep breath, Lou finally spoke, his voice a mix of hesitance and determination. I need some time to think. This decision isn't easy. Emily sighed. After the intense rescue mission outside the base, the group found a peaceful moment outside, the heaviness of the day still hanging in the air. Emily Hawkins, a mix of relieved and worried, saw her parents, Gary and Sharon Hawkins, talking with some business people as the sun started to set. Emily walked toward her parents, Gary and Sharon, who were chatting with some business folks outside the base. Dad, Mom, she called out, her voice full of relief and a touch of worry. Are you finished talking to those business people? Her question hinted at a longing to be together after the intense rescue mission earlier that day. Gary and Sharon looked at their daughter, their faces relaxing as they saw her. Gary, a tough-looking man with a worn face, gave a small nod. Almost done, honey. Just finishing up some stuff, he said warmly, his eyes showing fatherly care. Sharon, a calm and caring woman, gently touched Emily's arm. We'll be finished soon, honey. How are you feeling after everything that happened today? Her voice was filled with motherly worry and affection, offering Emily a strong source of comfort during this challenging time. Emily's voice trembled as she opened up to her parents. I'm still shaken up by what happened today. I want to push it all away and forget about it, she admitted, her words tinged with a mix of vulnerability and a desperate desire to move past the traumatic events of the day. Sharon's gaze softened as she listened to Emily's words, her motherly instincts kicking in to provide comfort and reassurance. Placing a gentle hand on Emily's shoulder, she spoke in a soothing tone. It's okay, sweetheart. It's natural to feel overwhelmed after such a frightening experience. Take your time to process it all, and remember, we're here for you, no matter what. Trying to lighten the mood, Gary cleared his throat and asked, Where's Mark, your boyfriend? His tone was a bit gruff, with a hint of grumpiness showing through. Emily, her voice tinged with a mix of playfulness and a hint of teasing, responded, Dad, you still haven't accepted Mark as your future son-in-law. Her words carried a light-hearted tone, poking fun at her father's hesitance with a touch of affectionate banter. Gary, wanting to express his approval in his own way, replied, I never said I didn't like Mark. I just want him to always look out for you, no matter what. His words carried a sense of fatherly concern, emphasizing the importance of Mark's role in Emily's life. Continuing, Gary added, the way I saw him show bravery that day, the way he handled himself, it was then that I truly approved of him as my potential son-in-law. There was a touch of pride in his voice, acknowledging Mark's strength and character. With a hint of humor, Gary concluded, but let's not make him too cocky. Keep that bit between us. His gruff tone softened slightly, revealing a fondness for Mark and a desire to see him continue to stand by Emily's side with humility and strength. Emily chuckled, her laughter rising in response to her father's words. Okay, Dad, she replied, her voice filled with warmth and amusement, a sense of ease settling over their conversation. The tension of the day began to dissipate, replaced by a shared moment of laughter and family bonding. Meanwhile, Chris sighed. Chris called out, Dad, as he walked over to Conrad Hilton, who was chatting with the Alvarado family, a respected Filipino clan, and the Yoon family, a prominent Korean household, both Asians known for their richness of rice and other necessities. Conrad Hilton glanced at his son, nodding. Chris, his voice a blend of authority and warmth in the midst of the multicultural gathering and business talks. Conrad Hilton turned towards the head of the Alvarado family, Lito Alvarado, a distinguished figure in the Filipino community known for his culinary expertise and business acumen. Lito Alvarado's presence exuded a sense of respect and authority, his gaze meeting Conrad's with a nod of mutual acknowledgement in the midst of the bustling gathering. Then, Conrad shifted his focus to Yoon Min Lee, a revered member of the Korean community known for his family's culinary creations and hospitality. Yoon's demeanor radiated elegance and refinement, and there was a silent understanding between him and Conrad that surpassed cultural differences in the vibrant setting. Thank you for the wonderful time, Conrad addressed both the Alvarado and Yoon families, his tone gracious and appreciative. I must take my leave now since Chris is here. With a polite nod, he bid farewell to the affluent families, thanking them for the fruitful discussions and camaraderie before turning to his son, Chris. Then Conrad, trying to move forward from recent events, said, From now on, I'll make up for the time I've missed with you and your mother. It's become clear to me now. His words held a mix of regret and determination, a resolve to prioritize his family moving forward. Chris, hearing his father's heartfelt words, felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. The weight of past absences and missed moments slowly began to lift as he absorbed Conrad's promise to be more present in their lives. With a sense of understanding and forgiveness, Chris responded, Dad, that means a lot to Mom and me. Thank you. His voice held a tone of acceptance and optimism, a flicker of hope shining through the darkness of the past. Conrad's eyes softened as he looked at his son, a sense of gratitude washing over him. I want to make things right, Chris. I want to be there for both of you, always, he vowed, his voice tinged with sincerity and a newfound commitment to repair what had been broken. Meanwhile, During the intense battle against the zombies, Kevin Bridget turned to Jamal Afari amidst the chaos. "What's your name?" Kevin asked, his voice laced with urgency. Jamal Afari met Kevin's gaze with a steely resolve. "I am Jamal Afari," he replied succinctly, his tone carrying a sense of authority. Kevin's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, are you the famous vampire hunter in New York everyone talks about?" he asked in a mix of astonishment and admiration, realizing the significance of the figure standing before him in the midst of the supernatural crisis. Jamal Afari's expression remained stoic, his demeanor exuding a mix of humility and strength as he acknowledged Kevin's question. "Yes, that would be me," he confirmed, his voice steady despite the chaos unfolding around them. Kevin Bridget's admiration for the renowned vampire hunter grew as he witnessed Jamal's unwavering composure in the face of the supernatural threat. "It's an honor to fight alongside you," Kevin remarked, feeling a surge of determination as he fought alongside the renowned hunter. Meanwhile, MCPOV. As I swung towards the location where Sir Kevin and his comrades awaited, a surge of anticipation coursed through me. With a quick command to the system, I requested an update on my status, seeking to assess my readiness for the impending battle. The AI system responded promptly, providing me with a detailed rundown of my attributes, abilities, and available points. As I scanned through the information, a sense of determination settled within me, knowing that the choices I made would impact the outcome of the upcoming confrontation. Name: Michael Wilson, formerly Jonathan Anderson. Nationality: American. Energy: 100. Age: physically, 15 years old. Mentally, 27 years old. Attributes: Strength, 80-90. Agility, 60. Endurance, 72. Stamina, 60. Intelligence, 64. Reflexes, 60-70. Charisma, 40. Luck, 33. Abilities: Berserker, Chi Sense, Enhanced Spider Sense, Enhanced Wall Crawling, Enhanced Organic Web, Enhanced Detective Skills, Leadership Skills. Available points: Experience points, 0. Shop points, 2 million. Reviewing my attributes, I decided to allocate my 100 experience points strategically, enhancing my strength to 90 and boosting my reflexes to 70. This way, I'd have a better shot at handling whatever came my way and dodging any incoming dangers more effectively. As I drew nearer to Sir Kevin and his team, I used my chi sense to find my way through the fading light. The quiet vibes of the evening gently nudged me in the right direction, ensuring I reached them with a strong sense of purpose and determination. To be continued. Afari suggested, "Shoot them in the head, that's how you stop them," highlighting the zombies' vulnerability to headshots. Kevin nodded in agreement, replying, "Got it," as he followed Afari's advice, taking careful aim at each zombie's head and putting them down methodically. Baffled by the sudden reappearance of the undead, Kevin asked, "Why are there zombies here? Weren't they all wiped out in 1938 by those heroes?" Afari's voice was serious as he explained, "It's because of a vampire." Taken aback by this revelation, Kevin's mind raced. A vampire? Captain Edwards' speculation was spot on. He urged us to investigate this case, suggesting that the blood-sucking incidents in Queens might be linked to the vampire. With each zombie falling to his shots, the mystery deepened, hinting at a sinister plot unfolding before them. As the screams of the police officers filled the air with fear and agony, Kevin felt a heavy weight in his chest. The sounds of terror and pain carried through the late afternoon, painting a grim picture of the danger they faced. The chilling cries of the officers under attack by the zombies served as a stark reminder of the grave threat surrounding them. Kevin Bridget clicked his tongue in disappointment, noting, "Tisk, only 15 police officers left, this is not good," as he quickly reloaded his gun, getting ready for the continuous wave of zombies. Afari then handed a silver knife to Kevin, saying, "Here, in case you run out of bullets or need a backup plan. Always good to have something up your sleeve." The blade's shine in the dim light hinted at its deadly purpose, a silent reassurance in the face of escalating danger. They stood before the mansion, where Kevin Bridget had first learned about the reports of blood-sucking incidents occurring in the area. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a woman's voice pierced the silence. "Baron Blood, you're here," she said with authority and mystery. Baron Blood bowed respectfully, acknowledging her presence. "Your Majesty, Princess Lysandra Devert," he greeted with reverence. Princess Lysandra, a commanding figure in the dim room, looked directly at Baron Blood. "I need you to get rid of those pests outside our mansion," she said, her voice hinting at impatience. Baron Blood replied quickly and confidently, his determination clear in his voice. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Princess Lysandra nodded, her tone firm yet composed. "You may excuse yourself now," she dismissed him, her demeanor regal and composed as she awaited the swift execution of her command. As Baron Blood surveyed the scene from his perspective, he could feel the anticipation building within him. His eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger as he watched Kevin Bridget and Jamal Afari battling against the zombies with impressive skill and abilities. Turning to his loyal lieutenant, a vampire named Victor, Baron Blood spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Victor, prepare yourself and the ghouls. We shall join the fray shortly." Victor nodded obediently, his crimson eyes reflecting his unwavering loyalty. "As you command, my lord," he replied before swiftly disappearing into the darkness to carry out his orders. As Baron Blood left the dimly lit room, Princess Lysandra remained relaxed on her luxurious chaise longue, casually sipping her blood-red wine. Her confidence in Baron Blood's abilities was unwavering, and she saw no need to intervene personally. To her, the heroes outside were nothing more than insignificant pests, easily squashed beneath the heel of her powerful vampire servant. As Princess Lysandra savored her wine, a wicked grin spread across her lips, and amusement danced in her eyes. "Let them run around like frightened mice," she muttered with contempt, her voice tinged with mockery. "Baron Blood will dispose of them effortlessly, just as he always does." But as she enjoyed her confidence, a sudden sharp pain pierced her chest, making her gasp in agony. Holding on to her heart, Princess Lysandra grimaced, breathing shallowly as she felt the lingering pain of a scar carved deep into her flesh. "That man, with the silver claws," she whispered, her voice filled with pain. "His mark? It's on me." His claws were made of silver. Fear flickered in her eyes as she remembered the attack by the mysterious assailant, the memory of his silver claws leaving a haunting scar upon her skin. "It's okay," she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. "He's not here, not here." Meanwhile, outside the big mansion, the fight was chaotic. Kevin Bridget and Jamal Afari fought with skill, their guns loud as they faced the never-ending wave of zombies coming at them like a flood of death. With every time Kevin squeezed the trigger, another zombie fell. He didn't miss, his shots hitting their mark each time. He moved smoothly, like he was born to fight in this chaos, taking out the undead threats one after another. Next to him, Jamal was just as skilled. He moved with the grace of someone who had been fighting for years, his strikes quick and deadly, cutting down any zombie that dared to get close to him. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a group of police officers stood side by side with Kevin Bridget and Jamal Afari. They all had their guns ready, trying hard to stop the approaching wave of scary zombies. Then Kevin Bridget, a first-class sergeant with a commanding presence, issued orders to the group of officers led by Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez. "Hold your ground, everyone. We need to push them back," he directed, his voice cutting through the chaos with authority. "Ramirez, keep your squad tight and focus your fire on the incoming threats." Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez, recognizing Kevin's higher rank, swiftly relayed the orders to his men, ensuring that Kevin's directives were followed to the letter. "You heard the first class, Sergeant. Lock and load, and keep those undead bastards at bay," he shouted, his own voice carrying the weight of years of experience and leadership. As the officers gathered around Kevin, they stood together as a strong and determined team, unwavering in the face of the supernatural danger. Following Kevin's lead, they fought with new energy and determination, working together seamlessly to push back the horde of zombies. As SSGT, Mart Ramirez fought bravely with his fellow officers, a dangerous moment arose. A zombie charged at him, its rotten hands clawing towards him, aiming to bite into his skin. Just as Mart prepared for the attack, but before the zombie could make contact, a rookie police officer named Rahul Jones leaped into action. With quick reactions, Rahul shoved Sergeant Mart aside, stopping the zombie's attack just in time. The zombie's teeth nearly bit Mart, but Rahul's intervention saved him from a serious injury. Impressed by Rahul's bravery and quick actions, Mart regained his balance and swiftly killed the zombie with a precise shot to the head. Looking at Rahul, Mart saw determination and courage in the young officer's eyes, bringing a sense of hope amidst the chaotic battle. "Nice save, Jones," Mart praised, his voice filled with relief as he patted Rahul's shoulder. "Keep that quick thinking up, we'll need it if we're going to make it through this." Rahul nodded, feeling proud as Sergeant Ramirez acknowledged his actions. "Roger that, Staff Sergeant," he responded, his voice unwavering despite the rush of adrenaline. "I'll watch out for you." As the battle raged on, Rahul's bravery once again shone through as he saved another police officer from a zombie's grasp. His quick actions didn't go unnoticed, as First-Class Sergeant Kevin Bridget commended him with a smile, feeling a sense of pride for the young officer. "Good job, Rahul," Kevin praised, his smile reflecting the admiration he felt for the brave rookie. "Thank you, sir," Rahul replied, returning the smile, his heart swelling with gratitude for the recognition. But just as they were feeling a sense of relief and happiness, tragedy struck suddenly and horribly. Rahul's joyful expression turned into one of unbearable agony as his stomach was violently ripped open by an unseen force. The young officer's eyes widened in shock and agony as he felt the cold grip of death closing in around him. His breath caught in his throat, his strength draining rapidly as blood spilled from the fatal wound inflicted by the vampire's cruel hand. SSGT, Mart Ramirez's shout of shock and horror pierced the chaos as he witnessed the gruesome scene unfold before him. "Rahul," he yelled, his voice filled with anguish and disbelief. Kevin Bridget's expression darkened with grief and fury as he realized what had happened. "No," he roared, his fists clenched in frustration at the cruel twist of fate. Struggling to speak through the excruciating pain, Rahul managed to utter a final word, his voice choked with agony. "Siir," he gasped, his strength fading rapidly as he succumbed to his mortal wound. With a shuddering breath, he died, his eyes closing for the final time. As Victor observed the aftermath of his brutal attack, a wicked grin spread across his lips. With a quick motion, he pulled his blood-soaked hand away from Rahul's lifeless body, his crimson eyes glinting with malevolent satisfaction. "Pathetic," Victor scoffed, his voice full of disdain as he looked at the dead rookie officer. To think he believed he could stand against the might of a vampire. Amidst the confusion and sadness on the battlefield, Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez and First-Class Sergeant Kevin Bridget found it hard to accept the terrible loss of their comrade. They felt very sad as they thought about what had happened to the brave young officer. Mart's heart felt heavy with sorrow, and anger boiled within him as he looked at Rahul's lifeless form. The pain of losing a young and promising officer was almost too much to bear. He didn't deserve this, Mart muttered, his voice choked with emotion. He was just a kid, damn it. As Mart looked at the vampire Victor in the distance, a burning anger surged through him like a wildfire. He could see Victor's utter lack of care for human life in how he mercilessly ended Rahul's young existence. With a steely resolve, Mart clenched his fists, his jaw set with determination. Vampire, he growled, he said fiercely with righteous fury. You will pay for what you've done. Vampire, one officer whispered in fear, his voice shaking as he glanced at the ominous silhouette. Did he just say vampire? Another officer murmured, wide-eyed with disbelief, gripping his weapon tightly. But with no time to dwell on their astonishment, the police officers focused on the immediate danger, the relentless zombie horde still bearing down on them. They knew they had to push past their fear and fight on. Then, turning his attention to Mart, Victor sneered. Address me as Victor, he commanded, his voice dripping with contempt. You're nothing but an insignificant worm. Remember that. Before the confrontation could escalate further, another figure materialized. Baron Blood regarded Mart with a cold, calculating gaze, his presence radiating power and authority. Victor, did you carry out my orders? He demanded, his voice echoing with an icy edge. Victor bowed his head deferentially. Yes, Sir Baron Blood, he replied obediently, though a flicker of unease crossed his features at the mention of the legendary vampire's name. Baron Blood, Mart exclaimed, his disbelief evident in his tone. But, Baron Blood was defeated during the war. How can this be? Then Kevin Bridget's voice cut through the tension, his words filled with incredulity. Baron Blood, a German by the name of John Falsworth. He was a vampire defeated by the heroes during World War I. How is it possible that you're him? Baron Blood's expression turned serious as Kevin questioned him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Ah, so you're familiar with my history, he said, his voice filled with menace. But let me assure you, my lord will be the one who will rule this era. In a quiet, firm voice, Jamal muttered to himself, a hint of caution and determination in his words. Baron Blood, he whispered, his tone cautious. This just got a whole lot more dangerous. And if he referred to someone as my lord, it means there are even more powerful vampires behind him. As the news of Baron Blood's true identity spread, Kevin Bridget and Jamal Afari shared a silent, knowing look, their thoughts buzzing with the weight of this revelation. It was a serious game-changer, tossing them into a whole new level of danger. Kevin's voice cut through the tension, his tone resolute as he addressed his fellow officers. Stay sharp, team, he commanded, his tone carrying authority and resolve. We're up against something big, but we can't lose our cool. Stick to the plan and keep pushing. Meanwhile, Baron Blood watched the chaos unfold with a smirk, his red eyes gleaming with wicked satisfaction. Pathetic, he muttered, disdain dripping from his voice as he watched the police officers struggle against his undead minions. Worthless futile, he scoffed, rolling his eyes at their feeble attempts to stop him. But deep down, he felt a twinge of disappointment. His once fearsome zombies were failing to defeat these puny humans. Baron Blood grew impatient. Enough, he said, and with a single command, the zombies collapsed, lifeless once more. Pathetic, he muttered, unable to bear watching any longer. Turning to Victor, he issued a chilling command. Victor, release the ghouls, he ordered, his voice dripping with authority. Let them taste the fear of the living. As the zombies collapsed one by one, the police officers stared in shock and disbelief. This was not how things were supposed to go. They had expected a fierce battle against the undead minions, but now, they were witnessing their enemies crumble before their eyes. What the hell is happening? One of the officers exclaimed, his voice trembling with confusion and fear. Kevin Bridget's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. Something was clearly amiss, and it wasn't just the sudden collapse of the zombies. There was a power at play here that they hadn't anticipated, a force beyond their understanding. Stay alert, Kevin barked, trying to shake off the confusion. This could be a trap. But before they could react further, Victor obeyed Baron Blood's command, summoning the ghouls to join the fray. The grotesque creatures emerged from the darkness, their menacing presence sending a shiver down the spines of the officers. As the ghouls emerged from the darkness, Kevin and Jamal quickly sized up the situation. Despite their formidable look, there were only 5 of them. Still, their freaky appearance and fierce growls were definitely a problem. Sir, we need to defeat these 2 vampires, Jamal Afari said urgently, his eyes darting between Kevin and the advancing ghouls. Call me Kevin, Kevin Bridget responded firmly, his focus already shifting to Baron Blood and Victor. Then Jamal Afari nodded then spoke, his voice carried a tone of determined authority. Let your police officers handle the 5 ghouls, he directed to Kevin, his eyes fixed on Baron Blood. I'll handle Baron Blood. You handle the other vampire. Let's do this, Jamal affirmed, his expression resolute. You take Baron Blood, I'll handle the other vampire. Kevin nodded, his jaw clenched with determination. Let's go, he declared, his gaze steady as they prepared to confront the vampire threat head-on. Suddenly Mart Ramirez, the staff sergeant, stepped forward, his voice tense with anger and resolve. Let me join too, Sir Kevin, he insisted, his grip tight on his weapon. I'll be a fucker if I don't get a shot at that blood-sucking bastard who took out our rookie. Turning to Mart Ramirez, Kevin's expression softened slightly, acknowledging the pain and anger in the staff sergeant's eyes. Mart, you're with us, he said firmly, his voice carrying a sense of camaraderie and determination. But stay focused. Revenge won't bring back our fallen comrade. We need to take down these vampires to ensure nobody else suffers the same fate. Mart nodded, his features reflecting grim determination. Understood, sir, he replied, his voice filled with steely resolve. Let's make them pay. In my command, everyone, Kevin said as he looked at the remaining police officers. He started, scanning them, and there were only 11 left. Then he said, deal with the ghouls, Sir Jamal, Staff Sergeant Mart, and I will handle the vampires. The officers nodded, showing they understood the plan. They looked determined yet anxious. The scene crackled with tension as Kevin, Jamal, and Mart prepared to confront Baron Blood and Victor, while the remaining officers confronted the ghouls. Each member of the team knew the stakes were high, and their resolve hardened with each passing moment. Baron Blood watched with amusement as the humans prepared for battle, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Fools, he whispered, his voice carrying a mocking tone. You cannot hope to defeat us. Never doubt humans' resolve, Jamal Afari declared firmly, unleashing a relentless storm of bullets towards Baron Blood. The bullets flew towards Baron Blood, aimed straight at his chest. He moved incredibly fast, dodging them with the grace of a predator dodging its prey. As Baron Blood dodged the bullets, he laughed mockingly. Is that the best you can do, mortals? He taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Your feeble attempts to harm me are amusing, but ultimately futile. Jamal gritted his teeth, frustration mounting as his shots missed their mark. Enough talk, he snapped, quickly reloading his weapon. We're not giving up that easily. Meanwhile, as Kevin and Mart continued their attack on Victor, the vampire's lips twisted into a wicked smile. You two just don't give up, huh? He sneered, his voice oozing with malice. But sticking to it won't keep you safe from what's coming. Mart clenched his teeth, refusing to be intimidated by Victor's taunts. Screw you, he shot back, his grip tightening on his gun. I'm going to put a bullet right between your eyes, you bastard. Meanwhile, Victor's gaze shifted to the ghouls, who were closing in on the remaining officers with terrifying speed. With a flick of his wrist, he issued a chilling command to his minions. All right, he mused, his voice carrying an eerie calmness. You five, listen to me, kill those police officers. Don't help me, I can handle this too insignificant worm. The ghouls obeyed immediately, their terrifying mouths wide open as they viciously attacked the officers. Screams echoed through the air as the officers struggled to defend themselves against the brutal onslaught. You bastard! Mart exclaimed, his voice filled with rage. Mart, stay calm. Kevin interjected firmly. Don't let your emotions overwhelm you. He shouted to Mart amidst the noise of battle. Let's concentrate on this vampire right here. We'll handle the ghouls afterward. As he heard his superior's command, Mart's rage subsided, replaced by a steely determination. You're right, sir, he replied, his voice firm and resolute. Let's take down this motherfucker first. Meanwhile, Mart and Kevin aimed their weapons at Victor, firing with precision amidst the chaotic battle. Each shot was carefully aimed, showing their strong commitment to defeating the vampire. It won't work, your gun isn't silver bullet, Victor said, his voice full of mockery, his red eyes shining with confidence. Are you sure? Kevin retorted, his tone filled with defiance. Then, with a surge of emotion, he continued, look at your chest, you bastard. Victor looked down, his face twisted in confusion. Horror washed over him as he saw a silver bullet buried in his flesh, crackling with strange energy. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. Victor's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the wound. Impossible, he muttered, his voice tinged with shock and anger. Mart smirked triumphantly, his confidence growing. Looks like silver bullets work just fine, he declared, his tone dripping with satisfaction. Kevin nodded in agreement, a fierce glint in his eyes. Time to finish this, he said, determination burning within him as he raised his weapon, ready to deliver the final blow. Then Victor's eyes blazed with fury as he quickly pulled the silver bullet from his stomach. Do you think this could kill me? Dream on, he spat, his voice dripping with scorn. Before Mart and Kevin could react, Victor darted toward them like a shadow. With incredible speed, he struck Kevin hard, knocking him back with a painful grunt. Kevin managed to shield himself partially, but the force of the blow still sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, his breath knocked out of him, as he struggled to regain his footing amidst the situation. Mart acted on instinct, reaching for the baton tucked away in his pocket with determination. He swiftly swung it at Victor, aiming for his vulnerable spots with precision and skills. The baton hit Victor with a satisfying sound, but he barely seemed affected. Instead, he struck back fiercely, his moves smooth and lethal as he tried to overpower Mart with sheer strength. As Victor launched his counterattack, Mart staggered backward, letting out a pained cry as he struggled to defend himself. As Victor moved in for the kill, a sudden gunshot rang out, striking him squarely in his vulnerable spot on his chest. Bastard, he exclaimed, his voice filled with pain and fury as he glanced towards the source. It was Kevin, who had been thrown back but still managed to take the shot. That's what you get for underestimating us, Kevin declared, his voice resolute despite his injuries. He then urged Mart, now, Mart, shoot him in the head. Mart wasted no time. With determination burning in his eyes, he took aim and fired at Victor's head, shouting amidst the chaos, this is for Rahul Jones. The shot hit its mark, and Victor slumped to the ground, defeated. As Baron Blood sensed Victor's demise, he couldn't help but mock his fallen comrade. Stupid bastard. That's what you get for underestimating them, he sneered. Then, turning his attention back to the battle with Jamal Afari, he added, he was just a lesser vampire anyway. Meanwhile, the police officers, led by Officer Senior First Class Eric Morian, rallied together after the intense fight against the ghouls. With determination etched on his face, Eric addressed the remaining officers, his voice firm and commanding. "Follow me," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. In the dim light, only 8 officers stood tall. Eric led the way, gun as ready as they approached. They encountered the last 3 ghouls, who were different from the rest. They could talk. This realization sent a chill down the officers' spines, adding to the tension of the already perilous situation. Ghoul number 1 sneered, "You dare challenge me, Urk?" His voice dripping with malice. "Gihihi," chuckled Ghoul number 2, "these pathetic humans have no clue who they're dealing with. I'm Loco, brother of Urk." "Quahaha," cackled Ghoul number 3, his voice dripping with malice. "How about we have ourselves a little feast while they're still kicking," he suggested, his eyes hungry for prey. "The name's UGMA. Remain calm, everyone," Eric commanded, his voice steady despite the mounting danger. Then Urk's assault was brutal and unforgiving. He lunged at one officer, sinking his teeth into the man's flesh as he writhed in agony. The air was filled with the sickening sound of tearing flesh and the officer's screams, creating a terrifying scene in the midst of the chaotic battle. The officers fired their weapons, aiming at Urk with all they had. The bullets hit him, making him pause for a moment, but instead of slowing down, he seemed to get even more aggressive. Meanwhile, UGMA and Loco advanced, their malicious laughter echoing in the dim light of the battleground. With hungry eyes fixed on their prey, they closed in on the officers, ready to join Urk in his gruesome feast. With urgency in his voice, Eric Morian shouted, "Everyone, shoot." The officers, knowing they had no choice but to fight for their lives, unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the advancing ghouls. Bullets flew, filling the air with a deafening roar as the officers unleashed their firepower. Despite their best efforts, the ghouls continued their relentless advance, shrugging off the barrage of bullets with an unnerving determination. As the ghouls moved forward, they found themselves trapped in sticky webs, causing the officers to gasp in surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Spider-Man swing in, standing in the way of the approaching threats. Eric and his team went from shocked to hopeful in an instant. Spider-Man's arrival felt like a game-changer. With his swift moves and lightning reflexes, it seemed like he could totally flip the script on the ghouls. To be continued. As I swung through Queens, I focused real hard, trying to sense Sir Kevin Bridget's chi, but then, oh man, a bad feeling hit me. Lots of chi signatures were disappearing. It was like a heavy weight dropping on me. Those folks were probably gone. Come on, please don't die," I whispered inside. My heart was pounding fast as I rushed towards where they were, really hoping to find them okay. Finally, I spotted them amidst the chaos, but my relief was short-lived as I caught sight of a monstrous figure, a ghoul. Shock and fear gripped me as I realized the danger they were facing. I swung my web towards the trio of ghouls. These monsters had taken the lives of many police officers, and I wasn't gonna hold back. They weren't people, they were ghouls. With swift precision, I caught them fast in my web, trapping them in one spot. Then, quick as lightning, I summoned my throwing knives in my inventory. I aimed my throwing knives straight at their eyes, putting all my strength into it. With no mercy, I let them fly, and with a powerful impact, the knives pierced their eyes. I quickly spun my web around their bodies, making sure they were completely trapped and couldn't break free. I landed smoothly in front of the police officers. Eric's voice cut through the chaos, calling out, "Spider-Man." It was a moment of hope. "What's going on, sir?" I asked the police officers who gestured for my attention. "Just call me Eric," one of them replied, sounding tired but resolute. "It's the vampires. They're causing all this chaos," he explained, his frustration clear. "Our comrades fell victim to them," he added, his voice carrying both sadness and anger. Faced with the danger of vampires, I quickly turned towards from the trapped ghouls to Eric, a sense of urgency gripping me. "Sir Eric, can you handle these ghouls?" I asked, concern filled my voice. "I believe that you and the other police officers deserve to kill these ghouls as they were the ones who killed your fallen comrades." I continued, my voice firm. "That's why I trapped them in my web while I also blinded them," I clarified, keeping it simple. "They need to pay for what they've done." As Eric looked at me, we shared a silent understanding, both burdened by the loss we had witnessed but determined to see justice done. "We'll handle this," he said, his voice heavy with sadness but his determination clear. "Thanks for your help, Spider-Man." As I tuned into Kevin Bridget's, relief flooded me when I realized they were okay. But alongside that comfort, I sensed a dark, eerie cause. Could this be the vampires? And then, there was another Chi, engaged in a battle against this darkness. Someone else was fighting against the evil force. In the distance, I saw a person battling the evil force. He looked like a man from Africa. Then, in my mind, I silently requested my system to provide me with his status. "Affirmative, host." "Complete," the system responded. Status. Name, Jamal Afari. Nationality, Sudanese. Age, 36. Attributes. Strength, 110. Agility, 105. Endurance, 100. Stamina, 105. Intelligence, 90. Reflexes, 110. Charisma, 40. Luck, 70. Skills. Weapon proficiency, skilled in the use of various weapons suitable for vampire hunting, including stakes, swords, and firearms. Tracking, experienced in tracking vampires and other supernatural creatures, utilizing knowledge of their behavior and habitats. Stealth, proficient in moving silently and remaining undetected, useful for sneaking up on vampires and infiltrating their lairs. Lore, knowledgeable about vampire lore, including their weaknesses, strengths, and history, allowing for effective planning and strategy. Special abilities. Vampire Slayer, Jamal possesses specialized training and equipment for hunting and combating vampires, including knowledge of their weaknesses and effective tactics for dispatching them. Enhanced senses, Jamal's senses are heightened, allowing him to detect vampires and other supernatural entities more easily. Regeneration resistance, Jamal has developed a resistance to vampire bites and other forms of supernatural regeneration, making him more resilient in combat against them. Technique skills. Blade Mastery, Beyond Master highly skilled in the use of blade weapons, such as swords and daggers, for precise and lethal strikes against vampires. Capoeira, advanced proficient in the Brazilian martial art of capoeira, known for its acrobatic movements and fluid strikes. Boxing, Beyond Master mastered the art of boxing, utilizing precise punches and footwork to deliver devastating blows. Shotokan Karate, Beyond Master mastered the traditional Japanese martial art of Shotokan Karate, focusing on powerful strikes and dynamic movements. Kung Fu, advanced proficient in the Chinese martial art of Kung Fu, incorporating a wide range of striking, kicking, and grappling techniques. Ninjutsu, advanced proficient in the Japanese martial art of ninjutsu, specializing in stealth, espionage, and unconventional combat tactics. Eskrima, master highly skilled in the Filipino martial art of eskrima, known for its use of sticks, knives, and empty hand techniques in close quarters combat. Jamal Afari, Blade's mentor. Holy moly, in the Blade comics, Jamal Afari was a legendary vampire hunter. He retired from hunting vampires, and he took on the role of mentor, passing down his formidable skills to Blade, the very person who had once rescued him when Blade was just 9 years old. However, in the current timeline, Blade isn't around yet, as it's still 1947, and he's only 36 years old. Regardless, looking at Afari's stats, it's obvious he's still really good at what he does. His stats and abilities are seriously overpowered when it comes to vampires. Now let's turn to the vampire he was fighting, I muttered silently, prompting my Spider-Man system to display the creature's status. Affirmative, host. Scanning. Complete. The system responded promptly. Name, Baron Blood, John Falsworth. Nationality, British. Age, over 100, appears mid-30s due to vampiric condition. Attributes. Strength, 150. Agility, 140. Endurance, 160. Stamina, 150. Intelligence, 130. Reflexes, 140. Charisma, 40. Luck, 50. Special abilities. Vampiric physiology, Baron Blood possesses enhanced physical attributes and regenerative abilities typical of vampires, granting him increased strength, speed, and durability. Baron Blood can withstand sunlight for a limited duration, enabling him to remain active during daylight hours. However, this resilience comes with a trade-off. He forfeits the use of traditional shape-changing abilities, such as morphing into a bat or wolf. Flight, Baron Blood can transform into a bat-like form and fly at high speeds. Hypnosis, he has the ability to hypnotize and manipulate weaker-willed individuals, bending them to his will. Regeneration, Baron Blood can rapidly heal from most injuries, including severe wounds and limb reattachment. Vampiric bite, Baron Blood's bite can transmit the vampiric infection, potentially turning victims into vampires under his control. Skills. Swordsmanship, proficient in sword fighting techniques, often wielding a rapier with deadly precision. Charisma, skilled in manipulation and deception, using his charm and wit to gain the trust of his victims. Strategy, experienced in military tactics and strategic planning, utilizing his intellect to outmaneuver opponents. Holy shit, it's Baron fucking Blood. In the comics, this guy becomes a vampire after getting too greedy for power from Dracula's castle. Dracula hypnotizes him, turning him into a vampire as well. He ends up teaming up with the German army during World Wars I and II, terrorizing England as Baron Blood. Heroes like Union Jack, who's secretly his brother, try to stop him, and Union Jack manages to injure him with a silver blade, forcing him to flee England. Later on, he disguises himself as his own descendant, living in Falsworth Manor and plotting against his niece and brother. But eventually, Captain America killed him in the end. Pretty fucked up, right? In this world, I'm almost certain he perished during the war while battling the heroes, the Howling Commandos. So, why is he here now? Just when I thought Baron Blood died fighting the heroes in the war, here he is, alive and kicking. It's puzzling how he managed to survive when everyone who wrote the news thought he was done for. Maybe there's more to his story or some weird stuff going on. Either way, his sudden return is fishy, and it seems like he's up to no good. Looking at Baron Blood's abilities, it's no surprise he's so formidable considering he's been alive for over a century. His immunity to direct sunlight, albeit temporary, makes sense now, especially with the experiments he's undergone. Reflecting on vampire weaknesses, it's all clicking into place. In those vampire movies, I used to think it was just plot armor when the hunters took them down so easily. I mean, vampires are supposed to be these superior beings, right? After all, they age slowly and are strong. But now it's clear, every time they face their weaknesses, they weaken. It's like a vulnerability cascade. So, it's not just luck or plot convenience, it's the inherent weakness of their kind. It appeared that they hadn't noticed me since their attention was entirely focused on their battles. Meanwhile, as Jamal Afari stood opposite Baron Blood, you could feel the tension mounting in the air. Both of them eyed each other, full of determination. It was clear they were about to have one heck of a fight, pushing themselves to the max to see who'd come out on top. Jamal gripped his silver blade tightly, ready to strike at Baron Blood. In a quick motion, he pulled out his gun, holding it in his other hand as a backup in case his blade failed to strike. He got into a defensive position, his muscles tense and ready to attack. As Baron Blood saw that Jamal was ready, he swiftly jumped forward, his fangs showing as he snarled like a hungry beast. Jamal quickly moved to the side, dodging the attack smoothly. He then kicked out with his left foot, aiming carefully at Baron Blood's stomach. The kick landed solidly, knocking the wind out of Baron Blood and sending him stumbling back. Jamal didn't waste a moment, quickly launching into a flurry of strikes with his silver blade, each swing aimed to take down the vampire. Each strike found its mark, causing Baron Blood to howl in agony as his undead body weakened with each blow. His movements slowed, and his strength faded with every hit from Jamal's silver blade. With each strike, Jamal could hear Baron Blood's furious protests. "You human," the vampire roared, his voice filled with angry. "You insect." But Jamal remained resolute, pressing his advantage with each swing of his silver blade. As Baron Blood attacked again, Jamal quickly blocked his strikes with his silver blade. Jamal smirked as he parried Baron Blood's attacks. "Feeling weaker, are we?" he taunted. Baron Blood growled in frustration at Jamal's taunt, his eyes flashing with rage. As Jamal fought Baron Blood, a sudden presence caught his attention. A figure swung into the scene. Landing gracefully in the midst of the chaos, this newcomer drew Jamal's astonished gaze. He saw the black suit and blue eyes mask. It was Spider-Man, the new hero in town. With Baron Blood weakened by Jamal's silver blade and bullets, Spider-Man swiftly zapped him with a burst of webbing, immobilizing him further. The vampire struggled against the webbing but found himself unable to break free. Turning to Jamal, Spider-Man nodded, his voice determined. "Now, sir, shoot him in the head." With determination, Jamal aimed his gun steadily at Baron Blood's head, his finger ready to pull the trigger. Baron Blood's eyes widened in terror as he realized his impending fate. "No, you can't," he shrieked, his voice filled with desperation. But Jamal remained resolute. With a firm pull, he fired the shot. The sound reverberated through the night, followed by a silence as Baron Blood fell lifeless to the ground. "Thanks, Spider-Man," Jamal said gratefully, nodding towards the masked hero. "I could have taken him down on my own, but it would have been a longer fight. Your help made all the difference." "And why are you here, though?" Jamal asked, curious about Spider-Man's sudden appearance. I heard about Queens, that there's a blood-sucking incident and people are dying. So yeah," Spider-Man hesitated, his voice is a little bit weird. "As a hero, I can't just turn a blind eye to this, can I?" "Yeah, I get that. After all, you're a vigilante, just like me," Jamal replied, understanding Spider-Man's sense of responsibility. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of them, her presence commanding attention. "How dare you," she exclaimed, her voice dripping with anger and grief. "You killed my trusted servant." Spider-Man's response had a touch of sarcasm. "Hey, we're the victims here, not you." He folded his arms, confuse filled his face. To be continued. As Kevin and Mart prepared to rush to Jamal's aid, I swung down from the shadows, landing gracefully before them. Their surprise was palpable as they laid eyes on me. "Hello folks," I greeted them calmly, my voice muffled by the mask concealing my identity. "Leave it to me, you two should go to your comrades, the police officers." Their astonishment was evident, Kevin's exclamation of Spider-Man, ringing through the alley. I nodded beneath my mask, acknowledging their recognition. Mart's voice broke through the tension, carrying a mix of disbelief and admiration. "Spider-Man, are you the one who defeated the ghoul?" he asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. I nodded again, acknowledging his question as my eyes moved to where Eric and the other cops fought the three ghoul. The thing was stuck in my web, wriggling and growling. "Indeed, I helped take down the ghouls," I confirmed, my tone serious. "But there's still work to be done. You two go assist your comrades. I'll handle this." With a nod of understanding, Kevin and Mart dashed off to join their fellow officers. Then I watched Jamal fight Baron Blood. I could tell Jamal was badass, he doesn't even need my help. But I figured if I helped out, we could beat the vampire even faster. Quickly, I jumped into the fight alongside Jamal, adding my agility and fighting skills to his own. Together, we attacked Baron Blood with precise and effective teamwork. Meanwhile, Princess Lysandra Devert was happily sipping her blood-filled wine in her mansion, feeling good. But suddenly, her mood turned sour when she felt the loss of her trusted servant. Anger surged through her as she gritted out a series of no, her frustration boiling over within the confines of her mansion. With a sudden move, she appeared behind Spider-Man and Jamal, her presence grabbing their attention. Tension filled the air as she faced them, her anger is showing through her face. "How dare you," she exclaimed, her voice dripping with fury and grief. MC sighed. As she confronted us, I couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. This was at the moment a boss music should appear. And also in this case, it wasn't just any boss, it was a vampire princess. "Princess Lysandra," Jamal greeted her calmly, his voice steady despite the danger. What do you mean? How dare you? You bloodsuckers killed too many innocent people, he continued, his tone firm and unyielding. How do you know my name? Princess Lysandra demanded, her voice carrying a mix of surprise and hostility. Jamal smirked, a hint of all-knowing in his expression. I already had suspicions, he explained confidently. When Baron Blood mentioned his lord, I connected the dots. The only one who fought and escaped from the heroes back then was you, Princess Lysandra. Holy shit. Was this really true? Princess Lysandra, a vampire from the old era? She could be over 500 years old. That meant she was likely more powerful than us. The realization sent a chill down my spine, but it also fueled my determination to stop her. We couldn't let her continue her reign of terror. I silently commanded the system to check Princess Lysandra's status, seeking more information about our formidable opponent. Affirmative, host, the AI system responded promptly. Initiating status check. Complete. Name, Princess Lysandra Devert. Title, Vampire Princess. Age, 500+ years old. Attributes. 100 due to debuff. Strength, 380-100. Agility, 300-100. Endurance, 320-100. Stamina, 300-100. Intelligence, 320-100. Reflexes, 300-100. Charisma, 180-100, due to scar. Luck, 40. Special abilities. Vampiric physiology. As a vampire, Princess Lysandra possesses enhanced physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and reflexes. Immortality. Having lived for approximately 500 years, Princess Lysandra has achieved immortality, allowing her to survive for centuries without aging. Hypnotic charm. Princess Lysandra possesses a mesmerizing charm that allows her to enchant and manipulate others, bending them to her will. Regeneration. She can rapidly heal from most injuries, including severe wounds, and regenerate lost limbs over time. Telepathy. Princess Lysandra has developed the ability to communicate telepathically with other vampires and occasionally with weaker-willed humans. Shapeshifting. Princess Lysandra can transform into various animals, including bats, dogs, and cats, granting her enhanced mobility, stealth, and sensory perception in different situations. Weaknesses. Sunlight sensitivity. Princess Lysandra is sensitive to sunlight and must avoid direct exposure to UV rays to prevent severe burns and discomfort. Stake vulnerability. Like most vampires, she is vulnerable to wooden stakes through the heart, which can immobilize or kill her if struck accurately. Silver sensitivity. Contact with silver can weaken or kill Princess Lysandra, causing discomfort or potential harm, and prolonged exposure may have adverse effects on her vampiric abilities. Holy symbols. Holy symbols such as crosses and religious artifacts can repel or weaken Princess Lysandra, causing discomfort or potential harm if she comes into contact with them. Weakness trait. Exposure vulnerability. Princess Lysandra's vampiric abilities gradually weaken when exposed to her weaknesses for prolonged periods. Each weakness encountered reduces one of her special abilities or attributes by 10% until she is no longer exposed. The weakening effect begins with her most recent ability or attribute enhancement. For example, if Princess Lysandra is exposed to sunlight, her agility may decrease by 10%. If she is then struck by a silver weapon, her strength may decrease by an additional 10%. The weakening effect continues until she is no longer exposed to her weaknesses, at which point her abilities gradually return to their full strength. Debuff trait. Silver wound. Princess Lysandra carries severe wounds inflicted by Wolverine's silver claws, causing a persistent debuff to her attributes. The debuff reduces all of her attributes by 100 points until she can find a way to heal or mitigate the effects of the silver wounds. Technique skills. Royal Blade Mastery. Master Princess Lysandra is highly skilled in the use of traditional royal weapons, such as elegant swords and daggers, favored by aristocracy in her era. Her mastery of blade techniques emphasizes grace, precision, and lethal strikes, reflecting her status as a noble warrior. Ancient Dance. Master Princess Lysandra has mastered the ancient art of courtly dance, which doubles as a form of combat in her era. Her graceful movements and precise footwork enable her to evade attacks and counter with fluid strikes, blurring the lines between dance and martial arts. Damn, those stats are up, but it's surprising to see them decrease because of Wolverine man. He's a tough opponent. I mean, Wolverine is practically unbeatable, being immortal and all. It's kind of sad to think about her facing off against him. Who in their right mind would dare to fight Wolverine? Yet, the fact that she survived against him, that itself is a massive feat. And I know that if she fought the heroes from the past, it means she encountered Wolverine. As expected, the Howling Commandos had Wolverine there. Then suddenly, she interjected. Lysandra's eyes flashed with anger as she listened to Jamal's words. You dare to challenge me, mortals, she spat, her voice dripping with anger. You will regret crossing paths with the Princess of the Night. Jamal stayed calm and determined. We might not know everything about you, Princess, he said firmly, but we know you're a threat to this city. We won't let you hurt any more innocent people. With a quick move, Princess Lysandra charged at Jamal and me, her eyes blazing with rage outside the mansion. I deftly dodged her attack, narrowly avoiding her sharp claws. As Princess Lysandra unleashed her speed blitz, targeting Jamal first, I knew I had to act fast. With a flick of my wrist, I shot webs at Princess Lysandra's eyes, temporarily blinding her and disrupting her attack. The move bought us a moment, but it wasn't long before she shifted her focus to me. Before I could react, she morphed and appeared right in front of me, delivering a devastating punch to my gut. The force of her blow sent me hurtling backward, the air knocked out of my lungs as pain shot through my body. Gah! I grunted, struggling to regain my breath as I fought against the agony. Princess Lysandra's strength was unlike anything I had faced before, and it was clear that I was outmatched in a straight-up fight. But I couldn't afford to give up. Not when innocent lives were at stake. With no other option left, I tapped into the berserker power within me. It was a risky move, one that filled me with a primal, almost feral energy. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Enhancements in berserker mode. Strength, increased to 130. Agility, increased to 90. Endurance, increased to 108. Stamina, increased to 90. Reflexes, increased to 100. I got my silver knuckles from my inventory and put them on my hands. Silver was her weakness, so I wanted to use it to help me in the fight. Then Jamal and I exchanged a quick glance, our unspoken communication clear. It was time to coordinate our attacks and take down this formidable foe together. With a swift motion, Jamal closed the distance between him and the vampire princess, his gun and silver knife at the ready. He fired a precise shot, aiming for Princess Lysandra's shoulder to distract her while simultaneously lunging forward with his knife, aiming at her stomach. Princess Lysandra moved really fast to dodge Jamal's gun and knife, but we were prepared for her speed. After activating my berserker power, my abilities surged significantly, making me more than prepared to match her speed. Plus, with her previous injuries from Wolverine, she wasn't at her strongest. The more she suffered from those wounds, the weaker she became. As I expected her to dodge, I shot my webs to tangle her legs and slow her down. But wow, she was strong. She broke free like it was nothing, fueled by anger. As Princess Lysandra easily tore through my webbing, she sneered, calling me a worm spider with a mocking tone. Unfazed, Jamal and I kept going, blending our attacks smoothly to keep Princess Lysandra on her toes. I punched at her with my silver knuckles, trying to distract her and give Jamal a chance to strike. With a quick signal from Jamal, we worked together seamlessly. While I kept Princess Lysandra busy with a flurry of punches, Jamal moved strategically around her. He was like a shadow, smooth and calculated. Seizing the chance, Jamal shot at her leg, aiming to slow her down. When the bullet hit her, she stumbled, thrown off balance for a moment. Capitalizing on her momentary weakness, I landed a heavy punch to her chest, the silver knuckles amplifying the impact. She staggered back from the blow, but swiftly recovered, her movements graceful yet unsettling. With a chuckle, I added, "Just so you know, I'm all about gender equality. I punch everyone I deem as villains." Princess Lysandra got really mad when I joked about punching everyone, her face twisting into an angry snarl. "You insolent fool," she yelled, her voice full of venom. "You dare to mock me? You will pay dearly for your impudence." With a smirk, I couldn't resist laughing about cliché villainous line. "Here we go again," I taunted, my tone dripping with sarcasm. "Shall we dance, my lord?" To be continued. As the battle continued to unfold, Princess Lysandra's rage fueled her attacks, making her even more dangerous. Jamal and I had to stay on our toes, working together to anticipate her moves and counter them effectively. "Spider-Man." Princess Lysandra's voice cut through the tension, her anger palpable as she directed her gaze towards me. "It's because of you," she accused, her tone sharp with frustration. "You're the one who always ruins our organization's plans." I was puzzled as her words sank in. I couldn't understand why she was blaming me. Although I had intervened to protect the police officers many times, I wasn't the one who planned the attack on her castle or disrupting their operations. "What organization?" I asked, genuinely confused. Though while I've tangled with my fair share of bad guys, the only recent encounter that came to mind was with the organization known as 69. Could she be referring to them? "Are you the ones manipulating Jordhos and Sephiro Lukans, turning them against the government while you remain hidden?" I confronted her, trying to unravel the mysteries behind their sinister schemes. "If you're part of that organization, then you must be pulling the strings behind these acts." She chuckled darkly, a chilling sound that echoed through the alley. "Ah ha 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 ha," she laughed mockingly. "You believe us vampires to be the puppeteers of that organization? Oh, how mistaken you are." Her laughter subsided, replaced by a cold truth. "While I am indeed one of the original members, there are many who are stronger like me. And mark my words, Spider-Man, those around you, and you yourself will soon face the consequences of your actions." Her voice dripped with malice as she spoke, sending a shiver down my spine. Her words felt heavy, like a dark cloud looming over us. Princess Lysandra's warning hinted that something even scarier was happening, something bigger and more evil than just our fight here. "What are you two talking about?" "Enough of this nonsense," Jamal Afari interjected, his voice firm as he moved forward, aiming for Princess Lysandra. Princess Lysandra, however, was quick to react. With a graceful yet deadly motion, she sidestepped Jamal's attack, her movements fluid and precise. "Foolish mortal," she hissed, her eyes ablaze with fury as she countered Jamal's assault with a swift strike of her own. Jamal barely avoided her attack, but it was obvious that Princess Lysandra was incredibly fast and agile. With hundreds of years of fighting experience, she was extremely dangerous in battle. As Jamal and Princess Lysandra fought, I jumped back in, wanting to help Jamal. With calculated precision, I fired a series of webs at Princess Lysandra, aiming to immobilize her and create an opening for Jamal to strike. Princess Lysandra cried out in pain, grabbing her chest where the scar inflicted by Wolverine caused her agony. It was evident that her injury was worsening, making her weaker. If it weren't for this injury, we wouldn't have had any hope against her incredible strength and skills. Let's go, sir, I urged, ready to capitalize on Princess Lysandra's vulnerability. Jamal corrected me, stating firmly, "My name is Jamal. Just Jamal." I nodded, acknowledging his preference, and replied, "Okay, Sir Jamal." Despite already knowing his name, I played along, respecting his wishes as we prepared to face our formidable opponent. As we moved closer to her, a strange black portal suddenly appeared in front of Princess Lysandra, looking like something from Doctor Strange's portal powers. Meanwhile, Kevin Bridget, a first-class sergeant, and Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez, accompanied by Senior First Class Eric Morian and other police officers, observed Spider-Man from a distance after they had vanquished the ghouls. Mart Ramirez voiced his concern, "Sir, shall we go and assist Spider-Man?" But Kevin Bridget cautioned against it, calling Mart an idiot. "We would only be a hindrance to them," he explained. "If we join the fight, we'll become the primary targets for that vampire. She's much stronger than what we've faced before. Fighting her would likely result in our deaths. She'll see us as an opportunity to get to Spider-Man and Sir Jamal." He emphasized the danger, warning against underestimating vampires, especially one of her stature. "She seems to be a royal vampire, known for their arrogant, prideful, and cunning nature," Kevin concluded. Suddenly, as they watched, a mysterious black portal materialized before the woman. Their reactions were a mix of shock and apprehension as they witnessed the sudden appearance of the black portal before the woman. Meanwhile, MC POV. Someone appearing through a portal, resembling a sorcerer? No way. Suddenly, it dawned on me. That day when the system mentioned sorcerers and witches existing in this world. This is bad news. System, what is that man's status? I asked urgently, seeking information about the newcomer. Affirmative, host, the system responded promptly. Initiating status check. Complete. Name, Atlas Pendragon Holtwood. Title, Vengeful Sorcerer. Age, 100 years. Physically resembles a 30-year-old due to magic. Attributes. Strength, 280. Agility, 320. Endurance, 300. Stamina, 280. Intelligence, 400. Reflexes, 320. Charisma, 100, decreasing it into 40. Luck, 40. Abilities. Sorcerer's Mastery. Atlas possesses formidable magical abilities, allowing him to manipulate arcane energies for various purposes, including offensive spells, defensive shields, and enchantments. Age reversal. Through powerful magic, Atlas has reversed the effects of aging on his body, maintaining a youthful appearance despite being a centenarian. Dimensional manipulation. Atlas can open portals to other dimensions, allowing him to travel instantaneously and summon beings or objects from alternate realms. Elemental affinity. Atlas is attuned to the elements, enabling him to command and manipulate fire, water, air, and earth with ease. Astral projection. He can project his consciousness outside of his physical body, allowing him to traverse the astral plane and interact with spiritual entities. Magical barrier. Atlas can erect powerful barriers to shield himself and others from physical and magical attacks, providing formidable defense in combat. Knowledge absorption. Through magical means, Atlas can absorb knowledge and information from books, scrolls, and other sources, rapidly increasing his understanding of arcane lore and ancient wisdom. Weaknesses. Physical vulnerability. Despite his magical prowess, Atlas remains susceptible to physical harm and injury, particularly from attacks that bypass his magical defenses. Limited mortality. Despite his magic, Atlas is not truly immortal and can still be killed through conventional means, such as severe physical attacks or powerful magical attacks. This guy is a monster, I thought angrily, gritting my teeth as I felt completely powerless. Just as I struggled with my emotions, Jamal interrupted, his voice breaking through the tense air. "Who are you?" he asked firmly, trying to understand what was happening. However, the man ignored Jamal's questions, focusing solely on her. "You can't kill her, not while I'm here," he stated firmly, his words carrying a sense of authority. Then, he looked directly at me, his gaze intense and unwavering. "Spider-Man, we will meet again. Maybe not now, perhaps years from now, but mark my words, that day will be your downfall," he proclaimed ominously, his voice carrying a weight of inevitability. With those chilling words, he disappeared into the swirling portal, leaving us feeling bewildered and uneasy. As the portal closed behind him, leaving us in stunned silence, I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that gripped me. The encounter had left more questions than answers, and the sense of impending danger loomed larger than ever. To be continued. After the fight, we explained what happened to the police, and they shared their reasons for being there and other relevant information. I've already got my reward for completing the quest, as the system recognized my achievement. "So, you mean that vampire is from the organization called 69? Kevin Bridget inquired, seeking clarification. "Yes, sir," I confirmed, nodding. "I leave this case to you, sir, as I have to go now." "Don't worry, Spider-Man, leave this to us," Kevin assured me. I nodded gratefully, expressing my thanks for their understanding. Initially, I had been skeptical of the police, given the portrayal of law enforcement in some Spider-Man movies, but now I realized that officers like Sir Kevin and my father were genuinely kind people. Lost in thought, Jamal Afari interjected, handing me a number. Spider-Man, here, he said. Call me. This is my McCall device, in case vampires appear again. Roger that, sir, I acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Good, Jamal said, with a sense of purpose. I still have something to do. With that, he left. Taking one last glance at the police officers, I swung away towards home, ready to rest and reflect on the day's events. As I swiftly landed in my room and triggered the deactivation command for my Spider-Man suit, transforming back into Michael Wilson, I thought I was the only one in my room. However, my relief was short-lived when I heard someone speak in my room. Michael, you're Spider-Man. The voice belonged to Mark Fletcher, my best friend. Turning to face him, I found myself at a loss for words. Mark's eyes were wide with surprise and curiosity, waiting for an explanation. My mind raced to come up with something convincing, anything to deflect suspicion. Mark, I started, my voice betraying a hint of nervousness. This is complicated. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Well, you see. But Mark wasn't buying it. His expression was a mix of disbelief and intrigue, urging me to spill the truth. Caught in the moment, I realized there was no escaping it. I had to come clean to my best friend. Yeah, I am Spider-Man, I confessed with a heavy sigh, acknowledging the weight of my secret. I knew deep down that eventually, Mark would uncover the truth. It seemed inevitable, especially considering the countless portrayals of best friends discovering the superhero identities of their counterparts in various Spider-Man universe. Suddenly, Mark interjected, his voice filled with surprised and worried. I get it now. You've been disappearing a lot lately, especially during those 4 months. You always had some excuse to leave, he said, his words tumbling out as he connected the dots. And now I realize you were gone during that incident. I'm really worried about you, man. I mean, come on, Michael, Mark continued, his tone filled with concern. You're out there risking your life, fighting criminals and monsters. What if something happens to you? What if you get hurt or worse? I sighed, feeling the weight of his words. Mark had always been like a brother to me, and I hated keeping secrets from him. But I couldn't risk his safety by revealing my identity as Spider-Man. I know, Mark, I said, trying to reassure him. But I have to do this. There are people out there who need help, and if I can make a difference, then it's worth the risk. Mark nodded, his expression still troubled. I get that you want to help people, Michael, he said softly. But promise me you'll be careful out there. Promise me you'll watch your back and come back in one piece. I smiled gratefully at him, touched by his concern. I promise, Mark, I said earnestly. I'll do everything I can to stay safe. So, anyway, how did you end up here? Shouldn't you be with Mary? I asked Mark, trying to change the subject. Mark leaned back against my desk, his expression thoughtful. Well, my sister was here in your living room helping Aunt Ember in cooking, he began, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. I was just trying to surprise you. I even told my sister that if you asked where I was, I told her I had to buy something, you know. Mark continued, and also you're lying to your mom. You're telling Aunt Ember about some project. Since when did we have a project? And you didn't even include us, your friends. Pausing for a moment, he advised, you've got to think of better excuses. Otherwise, people will start to wonder what you're up to. Mark's words hit home, making me realize the complicated things I'd created with my deception. I get it, I confessed, feeling a bit embarrassed as I scratched the back of my neck. Finding believable excuses isn't simple. He was right, my avoidance tactics could raise doubts among the people I cared about. Now that I'm here, Mark continued, his expression shifting to one of concern, maybe we can figure this out together. You don't have to carry this burden alone. Then Mark looked at me with a sense of urgency, his eyes showing both determination and vulnerability. That's why train me, Michael, he pleaded earnestly. Help me become strong so I can support you. I couldn't help but feel a surge of conflicting emotions at his request. Are you kidding me? I responded, my tone a mixture of frustration and concern. I hide who I am so that my friends and family are safe from harm. I know, Michael, Mark conceded, his voice heavy with sadness. But I can't leave you alone. I don't want you to end up like Teacher Dan. His words carried the weight of past tragedies, the memory of loss lingering in the air. You remember that incident, Michael, in the slums where you saved us. But back then, it was traumatizing. I know Emily, my girlfriend, is still haunted by it. And I couldn't do anything to prevent it. I was powerless against those criminals, Michael. I'm weak. Feeling the heaviness of Mark's emotions, I couldn't help but understand his situation. I get it, Mark, I said, my voice gentle with understanding. And I'm grateful that you're here for me. Even though I had concerns, I couldn't ignore the truth in what he said. All right, I'll teach you, I agreed, making a choice. But we have to be careful. I can't risk putting you in danger. Mark's expression brightened at my concession, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Don't worry, Michael, he reassured me. I'll do everything I can to become strong and support you. Consider me your trusty sidekick, he added with a smile, his determination shining through. I want to train Mark because I don't want my friends or those close to me to be in dangerous situations. If I can make him strong enough to protect himself, then my worries will be lessened. Additionally, I need to train myself. After that confrontation with the sorcerer named Atlas, who is as strong as Doctor Strange but even more powerful, it's to be expected, considering Atlas has lived for hundreds of years compared to Doctor Strange. And also it's clear that I need to improve my skills. That's why I need to train. Even though it may reduce my hero activities temporarily, I have to do it for the sake of the future. Meanwhile, Mary Rose sighed. Mary Rose Fletcher expressed her confusion as she overheard voices coming from Michael's room. What's happening? Why is brother talking in Michael's room? She wondered aloud. She then turned to Emberly Wilson, seeking clarification. Did we see Michael going upstairs, Aunt Ember? Emberly Wilson responded, we didn't see him. Maybe because we were too focused in the kitchen. They're probably just having some boys talk, she said with a chuckle, dismissing any concerns. Meanwhile, Princess Lysandra panted, still recovering from the encounter. Why did we leave? We could have just ended them right there, she questioned, frustration evident in her voice. Atlas regarded her with a calculating gaze. I don't want to dispose of him so easily. I want him to endure immense suffering, to deal with tough situations that will force him to make difficult choices, he explained. Besides, when I envision many possible outcomes we fought, there's one where his suffering is so profound that his very identity is erased from the world. Princess Lysandra's eyes widened in surprise. And how long would that take? Days? Weeks? Months? She inquired. Atlas grinned cunningly as he responded, 4 years. He let out a dark chuckle, the sound carrying a sense of ominousness. Until then, let him have his brief moments of peace. The end of Book 1 Part 1. Location, New York, Midtown High School. Timeline, March 10, 1949. As we sat together in the school courtyard during lunch break, the sun casting a warm glow over us, the conversation flowed easily among our group of friends. Mark adjusted his glasses as he spoke, his voice animated as he recounted a particularly funny incident that had happened in one of his classes. And then, the teacher asked me a question about quantum physics, and I swear, I felt like I was in another dimension, he exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the rest of us. Chris ran a hand through his messy hair, chuckling at Mark's antics. Man, I don't know how you do it, Mark. I can keep up with regular physics, but quantum physics, well, you could probably guess, he joked, earning a gentle nudge from Emily. Emily smiled at Chris's comment, her eyes shining with amusement. Well, you're not alone, Chris. I think most of us struggle a little bit with quantum physics, she said, her voice light and teasing. I agreed, laughing along with everyone else. Yeah, seriously. I'm pretty sure quantum physics is just a conspiracy invented by scientists to mess with our heads, I joked, and everyone laughed with me. Just then, Lou jumped into the conversation, his tone a bit sarcastic. Quantum physics, huh? That's like the ultimate nightmare for every high schooler, he said, his sharp wit making us chuckle. Our close group got bigger, adding Lou to our circle alongside Mark, Chris, Emily, and me. Even though I knew about Lou's past, and I forgave him, I never held it against him. After all, I don't hold grudges. Plus, even though I'm 16 physically, mentally I'm 27, so I handle things with more maturity, and additionally we've been friends since then. Chris suddenly chimed in, hey Michael, you still flying solo? No girlfriend yet? Chris's question caught me off guard, and I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Whoa, Chris, what's with the sudden interest in my love life? I replied, trying to deflect his question with a playful tone. I mean, I already have a girlfriend, you know her. She's pretty, and I fell in love with her since that day, he announced, a hint of pride in his voice. Chris's remark made me laugh, fully aware of who he was talking about. Sure thing, Chris. You've mentioned your love life more times than I can count, I teased, nudging him playfully. Seems like you just can't help but show off, huh? Chris teased, and you're still single, which earned giggles from Mark and Emily. Chris's remark elicited a round of laughter from Mark and Emily, their chuckles echoing through the courtyard. I shot Chris a playful glare, teasingly pretending to be offended. Hey now, being single is a lifestyle choice. Chris chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. Hey, suit yourself, man, he replied, his tone teasing. Feeling a bit flustered by the teasing, I turned to Lou, hoping to shift the focus away from my relationship status. How about you, Lou? I asked, genuinely curious. To my surprise, Lou shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Actually, I've got a girlfriend, he revealed, his tone casual yet confident. My jaw dropped in shock. What? Why didn't you tell us sooner? I exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the revelation. Lou shrugged, unfazed by my reaction. Mark, Chris, and Emily already know. You were just too caught up in your own world to notice, he replied, his tone teasing yet amused. I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Looks like I'm the only bachelor in the group then, I remarked, shaking my head in mock disbelief. Mary Rose Fletcher, Mark's younger sister, strolled over to us, her bright smile lighting up her face. Hey, guys. What's up? She greeted us cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with interest as she joined our conversation. Mary Rose Fletcher transferred to our school and earned a scholarship, just like Mark did. Although she still works a part-time job, it's not as demanding as before since she now has the financial support from her scholarship. Typically, she works only on weekends to earn some extra money. As for our school, it has fully recovered from the incident that occurred a year and a half ago. Despite the destruction caused by the terrorists, the school has managed to rebuild and become stronger than ever. This was possible because the school got a lot of help from sponsors. They gave money for fixing things and making improvements projects. Mark suddenly interrupted our conversation with a mischievous grin. Hey, Mary, did you know Michael here is the only one without a girlfriend? He teased, shooting a playful glance at his sister. Maybe you two could be a match, he added with a wink. Mary blushed at Mark's playful remark, her cheeks turning a faint shade of pink as she briefly looked away, feeling a bit flustered. Well, she mumbled, her voice trailing off as she tried to gather her thoughts. I mean, it's not like that, she murmured, her eyes darting nervously before meeting mine, a shy smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Come on, Mark, knock it off, I chimed in, giving him a playful shove as I shook my head at his teasing. You know Mary and I are just friends, I added, my tone firm but friendly. After all, Mary was only 15, and I was mentally 27, despite inhabiting a 16-year-old body. Mary quickly chimed in to clear things up. Yep, just friends, she confirmed, giving a nod of solidarity with me. Let's not make a big deal out of it, okay, she added with a disappointing voice. Mary's smile dropped briefly, a tiny hint of sadness crossing her expression before she covered it up with a forced smile. Even though she tried to act cool, I could tell she'd hoped for something else. It was like she'd thought about it, just for a second. My rejection had left her feeling somewhat deflated. I'm sorry, Mary, I silently thought, regretting any disappointment I may have caused. But we're in different places in life. I'm mentally older, and you're still young. It wouldn't be fair to either of us. With a sigh, I brushed away those thoughts, diverting my attention back to the light-hearted chatter and laughter of our friends, hoping to ease the awkward tension that lingered between Mary and me. After the school. Location, New York. Timeline, March 10, 1949. Time, 5 p.m. After spending time with our friends, it ended up just being Mark, Lou, and me, as Mary was assisting her manager at the restaurant. Chris was occupied with his family's business, and Emily had piano lessons to prepare for a family gathering next week. Mark, being Emily's boyfriend, would naturally be accompanying her next week. So, it was just the three of us heading to Teacher Thomas Halloway's place. Mark and I decided to visit Teacher Thomas Halloway's place, as we often did. Since they already knew about my vigilante identity, because Lou, who now lives with Teacher Halloway, had already told Mark about taking over Halloway's vigilante persona, the Angel. So, in return I told Lou and Teacher Thomas about being Spider-Man. I trusted them with my secret, just like they trusted me with theirs. By the way, I didn't tell our other friends Chris, Emily, and Mary Rose about our secret. I believed it was safer for them not to know, considering the risks involved in being associated with a vigilante. Mark, on the other side, had become my partner. He is Nightwing and I am Spider-Man. 3 months ago, in my room, I turned to Mark with a surprising proposal. Mark, what if you joined me as a vigilante? I asked, curious about his response. Seriously. Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement, showing he was intrigued. Yeah, I confirmed, nodding. You've improved a lot, especially after I gave you that serum. You can handle yourself out there. Boost serum, 3 million shop points. This serum is like a weaker version of the super soldier serum. It makes you stronger, faster, and tougher, but not as much as the full strength one. It's still a big help in fights, without any big downsides. Yep, I bought this one, but now my 5 million shop points have become 2 million shop points. Hoo. But it's still worth it after all, it's for the sake of Mark's growth. Then suddenly Mark's eyes lit up with excitement at the suggestion. Nightwing. I like it. It's got a cool ring to it, he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. Good, now we have to create your costume, I say, then continue. Don't worry, I already have the idea. Well, after all, I want him to resemble Nightwing from DC Comics as closely as possible, so I've already conceptualized the costume in my mind. I access the Spider-Man system through my thoughts, hoping to utilize its advanced design tools to create the Nightwing costume. Can I create a Nightwing costume using your functions? I inquire. Unfortunately, host, the only thing I can create is Spider-Man costumes, as this system is designed specifically for Spider-Man. The system responds, its limitations evident. Disappointed but not giving up, I decide to make the Nightwing costume myself. Inspired by the famous DC Comics character, I imagine a smooth, black outfit with bold blue highlights, just like the bird Nightwing. Lost in my thoughts about crafting the Nightwing costume, I was suddenly pulled back to reality by Mark's voice. Hello, Michael, he greeted me, his tone light-hearted yet expectant as he waited for my response. Come on, let's get started on creating your costume, I said to Mark, eager to bring Nightwing to life. After days of collecting stuff and drawing our plans, Mark and I were all set to make the Nightwing outfit. We had fabric, needles, and our sketches laid out, and we were eager to get started. During our late-night work, we made sure nobody found out what we were up to. We sneaked around carefully and chose the right times to do our work, always retreating to my room when someone got too close. As we carefully drew and planned, we kept our work a secret, talking about other things when people were nearby. We had to be careful not to let anyone see what we were doing. It was like a tricky things, trying to stay true to our mission while keeping our identities hidden from our friends. Even though it was tough to keep it secret, we stayed determined. With each stitch and every little detail, we stuck to our plan, believing it would pay off. As the Nightwing costume started to look real, we got even more excited. That excitement kept us going, pushing us to hide our doings from anyone. After many days of effort, we stepped back to admire our creation. The Nightwing costume stood tall, representing our teamwork and promise to fight for what's right. Its smooth design and vivid colors perfectly reflected the hero Mark was meant to embody. Wow, it's even better than I imagined, Mark exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. I can't wait to try it on. With a smile, I gave Mark the costume. Seeing him standing there, our shared dream realized, I knew we'd be a strong team fighting crime together. Welcome to the team, Nightwing, I said with a smile, feeling a surge of pride in our accomplishment. Back to the present. As Mark, Lou, and I walked to Teacher Thomas Holloway's place, we were surrounded by the usual hustle and bustle of New York City. The busy streets, the car horns blaring, and the people talking in the distance, all of it added to the city's lively atmosphere. When we got to Teacher Thomas Holloway's place, Teacher Thomas greeted us with a big grin and let us in. Teacher Thomas Holloway, an experienced vigilante, welcomed us warmly. He seemed wise and kind, like a caring mentor. He helped Lou and me a lot, teaching us how to be better vigilantes and giving us really helpful advice. As we got comfortable in our seats, the TV blared loudly. The date, March 10, 1949, flashed across the screen, and grabbing our focus with the familiar voice of J. Jonah Jameson Sr., the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. His dislike for Spider-Man was clear, even through the screen. Spider-Man and his new partner Nightwing, along with the reappearance of the vigilante known as the Angel since the 1930s. Who are these masked figures? Are they truly heroes, or just opportunists seeking fame at the expense of the city's safety? Jameson Sr.'s words dripped with skepticism and scorn as he cast doubt on our motives. Thinking about J. Jonah Jameson Sr. and his son, J. Jonah Jameson Jr., I noticed how similar they were. They both really didn't like Spider-Man, though they might have different reasons. In another universe, J. Jonah Jameson Sr. ended up married to Aunt May and became Peter Parker's uncle. It was pretty weird, but it reminded me how big and complicated the multiverse can be. Even though the name sounded familiar, I had to keep reminding myself that this was a whole new reality, with its own stories and characters. There are so many versions of Spider-Man across different universes, each with its own plot and world. It's easy to get overwhelmed by all the different details. As I pondered these ideas, I silently wished that Miguel O'Hara, the Spider-Man from the year 2099, wouldn't suddenly pop up and start lecturing me about canonical events. The complexities of alternate timelines and parallel universes were the last things I wanted to delve into right now. Then Mark interjected. Can you believe this guy? Mark exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration as we watched Jameson Sr.'s broadcast. He acts like we're the bad guys here. I nodded, agreeing with a sigh. Some folks can't see beyond their prejudices, I said, frustration evident in my tone. No matter how often we rescue the city, he's always ready to twist it into his own narrative. As the angry speech went on, Mark and I exchanged a look, both of us feeling fed up. No matter what we did, Jameson Sr. just wouldn't change his mind. He always thought we were just trying to get attention as heroes. Then Thomas Holloway, a seasoned 70-year-old, sat back in his chair, looking both worried and wise. Listen, boys, he started, his voice filled with the wisdom of his years. Being vigilantes comes with risks. But remember, real heroes don't care about fame or praise, they do what's right out of duty and kindness. Don't let what others say shake your resolve. Lou leaned back in his chair, a skeptical look on his face. Wise words, old man, he remarked dryly, though I could see a hint of respect in his eyes. Even though Lou often had a sarcastic attitude towards Teacher Thomas, I knew that deep down, he understood the importance of what Teacher Thomas was saying. Then I faced Mark and Lou with resolve. Okay, let's do this. It's time to do what we're good at, stop the bad guys and help out those who need it, I stated confidently, gearing up for another night of vigilante work. As we left, Teacher Thomas offered us words of encouragement. Good luck, young ones. Go out there and expand your heroic activities, he said, his voice filled with both pride and concern. As I swung through the city, Lou and Mark followed closely behind, using their grappling hooks to keep pace with me. After hours of surveying, we stumbled upon a scary scene. There were some people doing bad stuff, and it seemed like they were trying to keep it a secret. As we observed from a safe distance, I could feel the tension rising among us. Mark's grip on his grappling hook tightened, and Lo's expression grew more serious. The idea that we might have stumbled upon a mafia operation dawned on us, and it made us all uneasy. We exchanged worried glances, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I whispered, barely audible over the city's distant hum. Mark nodded, his eyes narrowed. Yeah, it doesn't look good, he replied, voice tinged with concern. Meanwhile, a big guy with a buzz cut barked orders to his underlings, his voice slicing through the tense atmosphere. Hurry it up, or Boss Shadow will have our heads. His words were met with a flurry of activity as the other members of the mafia scrambled to obey. They hustled the prisoners along, their movements rough and hurried, showing no regard for their well-being. The women and girls, scared and anxious, gathered close, seeking comfort in each other's presence. Their faces showed clear signs of fear as they were forcibly moved along by the intimidating mob. Soft murmurs of worry and distress passed between them, their voices barely audible above the commotion. The air was tense as the mafia hurried to carry out their orders, showing how serious the situation was. They were efficient and ruthless, leaving no doubt about the urgency of their task. To be continued. Mini arc Mafia Operations. This will be related to the only arc in Book 1 Part 2, The Romance Dawn. Then time skip Book 2 Part 1. Looking from the shadows, we watched the Mafia, seeing where they were and what they were doing. They seemed really focused on their bad plans, and we knew we had to stop them. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. Let's move in quietly, assess the situation, and then figure out our next move, I suggested, outlining our plan of action. With silent nods of agreement, we sprung into action, moving swiftly and stealthily to get closer to the scene. As we approached, the sound of hushed whispers and hurried footsteps filled the air, heightening our senses and sharpening our focus. All right, here's the plan, I whispered, keeping my voice low. Mark, you go left. Lou, take the right. I'll go down the middle. Quick and careful, got it. With a quiet nod, we split up, each of us finding our place with practiced skill. The tension was thick as we readied ourselves to take on the Mafia and save the people they had captured. I swung down gracefully, landing in the midst of the situations. My spider sense tingled as I scanned the scene. Seeing armed thugs surrounding the captives, I acted swiftly. A quick kick knocked one off balance, and I followed with a precise web combo to restrain him. Lou, also known as the New Angel, moved swiftly and smoothly, his actions precise and effective. He started with a strong kick to the front, pushing one of the Mafia members back. Then, he quickly followed up with several well-executed side kicks, taking down another opponent. Finally, he delivered a powerful headbutt to a third, leaving them stunned. Mark, now as Nightwing, expertly wielded his batons, swiftly striking his foes in their left chests and right legs with accuracy. With a rapid flurry of blows, he incapacitated two thugs, leaving them lying on the ground. As the battle heated up, I unleashed a barrage of attacks, using my increased speed and strength to my advantage. With a quick uppercut, I sent one of the thugs flying backward before following up with a cartwheel kick to take down another opponent. Lou kept up his fighting, smoothly moving between attacking and defending. He used a back push kick, knocking one of the Mafia guys into his buddies, giving Mark a chance to do something. Mark, using his eskrima skills, swiftly swung his batons, hitting his opponents with quick strikes. He used techniques like Sinavali, hitting fast from different angles. One thug tried to fight back, but Mark easily took away his weapon. Then, he hit him hard, leaving him unable to fight anymore. Watching Mark effortlessly defeat his enemies made me proud. Even though he'd only trained for a year, he'd improved a lot, becoming a strong vigilante. You're doing great, Nightwing, I whispered, keeping my voice low to avoid drawing attention in the heat of battle. I acknowledged Mark's prowess without revealing his true identity. Hold your applause, Spider-Man, Mark retorted with a smirk, a hint of mischief in his tone. I'm just getting started. I laughed, liking Mark's jokes even during the fight. Yep, bravery is part of the deal, Nightwing, I answered, keeping the conversation light. But let's focus on the task at hand. We've got work to do. Lou teased Mark with a sly grin, his sarcasm cutting through the tension. Big talk for a weakling, he joked. Mark rolled his eyes, accustomed to Lo's playful jabs. Careful, Angel, or I might just have to show you what this weakling can do, Mark replied with a chuckle, ready to play along. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched Lou and Mark exchange playful jabs. Their banter brought a moment of lightness to the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Dad, Emily Hawkins said, sounding a bit unsure as she looked to her dad, Gary Hawkins, for some guidance. Gary, a strong and supportive figure in Emily's life, looked at his daughter with a kind smile. Oh, sweetie, he said gently, his voice is a comforting presence to Emily. Do you think I can perform the piano perfectly for the family gathering? Emily asked. She awaited her father's response. After all, it is a family event, he added, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Gary smiled proudly at Emily, his confidence in her shining through his words. Of course, sweetheart, he replied, his words carrying the weight of a father's unwavering support. You've practiced so hard. I have no doubt you'll dazzle everyone with your performance. Besides, it's your mother's family, the Felcoms. They're renowned for their kindness and humility despite their wealth. They accepted me, even when I was poor. But I want to be worthy for your mother, so I worked hard to become successful, and here I am. Thanks, Dad, Emily said, her appreciation clear in her voice as she soaked in her father's supportive words. His belief in her abilities served as a comforting source of strength, especially amid her own uncertainties and fears. And what about Mark, Dad? She continued, her tone tinged with curiosity as she looked to her father's perspective. Gary's gaze shifted to a distant memory, his mind retracing the path of his own past experiences as he contemplated the character of the young man in question. Mark, he mused, his voice carrying the weight of contemplation. When I first laid eyes on him, I must admit, I underestimated him. He seemed like just another skinny, unassuming boy. But during those incidents, he stepped up in a big way. He showed real guts and resilience. There was a fire in his eyes. It was like looking at a younger version of myself. Emily's eyes widened with interest as she absorbed her father's reflections on Mark. Wow, Dad, she exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. I had no idea you saw him like that. She paused for a moment, and seeing you suddenly recognize that in him, it means a lot, she admitted, her tone sincere. Sharon Hawkins' voice carried from the kitchen, interrupting their conversation. Dinner is ready, everyone, she called out, her warm tone inviting them to the table. Emily and Gary headed to the kitchen together, drawn by the promise of a delicious meal and the warmth of family gathered together. Meanwhile, in the busy restaurant kitchen, Mary Rose Fletcher worked with her manager, Lori, handling tasks efficiently. With orders pouring in, Mary skillfully cooked, using pots, pans, and utensils expertly. In the busy kitchen, a customer's voice broke through the noise. "Where's my order?" they demanded, making Mary jump into action. "Coming right up, sir," Mary responded confidently, her tone relaxed and assured as she sized up the situation. With the order finished, Mary carefully arranged the dish on the plate, ensuring it looked as enticing as possible. Pleased with how it turned out, she carried it to the dining area where the customer eagerly waited. "Here you go, sir. Enjoy your meal," Mary said warmly, presenting the dish with a friendly smile and a sincere wish for the customer's satisfaction. As Mary went back to the kitchen, a man's voice caught her attention. She looked over and saw a guy in his 30s, his hands have tattoos bearing the number 69. "Hello, waitress," the man greeted, his tone relaxed but his presence making Mary feel uneasy. "How may I help you, sir?" Mary responded, her voice remaining calm despite the unease creeping up inside her. Before Mary could even blink, the man's hand snatched her wrist tightly, his grip surprisingly strong. Suddenly, they both disappeared into thin air, leaving everyone in the restaurant stunned and bewildered, including Mary's manager, Lori. "Mary!" Lori cried out, her voice full of panic as she stretched her hand toward the spot where Mary had stood only moments earlier. No, I've got to call the cops," she muttered urgently, her fingers trembling as she reached for her McCall device to report Mary's sudden vanishing. To be continued. "This is the hideout of the Mafia," declared Edward Wilson, an executive captain of the police force, as he surveyed the area with a serious expression. "All right, let's move in, team," he commanded, turning to his squad of 20 officers. Edward had taken charge of the investigation into the series of disappearances of girls and women, suspected to be linked to human trafficking. With determination etched on his face, he led his team forward, ready to confront the criminals responsible for these heinous crimes. As the police team burst into the hideout, they were met with a flurry of activity. The Mafia members, surprised by the sudden arrival, hurriedly reached for their weapons, their faces showing a mix of anger and panic. "Team, take cover," Mafia spotted. Edward's commanding voice cut through the chaos as he rallied his officers to action. Gunshots filled the air, echoing through the dark corridors of the hideout. Some bullets hit their targets, while others missed and hit walls or objects nearby. In the midst of the situation, the police fired back, aiming carefully to incapacitate rather than kill. They aimed at the Mafia's arms and legs, trying to stop them without hurting them too badly. However, in the heat of the moment, some shots went astray, resulting in unintended casualties. Screams of pain and panic filled the air as both police officers and Mafia members got killed. As the chaos settled and the shooting stopped, the police quickly secured the area, making sure all the Mafia members were taken care of. With the danger gone, they began to search the hideout, looking for any clues. Their search turned up something awful. In one part of the hideout, they found a group of women, some of them naked and clearly shaken up. There were signs of what they'd been through, like semen stains on their bodies. The officers felt sick as they realized what had happened here. Each woman had a terrible story to tell, showing just how awful human trafficking and abuse can be. As the search continued, another Mafia member appeared, shouting for their comrades. Despite their defeat, this Mafia was determined to kill them. Unfazed by the remaining threat, Edward Wilson guided his team forward, resolute in their mission to bring justice to those responsible for these terrible crimes. Suddenly a shadowy figure took form before them, illuminated by the flickering light, sending a shiver down the spines of the Mafia members. They knew him well, it was Boss Shadow. Boss Shadow scanned the scene, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. The police had breached their hideout, and their carefully laid plans were now in jeopardy. Yet, his demeanor remained stoic and composed, showing no signs of panic or doubt. With authority dripping from his words, Boss Shadow's low voice sliced through the tension. "Take these women into a cage, and don't you dare lay a finger on her," he commanded, leaving no room for argument. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to take the women into a cage, emphasizing the command not to harm Mary Rose Fletcher. His authority was absolute as another Mafia member obediently affirmed his instructions with a terse "Yes, boss." As the police officers and Boss Shadow confronted each other, the tension in the hideout thickened. Edward Wilson, unwavering in his resolve, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the menacing figure before him. "We've found your operation, criminal," Edward declared, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "And we're shutting it down." Boss Shadow smirked as he looked at the police officers. "I didn't think you found this place, officers," he sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "But you won't be leaving here alive," he growled, his tone menacing. "Fire, take him down," Edward Wilson yelled, prompting his men to shoot at Boss Shadow. But just as they were about to pull the trigger, Boss Shadow vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow that quickly dissipated. It seemed he had the power to control shadows, slipping away effortlessly whenever he pleased. "Mutant!" Edward exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief as he processed what he had just witnessed. "Ah, you're correct, officer," Boss Shadow acknowledged with a sinister grin. "Call me Shadow, as my powers revolve around shadows," he declared, his voice dripping with confidence and menace. In the intense face-off between Shadow and Captain Edward, Shadow's sinister presence filled the room. With a cold, calculating gaze, he surveyed the scene before him, his lips curling into a menacing smirk. Stand by, all of you, Shadow ordered his men, his tone filled with malice as he issued his commands. Secure the goons, the girls, and the women. Don't let them escape. We've got plans for them, entertaining the rich and having some fun for ourselves, he declared, his words sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. The mafia members, following their leader's orders, swiftly took action. They gathered the captives, handling them roughly, which caused cries of fear and despair from the women and girls they had imprisoned. Bastard! Edward exclaimed, his voice firm and resolute. You won't escape justice. We'll bring you down, no matter what, he declared with determination. But Boss Shadow only laughed, the sound echoing ominously in the dimly lit room. We'll see about that, Mr. Policeman, or should I call you Captain, as it says on your badge, he taunted, his tone dripping with arrogance as he vanished into the shadows once more. Captain Edward Wilson gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly at his sides as he watched Shadow disappear into the darkness. The villain's mocking words fueled his determination, igniting a fire within him to bring justice to those who had fallen victim to such cruelty. Everyone, get ready, Edward ordered firmly. We're not letting him escape. We'll track him down and stop him for good. As Shadow moved in closer, fear surged through Edward. His instincts shouted at him to dodge. In a split second, Raymond, one of Edward's fellow officers, darted forward, pushing him out of harm's way with urgency. His expression was fierce with resolve as he intercepted the lethal strike aimed at Edward. As Edward looked on in horror, everything seemed to move in slow motion. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. With a sickening sound, Raymond's body met the full force of Shadow's power, cutting through him like a hot knife through butter. The air filled with the metallic scent of blood as Raymond's form was cleaved in two, his life extinguished in an instant. Raymond! Edward's cry was filled with anguish, his voice echoing through the chaos of the room. Shock and grief washed over him in a crushing wave as he witnessed the sacrifice of his comrade, a stark reminder of the brutal reality of their fight against the mutant. The police officers hesitated, their hands shaking with fear. They were afraid of accidentally hurting their fellow officers, and Shadow's ability to disappear into the shadows made them feel even more anxious. They were paralyzed, unsure of what to do next. Feeling shocked, are we? Boss Shadow's voice dripped with disdain as he taunted Edward. Your comrade paid the price for your hesitation, Captain. Captain. A red-haired police officer shouted, his voice filled with urgency as he fired at Shadow. The bullet found its mark, hitting Shadow and causing him to recoil in pain. Gore, you motherfucker. Shadow snarled in frustration before disappearing once more, leaving behind a trail of death as he struck down the officer who had shot him. Just as Shadow was about to strike Captain Edward Wilson, something unexpected happened. A web shot out, grabbing Shadow's hand and pulling him back. It was a life-saving move that stopped Shadow in his tracks, giving Edward a much-needed break in the fight against this dangerous adversary. As Captain Edward Wilson caught sight of the figure in the black suit with blue eyes and a dark blue spider emblem on his chest, recognition dawned on him. Spider-Man, he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and relief. Meanwhile, MCPOV. After we finished defeating the mafias and rescuing the women and girls, expressions of gratitude flooded the scene. One of the women, her brown hair slightly disheveled from the ordeal, cried tears of relief as she expressed her thanks. Thank you, she sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Turning my attention to the defeated mafias, I knew we needed information to prevent any further harm. Where's your hideout? I demanded, my tone firm as I addressed the remaining criminals. Do you think we'll just spill the beans because you want us to? One of them retorted defiantly. I couldn't resist rolling my eyes at the typical villain response. Ah, the classic not gonna talk because it's convenient for the plot routine, I joked, adding a bit of humor to the tense moment. But hey, if you're not gonna spill the beans willingly, then I'll have to get a bit more creative. The mafia scoffed, feeling confident in his defiance. What are you gonna do, web me up? He taunted, his bravado unwavering. I know you won't kill your enemies. True, I'm not into killing, I admitted. But that doesn't mean I can't make things uncomfortable for you. Like maybe making sure you can't have kids. I flashed a sly grin, fully aware of the impact my words would have. The mafia's confidence wavered as my words hit home. No, please, not that, he begged, desperation seeping into his voice. You're joking, right? With a nonchalant shrug, I kept my playful tone intact. Why joke when reality's so much more fun? I retorted with a smirk, relishing the change in our roles. Now, about that hideout. After figuring out where the hideout was, I looked at Lou and Mark, taking a moment to think about what to do next. I thought about both of their skills. Mark was getting better at fighting, well even though he had gotten stronger with our training and the serum I gave him, but he still had a long way to go. On the other hand, Lou's experience and street smarts made him a formidable ally in combat, but his communication skills were somewhat lacking. In the end, I chose Mark to stay behind and look after the rescued women and girls. Even though he was improving in his training, I didn't want to expose him to danger before he was completely ready. Plus, his friendly nature and ability to connect with people made him perfect for comforting the victims and making sure they felt safe. Nightwing, I need you to stay here and look after these women and girls, I instructed, my tone firm but gentle. They need someone to take care of them, and I trust you to do that. But why? Mark protested, his frustration evident in his tone. No, I need to go with you. Why should I stay here and not that guy? Nightwing, listen, I started, looking directly into Mark's eyes with sincerity. I get why you want to come, but you're not there yet. You're improving, sure, but this situation might be too much. I need someone reliable here to watch over these women and girls. That someone's you? I sighed, empathizing with his desire to join the action. I know it's frustrating, but you have to trust me. Mark's expression softened, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he absorbed my words. Okay, I get it, he conceded, though the disappointment still lingered in his eyes. I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. Besides, Lou is not that good at communicating, I confided, ensuring only Mark could hear. After all, I didn't want our real names revealed to anyone else. Mark's expression softened with a flicker of understanding, and he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll stay, he relented, his tone resigned but determined. But you better come back in one piece, Spider-Man. With a reassuring smile, I gripped Mark's shoulder. You've got this, Nightwing, I reassured him before joining Lou to face the Mafia head-on. Then as we headed towards our destination suddenly Lou said, Michael, I still remember what I did to Mark, Lou confessed, his voice tinged with remorse. Do you not hate me for it? I paused for a moment, considering his question carefully. Lou, I don't hate you anymore, I replied earnestly, meeting his gaze with sincerity. Yes, what happened in the past was difficult, and you nearly caused harm to Mark. But that's behind us now. Taking a step closer, I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You've changed, Lou. You're not the same person you were back then. You've become a friend, and more importantly, a vigilante who saves lives. In my eyes, that's how you've atoned for your past actions. Lou nodded, a weight seemingly lifted from his shoulders. Thanks, Michael. As we finally reached our destination, a surge of urgency washed over me as I tapped into my chi sense. My heart sank as I detected the familiar energy signature of my father's chi and Mary's chi, tinged with the grim realization that someone's life force was fading away. No, I muttered under my breath, it can't be. Composing myself, I focused on the task at hand. With a clear sense of purpose, I turned to Lou, urgency etched into my expression. Lou, see those mafias? They're probably the ones with the victims, I hurriedly explained, my tone serious. They must have taken them elsewhere. You take care of them while I check out the other location. Lou nodded in understanding, his determination matching my own. Got it, Michael, he affirmed, his gaze focused and resolute. With a shared understanding, we parted ways, each of us determined to fulfill our respective roles in bringing an end to the ordeal and rescuing the captives. I nodded to myself, a sense of assurance settling over me as I watched Lou take charge of rescuing Mary Rose. I knew I could trust him to handle the situation with competence and care. With that thought in mind, I redirected my focus to the formidable villain before me. Recognizing the strength emanating from his dark chi, it was clear that confronting him would require my full attention and strategic approach. Turning my focus inward, I tapped into my Spider-Man system, silently issuing a command. System, show me his status, I directed, my thoughts clear and determined. Affirmative, host, ding, complete, echoed the system's response in my mind, signaling the completion of the requested task. Affirmative, host, ding, complete, echoed the system's response in my mind, signaling the completion of the requested task. Name, Ted Byrne. Alias, Shadow. Nationality, American. Age, 37. Energy 1000. Attributes. Strength, 160. Agility, 130. Endurance, 250. Stamina, 230. Intelligence, 100. Reflexes, 130. Charisma, 30. Luck, 40. Mutant powers. Umbrikinesis, Shadow has the ability to manipulate shadows, allowing him to control and shape them to his will. He can create constructs out of shadows, manipulate existing shadows to conceal himself or others, and even solidify shadows into tangible objects for offensive or defensive purposes. Shadow travel. Shadow can meld into shadows and traverse through them, effectively teleporting short distances by moving through the shadow realm. This allows him to travel swiftly and stealthily, bypassing obstacles and escaping danger. Shadow empowerment. Shadow draws strength and resilience from shadows, becoming more powerful and agile in dimly lit or shadowy environments. The deeper and darker the shadows, the greater his enhancement becomes. Shadow sight. Shadow possesses enhanced vision in low light conditions, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkest shadows. He can perceive details and movement within shadows that are imperceptible to normal sight, giving him a tactical advantage in combat. Light immunity. Temporary Shadow can make himself immune to bright light for up to 1 hour. This means he can handle sunlight and strong artificial light without being hurt. After using this power, he needs to wait for 5 hours before he can use it again. Skills. Stealth expertise. Shadow is highly skilled in stealth and infiltration, utilizing his control over shadows to move undetected and blend into his surroundings. He excels in reconnaissance and espionage missions, gathering information without being detected. Combat training. While not relying solely on brute strength, Shadow has received combat training in various martial arts and self-defense techniques, enabling him to hold his own in hand-to-hand combat situations. Tactical analysis. Shadow possesses keen analytical skills and strategic thinking, allowing him to assess situations quickly and formulate effective plans of action. He is adept at improvising tactics based on the environment and his opponent's weaknesses. Weaknesses. Light vulnerability. Despite his affinity for shadows, Shadow is vulnerable to intense sources of light, which can weaken his powers and render him more vulnerable to attacks. Bright sunlight or powerful artificial light sources can disrupt his umbrekinetic abilities and diminish his strength. Overexertion. Manipulating shadows requires a considerable amount of mental focus and energy. Shadow can become fatigued and drained if he pushes his powers too far or attempts to control shadows beyond his limits, leaving him vulnerable to attacks. Emotional instability. Shadow's powers are influenced by his emotions, particularly fear and anger. Intense emotions can amplify his abilities, but they can also cloud his judgment and lead to reckless behavior if not kept in check. He might not be physically strong and fast, but his powers are a real pain. I mused silently, processing the information provided by my system. With a quick web shot, I pulled the villain away from my dad and the officers, making sure they stayed safe. Step back, I ordered firmly, as I stood between him and the fallen officers. Despite the gravity of the situation, I remained calm and focused, ready to defend those in need and confront the villain threatening their safety. As I stood against Shadow, I felt the gravity of the situation. His powers were tough, but I was set on saving everyone and stopping his evil plans. Ever thought about giving up? I asked. Shadow smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice. Quite bold for a spider, he retorted. Do you honestly believe you can defeat me? I couldn't help but roll my eyes at Shadow's predictable response. Ah, the classic villain monologue, I quipped, unable to resist injecting a bit of humor into the tense situation. Do you villains all read from the same script or something? Shadow's smirk faltered slightly, annoyance creeping into his voice. You dare mock me, Spider-Man, he grumbled. But you'll soon realize the extent of my power. I shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining my playful demeanor despite the seriousness of the situation. Hey, I've dealt with guys like you before, I countered, my tone is softly but firm. And let me tell you, they all end up the same, you know, behind bars, same old story. Shadow looked mad, and said you may have defeated others in the past, voice filled with angry. You'll see, Spider-Man, I am unlike any foe you've faced before. I raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by his threats. Yeah, I've heard that one before, I said, casually. Shadow moved quickly, surrounded by dark energy. I dodged his attack, then shot webs at him. The sticky webs caught Shadow, briefly stopping him. I quickly moved closer, hitting him fast and hard with punches and kicks. But Shadow broke free from the webbing and fought back. I used my flashlight from my inventory and aimed it at him. Think a flashlight can stop me? Shadow sneered, facing the bright light head-on. Yeah, maybe not directly, I admitted, but your powers have limits. And this flashlight will exploit them. You've already been using your abilities, so it's only a matter of time before this takes its toll on you, I said, smirking confidently. Shadow's eyes widened in realization, his confidence waning as he grappled with the consequences of his oversight. How did you know? He stammered, his voice tinged with desperation. As Shadow's expression changed from confident to shocked, I smirked. His reaction proved my theory about his vulnerability to intense light. How did I know? I pondered, pretending to think for a moment before revealing a shameless word with bold confidence. Because I'm Spider-Man, I declared, my grin growing as I embraced my superhero identity. Filled with determination, I moved forward, aiming to use Shadow's vulnerability to my advantage and stop his threat. As we clashed once more, I used every advantage at my disposal. I relied on my agility and fighting abilities, using every advantage I had to gain control. Tisk, I need to come up with a plan. I only have 40 minutes left before my weakness in light is revealed, Shadow muttered to himself, feeling the pressure of time. Determination burned in his eyes as he devised a risky strategy. As Shadow released the sleeping gas, aiming to knock us out, but I was one step ahead, prepared for such a contingency. As the sleeping gas began to fill the room, I quickly summoned my gas mask in my inventory and ensured that my father, Captain Edward, had one as well. Here, Captain Edward, I called out, extending the mask to him amidst the chaos. Stay safe. Thanks, Spider-Man, my father acknowledged, quickly putting on the mask and getting ready for what was to come. As the gas filled the room, the other officers fell fast asleep, knocked out cold by its effects. But I wasn't worried about Lou, he was on the opposite side of the room, out of harm's way. I trusted him to handle the bad guys over there while I dealt with Shadow here. As Shadow vanished into thin air, his chilling laughter echoed through the air, sending shivers down my spine. Spider-Man, I planted a bomb in this place. It will blow up soon, ha 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 ha, his voice taunted from the shadows. Before I could react, he materialized in front of Lou, the tension crackling in the air like lightning. Lou, ever vigilant, maintained his stance, ready to confront the dark menace before him. You. Lo's voice boomed with righteous anger. Shadow looked around, seeing that Lou had already defeated his henchman. With a fast attack he used a shadow-infused punch. He struck Lou in the gut, sending him flying backward. Lou, I yelled, hurrying to him. After knocking Lou back, Shadow swiftly retrieved a small gas from his pocket, releasing a sleeping gas that quickly enveloped the area, causing everyone, including the clothed and naked girls, to fall unconscious. But before I could reach him, Shadow's attention shifted to Mary Rose Fletcher, her unconscious body lying defenseless on the ground. My heart sank at the sight, realizing the grave danger she was in. No. I protested desperately, my fists clenched in anger as I rushed to shield her from any further harm. Not her, you bastard. Then the panic surged through me. Shadow had taken her, and I couldn't let him hurt her. With a sinister grin, Shadow declared, "This woman will be my bride. We will enjoy ourselves," his words dripping with malice as he licked his lips, using his shadow as an extension of his will, handing me a paper shrouded in darkness, as he disappeared into the shadows, leaving only his chilling words lingering in my mind. "Come to this place. If you do, you'll die, Spider-Man. But maybe you won't even be alive by then. The bomb's ready to blow." Wait, how did he even write? Did he sneak a pen in his pocket or something? Maybe he's got invisible ink and a secret notebook hidden in his villain outfit. Ah, the mysteries of supervillain writing supplies? Anyway, I'm feeling really scared, because I knew I didn't have much time. People were in danger, and a bomb was about to go off. I had to move quickly. My spider sense tingled, urging me into action. With a sense of urgency, I prioritized the safety of the civilians, especially they are unconscious. Using my web shooters with precision, I swiftly scooped up the unconscious civilians, ensuring their safety outside the base. As the seconds ticked away, the ominous sound of the impending explosion filled the air. Shit, shit, shit. I cursed under my breath, my heart racing with adrenaline-fueled urgency. With each unconscious civilian safely removed from harm's way, I turned my attention to Lou. He was unconscious, then I zapping him out of the way. My mission wasn't done. The unconscious officers and my father were still inside, in danger. Racing against time, I zapped them out, one by one, ensuring they were safe before the blast hit. As the explosion is happening and the gas began to disappear, Edward Wilson, still wearing his gas mask, looked around in confusion, his expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice muffled by the mask. "Father," I exclaimed urgently, zapping him out of harm's way from the crumbling base. Edward Wilson was surprised by my quick action and the news of our connection. His eyes widened behind the mask as he took in this unexpected revelation. A tense silence hung in the air, interrupted only by the distant echoes of the explosion. Then the explosion rocked the base, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as debris scattered in all directions. Despite my best efforts, I found myself caught in the blast, my body thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Arg! I grunted in pain as I struggled to push through the chaos, determination driving me forward. Ignoring the searing heat and smoke, I forced myself to keep moving, my mind focused on one thing: survival. Using all my strength and agility, I pushed through the mess, jumping over things and dodging falling stuff as I rushed towards safety. My spider sense tingled, telling me where to go as I tried to stay ahead of the danger. At last, I burst out of the collapsing base, stepping into the open air just as the explosion peaked behind me. The blast knocked me forward, but I managed to roll with the impact and land in a crouch. I was bruised, but alive. Taking a moment to catch my breath, I surveyed the destruction around me, my heart heavy with the realization of what had just occurred. I saw my father. He is the only one awake, and everyone including Lou are unconscious due to sleeping gas. Realizing the urgency of the situation, I didn't waste any time. As I made to rush off, my father's voice cut through. "Are you Michael?" Captain Edward Wilson's tone was urgent, his eyes searching mine for confirmation. "I'll explain later," I promised, my mind already focused on the task at hand. "But first, I have to go and save Mary. You can handle this from here, Captain," I directed at my father. "Wait, Michael, it's too dangerous. Give me the location, we'll handle it from here," my father insisted, his concern evident in his voice. But I knew I couldn't afford to wait for backup. "Father, please," I urged, my voice heavy with emotion. "Let me take care of this. Time's not on our side. It's my duty to save Mary. Trust me, Dad. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm Spider-Man, remember? Saving lives is what I do." My dad looked worried, his eyes showing how much he cared. "I don't want you getting hurt," he said softly, his concern clear. As I looked into my father's eyes, I saw the worry etched deeply in his expression. His concern for my safety was showing, and I felt it. "Dad," I began, my voice soft but resolute, "I understand your fear. But I can't turn away. Mary needs me," I continued, to reassure him. "Just trust me. I will explain everything about me later, but for now, just focus on the civilians and the people who are unconscious. I'll handle Shadow." Reluctantly, my father nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation and placing his trust in me. With a final look of concern, then I read the location. Shadow left me behind, and I swung into action, determined to rescue Mary Rose and put an end to Shadow's threat once and for all. Before heading to the location, I quickly chugged down a health potion. I only had 22 left since I'd been giving them out to people over the past few months. Then as I approached the location, a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. The surroundings were perfect for Shadow's abilities. I knew it was a trap, but I couldn't let him harm Mary. Just as I reached the designated spot, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Welcome, Spider-Man, to my lovely playground." Shadow's voice echoed around me, dripping with malice. "Let the romance begin." To be continued. Let's start the Romance Dawn arc, the last arc of Michael Wilson, Book 1 Part 2. Mary Rose Fletcher's eyes fluttered open, greeted by the sight of a room filled with roses, their sweet scent mingling with the air. Confusion clouded her mind as she struggled to comprehend her surroundings, but before she could make sense of it all, a chilling voice broke the silence. My name is Ted Byrne, but everyone calls me Shadow, the man declared, his voice dripping with malice as he licked his lips. Mary's heart raced with fear as she realized the danger she was in. Let me out of here, she demanded, struggling against the binding shadows that held her in place. But Shadow only grinned wickedly in response, his dark presence looming over her. You can't escape, my dear, he taunted, his voice sending shivers down Mary's spine. That shadow is too strong for you to break free from. But don't worry, soon you'll be by my side, as my wife, and we'll enjoy each other's company. As Ted spoke of his vile intentions, Mary's fear turned to disgust and revulsion. You're sick, she spat, her voice trembling with a mixture of anger and fear. I'll never be your wife, you monster, as she stared down the man before her, refusing to succumb to his twisted desires. Before Mary could protest further, Ted's attention was drawn elsewhere, sensing the arrival of an expected visitor. So, Spider-Man, you are here, he sneered, his gaze flickering to Mary before returning to the darkness where his nemesis lurked. Once I've taken care of Spider-Man, then we'll have all the time in the world to get to know each other, my dear. But for now, let's enjoy the beginning of our little romance fighting the villain's name Spider-Man. With a final chilling grin, Ted disappeared into the shadows, leaving Mary alone with her fear and uncertainty. As she waited for Spider-Man to arrive, she could only hope and pray that he would come to her rescue before it was too late. MCPOV. As Ted's voice sent chills down my spine, I steeled myself for whatever sinister plans he had in mind. Every nerve in my body was on edge, urging me to proceed with caution. But above all else, I knew that Mary's safety was my top priority, and I couldn't afford to falter. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Enough games, Shadow, I called out, my voice steady despite the nerves gnawing at my insides. Let her go. This ends now. As the words left my lips, I braced myself for whatever response Ted would do next. The atmosphere was tense, with only the sound of moving shadows breaking the silence. You're quite bold, aren't you? Ted's mocking tone was unmistakable. Even though he was hidden in the shadows, I could feel his presence through my chi sense and spider sense. Yep, he is pretty stupid, isn't he? But I couldn't afford to underestimate him. Suddenly, the shadows around me seemed to come alive, twisting and shifting as if they had a mind of their own. I tensed, ready for whatever Ted had planned, but nothing could prepare me for what happened next. They moved gracefully, surrounding me and blocking any way out. Their eyes glowed dimly, making them even scarier. Meet my shadow minions, Spider-Man, Ted's voice echoed in the darkness, filled with triumph. They may not be as strong as me, but they're more than capable of keeping you occupied while I deal with you at the same time. He added with a sinister chuckle, by the way, I call them Erebus. As I prepared to face the shadow minions, my chi sense detected Mary's presence nearby. It fueled my determination to end this quickly. Then when I tried to shine my flashlight at the Erebus creatures, Ted's minions, it didn't work. The darkness just swallowed up the light, like it wasn't even there. Do you think that light will work against them? He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. I know your power affects them, but there's a time limit, right? I said, keeping my voice firm. Once it's up, you'll all be vulnerable to light. Ted's grin faltered for just a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face before he regained his composure. With a sinister chuckle, he replied, do you think you'll still be alive by the time it runs out? As the Erebus creatures closed in, their dark forms surrounding me, I acted swiftly. I shot my web's hooters at the nearest Erebus, aiming to immobilize it. But just as I thought I had gained an advantage, Ted attacked from behind with surprising speed. Ted's surprise attack caught me off guard, but my spider sense kicked in, letting me dodge just in time. Sneaky bastard, I muttered, feeling determined to beat him. As Ted was momentarily distracted by my dodge, I seized the opportunity to strike back, shooting webs in his direction in an attempt to trap him once again. But as before, he vanished into the darkness, leaving me to face his Erebus minions alone. My spider sense blared warnings as I looked around, detecting danger from both above and below. Two Erebus creatures pounced from the darkness above, claws ready to strike, while the other two closed in from below, their glowing eyes locked on me. You gotta be kidding me, I muttered as I found myself sandwiched between the two groups of Erebus creatures, one above and one below. With my senses on high alert, I swiftly swung my arms, shooting webs at the Erebus creatures above and below me, aiming to immobilize them temporarily. My web snagged the creatures, slowing them down. I spun around to deal with the threat. But before I could react, Ted's punch that filled with darkness struck me square in the back, making me cry out. Arg. I staggered forward, caught off guard by the blow. The Erebus creatures wasted no time, their claws slashing at me relentlessly from every direction, leaving me scrambling to defend myself. Despite the overwhelming assault, I refused to let myself be overwhelmed. Drawing upon my 1.5 years of training and experience, I focused on maintaining my composure, weaving and dodging with agility as I countered each attack with calculated precision. Enough. I roared, channeling every ounce of my inner strength into a single devastating blow. With a primal roar, I tapped into my berserker power, unleashing a torrent of raw energy that surged through my veins like wildfire. With lightning speed, I rushed toward the Erebus creatures, delivering powerful punches that sent them flying. They staggered backward, howling in pain as they tried to recover. Impossible? How could you punch them when they're made of shadow? Ted, Shadow, questioned incredulously. You see, I'm one of a kind, irregular, I replied confidently, locking eyes with Ted. Shadow. Status. Name, Michael Wilson, formerly Jonathan Anderson. Nationality, American. Energy, 100. Age. Physically, 15 years old. Mentally, 27 years old. Attributes. Strength, 170 plus 50% equals 266. Agility, 150 plus 50% equals 236. Endurance, 172 plus 50% equals 266. Stamina, 132 plus 50% equals 209. Intelligence, 130 plus 50% equals 206. Reflexes, 150 plus 50% equals 236. Charisma, 50. Luck, 41. Abilities. Berserker. Chi sense. Enhanced spider sense. Enhanced wall crawling. Enhanced organic web. Enhanced detective skills. Leadership skills. Available points. Experience points, 100. Shop points, 2 million. Technique skills. Boxing, master level. Taekwondo, master level. Kung Fu, master level. Systema, master level. Street fight, master level. Aikido, master level. Muay Thai, master level. Eskrima, master level. Special ability. Berserker mode. This special ability taps into your primal instincts, boosting your strength and aggression in battle. However, activating it consumes 100 energy. After 1 hour of activation, you'll be left in a near-death state, exhausted and vulnerable. But be cautious, there's a cooldown of 20 minutes after each use. Enhancements in Berserker mode. Strength, increased to 50%. Agility, increased to 50%. Endurance, increased to 50%. Stamina, increased to 50%. Reflexes, increased to 50%. Brink of Death boost. When you are in a brink of death, your strength is boosted to 10, granting you a last burst of power to potentially turn the tide of battle. With a determined grin, I prepared to face Ted, Shadow, and his Erebus creatures once more. As the fight heated up, I made sure to keep my upper hand while not wasting energy. I planned out each move carefully, trying to take down the Erebus creatures without wasting any extra effort. As I swiftly trapped the Erebus creatures with my webs, they wriggled and squirmed but couldn't escape in my webs. It made me wonder why Ted's creatures could get caught in physical traps. Is it because he just summons it, or maybe he couldn't fully make them real, only creating them partially? Or maybe summoning them made them weaker against my attacks? Whatever the reason, it worked in my favor, giving me the upper hand to keep going. With Ted's minions trapped and taken care of, I focused on Ted himself. My spider sense warned me as he attempted to sneak up on me, so I swiftly turned and landed a solid punch to his gut. The impact sent Ted hurtling through the air, his cry of pain echoing in the darkness. "Arg! Spider-Man!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration and agony as he struggled to regain his footing. Then he vanished once more into the shadows, this time engulfing himself in an overwhelming darkness. With a chilling declaration, he uttered, "I offer my soul to the darkness, grant me strength." Wrapped in armor crafted from pure shadow, he stood before me, radiating some badass aura. It was a chilling sight, showcasing his deep connection to darkness. If I'm being honest, it's kinda badass. I mean, it was like Skyrim shadow armor level badassery. I almost felt like complimenting him on his fashion choice, but then I remembered he's, you know, evil. Anyway, despite feeling uncomfortable, I didn't back down. I dug deep for courage, ready to take on Ted. "You're diving into darkness, Ted, but I won't let you win," I said firmly. My voice stayed calm, even as the darkness loomed over us. Ted's voice dripped with menace as he spoke, his words laced with malice. "Today," he sneered, "marks the end for you, Spider-Man. You've been a thorn in the side of our organization for far too long." His tone turned contemptuous. "Initially, I was ordered to avoid you by our leader, but your actions have provoked my wrath, fueling my desire to eliminate you." Ted's mention of the organization sent a chill down my spine, stirring memories of past encounters. "You're part of the 69 organization?" I inquired, trying to gain any information if he is really related to them. Ted's lips twisted into a malevolent smirk, confirming my suspicions. "Oh, Spider-Man, you've been a thorn in our side for far too long," he admitted with disdain. "At first, I was content to follow our leader's orders and avoid you. But then you just had to poke your nose where it didn't belong, making things personal. Now, let's just say I'm looking forward to seeing you suffer." Then he suddenly showed up in front of me, punching me in the face, but I managed to block and evade his attack with the help of my spider sense. However, my relief was short-lived as he quickly cloned himself into two, attacking me from both sides. I couldn't avoid both of them at the same time. It was fast, and he was faster and stronger than me, even with my berserker mode activated. His transformation make him stronger. "Org!" I screamed as he punched me left and right, the force of his blows sending shockwaves of pain through my body. Each hit was like a sledgehammer. Despite my best efforts to defend myself, I felt myself being pushed to the brink, my strength fading with each passing moment. I tried to stop his punch from hitting me, but then the other clone punched me in the side. It hurt a lot, and I had trouble breathing for a moment. I stumbled back, trying to stay on my feet. "Enough," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath as I faced Ted and his clone. "Just give up already. This fight isn't going to end well for you." Ted laughed in the dark, his eyes showing how much he enjoyed beating me. You should give up, Spider-Man, he taunted, sounding like he thought he was better than me. But since you insist on resisting, I'll just have to teach you a lesson the hard way. Bye-bye, Spider-Man, Ted sneered, as Ted's fist came hurtling toward me. With a quick dodge and a surge of adrenaline, I managed to evade his attack, sidestepping just in time. With one swift uppercut, I sent Ted flying backward. His clone vanished, leaving me facing him alone. Ted's voice crackled with disbelief as he demanded, "How did you become so powerful?" "How? I've got something you lack, Ted," I replied, my voice steady despite the exhaustion weighing on me. Determination, a cause worth fighting for, and a few overpowered traits up my sleeve. Brink of Death boost. When you are in a brink of death, your strength is boosted to 10, granting you a last burst of power to potentially turn the tide of battle. "Ted, it's over," I declared, my voice strained but firm. "There's no need for us to keep fighting. Surrender now, and we can resolve this peacefully." Ted's eyes narrowed, his expression contorted with rage and defiance. "You think you can defeat me that easily, Spider-Man?" he snarled, his voice dripping with contempt. "I'll never surrender to the likes of you. This ends only when one of us is lying defeated on the ground." As Ted disappeared once more into the shadows, I desperately tried to sense his presence with my chi sense. With all my focus, I reached out, searching the room for any sign of his energy. Just as I felt a faint trace, a panic surged through me. I shouted, "Mary." My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the danger she was in. Ted's sudden appearance in the same room as Mary sent a chill down my spine. I had to get to her, fast. Meanwhile Mary sighed. "Stay back," she shouted, her voice trembling with fear. But as Ted moved closer, his eyes filled with malice, Mary's courage faltered. Panic rose inside her, threatening to overwhelm her. "Feisty, are you?" Ted's voice oozed with sinister amusement as he advanced, his gaze fixed on Mary. "I could use someone like you for my plan to finally get rid of Spider-Man." His tone was chilling, sending shivers down Mary's spine as she backed away, her heart pounding with fear. Then he remarked, taking a step closer, "But you'll soon learn that resistance is futile. Once I've dealt with Spider-Man, you will be mine to do with as I please." Mary recoiled in disgust at Ted's vile words. "You really are sick," she spat, her voice trembling with anger and revulsion. "I will never let you lay a finger on me, you monster." Her words were filled with angry and desperate, but deep down, she couldn't shake the fear that gripped her heart. But then, in the darkness, she heard Spider-Man's voice calling her name. "Mary." His voice gave her hope. With new determination, she focused on breaking free from the shadows that held her captive. "He knows my name," she whispered to herself, then she said, looking at Ted. "I won't let you win, Ted," Mary declared firmly. "Spider-Man will stop you, no matter what. And I'll be right there with him, fighting against you." To be continued. As I burst into the room, my senses immediately honed in towards Ted and Mary. My heart sank at the sight of Ted using her as a hostage. Anger surged through me, but I forced myself to remain calm, knowing that any rash actions could endanger Mary further. "Let her go, Ted," I demanded, my voice firm and commanding. "She has nothing to do with this. This is between you and me." Ted spat out his words with venom, cursing me as he blamed me for his thwarted plans. "Fuck you, Spider-Man," he said. "If it wasn't for your meddling, she would be mine by now." I shot back at him, refusing to let his insults go unanswered. "You're the one who revealed your location, you idiot," I retorted angrily. Ted's response was filled with arrogance, confident in his belief that I would track him down regardless. "I know you would have found me anyway," he sneered. "That's just how relentless you are." "Enough talk, Spider-Man," Ted said, his voice filled with contempt. "Let's settle this once and for all." As Ted summoned his clone to attack me, the situation grew even more dire. Then Ted threatened me, "If you move, Spider-Man, this girl gets hurt." "Bastard," I muttered under my breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. If I made a wrong move, Mary would pay the price. With Ted watching closely, his evil aura making my blood boil, I was determined not to let him win, also not at the cost of Mary's safety. As his clone lunged at me, I braced myself for the fight. Trapped between Ted's clone and the threat to Mary, I had to get creative with my defense. With my movement restricted, I knew I couldn't rely on my usual agility and reflexes. Instead, I focused on using my surroundings to my advantage, looking for any opportunity to turn the tide in my favor. As the clone kept hitting me, I couldn't move an inch. But I kept fighting. I wouldn't give up. Mary's safety depended on it. Left hook, jab straight, uppercut. Ted commanded his clone, his laughter ringing in the air as I struggled to defend myself, unable to move due to the threat to Mary's safety. Mary's tearful cries pierced through the chaos, her voice filled with fear and desperation. "No, please," she pleaded, her words choked with emotion. But Ted only laughed cruelly, reveling in his perceived victory. "Ha ha ha, look at you now, Spider-Man. I win," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. As the clone continued to pummel me, I gritted my teeth against the pain, refusing to yield. With each blow, I felt my strength weaken, but I refused to give up hope. Mary's safety was my priority, driving me to endure the punishment without faltering. Trembling with desperation, Mary begged, "Please, don't hurt him. Stop this." Her voice trembled with a blend of fear and empathy, her deep concern for my well-being apparent in every word. I locked eyes with her, silently conveying my determination to end this without any harm coming to either of us. I'll do everything I can to keep us safe, Mary, I assured her, my voice filled with conviction. Just trust me. Ted's sinister laughter filled the air. You're too late, Spider-Man, he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Soon, she'll be mine, and you can't do a damn thing to stop me. When I first met Mary, I saw her as nothing more than a friend. Despite knowing her feelings for me, I couldn't allow myself to reciprocate because of the age difference. I am older mentally and younger physically. But as I watched her tears fall, I realized that my feelings for her ran deeper than I had initially acknowledged. Despite the age gap, I couldn't bear to see her in distress. I wanted to protect her, to keep her safe from harm. With newfound determination, I turned to Ted and declared firmly, "You're mistaken. She belongs with me." My voice rang out with conviction, fueled by the need to safeguard Mary from any further harm. Summoning the flashlight from my inventory, I aimed it directly at Ted, knowing that this time his resistance to light had faded. "So I'm going to end this once and for all. Say goodbye to the darkness, Ted," I declared, my voice unwavering as I unleashed the full force of the flashlight's beam upon him. As the light enveloped Ted, his agonized cry filled the room. "Arg," he screamed, his voice laced with pain and desperation. What is this?" His words were strained, choked with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The once confident and menacing figure was now reduced to a vulnerable and terrified soul. You think you can defeat me with mere light?" Ted's voice wavered, his tone filled with desperation as he attempted to muster some strength. As Ted's dark armor faded away, I saw fear in his eyes for the first time. It was a big change from how confident and mean he was before. It showed how light can beat darkness. With Ted injured by the burst of light, I acted quickly. Moving fast, I closed the gap between us and disarmed him. In one smooth motion, I freed Mary from his grip, pulling her into my arms and holding her tightly to keep her safe. Turning to Mary, I offered her a comforting smile. "You okay?" I asked gently, my worry clear in my tone. Mary nodded, her eyes expressing her gratitude. "Yeah, thanks to you," she said, her voice shaky as she hugged me tightly. As Mary hugged me tightly, her voice softened. "I know who you are, Spider-Man," she whispered. Mary's revelation caught me off guard, but I quickly composed myself, focusing on the immediate threat at hand. "We can talk about that later," I replied softly, my gaze shifting back to Ted, who was now struggling to stand. With Ted now powerless, I landed a decisive blow to his head, knocking him unconscious. I swiftly webbed his body from head to toe, ensuring that he couldn't escape or use his powers to cause any further harm. Turning back to Mary, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as she confirmed her recognition of me. "You know me?" I asked, my voice filled with confusion. Her eyes met mine, filled with love and certainty. "Yes, I know you. You said my name back then." She chuckled then replied softly, her words carrying the weight of her emotions. "And also the way you comfort me. That's how I realized you were Michael Wilson," she continued, her voice trembling with emotion. "The one I love." That's when I realized the depth of my feelings for her. I now embraced the truth. I was no longer Jonathan Anderson. I had become Michael Wilson, and my heart belonged to the girl named Mary Rose Fletcher. In that moment of realization, we shared a sweet kiss under the gentle moonlight, feeling as if everything else melted away. It felt like a scene from a romance of the dawn, where love blossomed amidst the soft glow of the night. The end of Book 1 Part 2 Arc. 1 week after the incident. Location, Forest Hills, New York City. Timeline, March 17, 1949. Time 5 p.m. My name is Mark Fletcher, also known as Nightwing. I found myself in Michael's house, sitting with him in his room. He's my best friend, Michael Wilson, aka Spider-Man. I already knew everything about the recent incidents. His dad knows his secret, and my sister, Mary Rose Fletcher, knows too. And would you believe it? Mary and Michael are now a couple. I couldn't help but feel happy for both of them, seeing my sister's unrequited love finally come true and my best friend no longer single. I chuckled at the thought. "Hey, Mike," I greeted my best friend, Michael, as we sat in his room. "What's with the mic?" he teased. "You know, feeling happy for you, man," I replied with a chuckle, referring to his newfound relationship with my sister, Mary. Michael chuckled in response before asking, "Anyway, are you ready for your family gathering with Emily? You know she wants you to be there for her." "Yeah, I know, but I'm afraid, Michael," I confessed, feeling anxious. "You know, Emily's family is rich, and I don't know if they'll accept me, especially her mother's side, the Felcoms." Michael reassured me, saying, "Hey, what's up with your mood? Just chill, man. The Felcoms are known for their kindness. That's why Emily's mother is so humble despite being rich." With Michael's reassurance, I felt a bit more at ease. He had a way of calming my nerves, even in the face of uncertainty. "You're right, Michael," I replied, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. "Thanks for always being there." Michael grinned, giving me a playful punch on the shoulder. "That's what friends are for, Mark. Now, go show Emily's family what a great guy you are." "You're right, Michael," I agreed, feeling a sense of calm wash over me. I better get going before I'm late for the family gathering. As I prepared to head out, Michael's voice stopped me in my tracks. "Mark, did you remember to put your Nightwing suit on under your fancy clothes?" I couldn't help but chuckle at his concern. "Don't worry, Michael," I reassured him with a grin. "I've got my Nightwing suit on standby, even if I'm dressed to impress," I said confidently, giving him a thumbs up. "I've got this under control." Now, wish me luck. Michael laughed, shaking his head. All right, just making sure. I nodded and with a quick goodbye to Michael, I hurried out of his room, eager to join Emily and her family for what promised to be an eventful evening. As I arrived at the Hawkins residence, a sense of anticipation and nervousness washed over me. Emily greeted me at the door with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mark, I'm so glad you could make it, she said, her voice filled with genuine happiness. Come on, for you I wouldn't miss it for the world, I replied, returning her smile. You jest, Emily said, her cheeks flushing pink with embarrassment. Walking into the grand mansion, I couldn't ignore the fancy surroundings. Emily's mother's side, the Felcoms, were super wealthy and important, and I felt kinda small compared to all that. As Emily led me through the grand halls, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being out of place. Emily's dad, Gary Hawkins, didn't say much, but his eyes seemed to size me up. It took me about a year for us to know each other better, but I could tell he finally accepted me for who I am. Hello, sir, how have you been? I greeted nervously as Emily's father approached. I'm good, kid, he replied with a reassuring smile. As we having a conversation, the Felcoms family suddenly appeared before us. Among them was Diana Felcoms, Sharon Hawkins' mother, elegant and graceful, with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. Beside her stood Gerald Felcoms, Sharon's father, a distinguished gentleman who exuded an air of sophistication. So, this must be Emily's boyfriend, Diana Felcoms remarked warmly, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Yes, indeed, Emily confirmed proudly, intertwining her fingers with mine. I couldn't help but feel a wave of relief as Diana and Gerald Felcoms greeted me with genuine warmth and friendliness. Despite their wealth and status, they treated me with kindness and respect, instantly easing my nerves. It's a pleasure to meet you both, ma'am and sir, I replied, extending my hand to shake theirs. Thank you for welcoming me into your home. As the evening progressed, I found myself immersed in lively conversations with Emily's family. Even though I was nervous at first, but they were super friendly and made me feel right at home. Gerald Felcoms talked about his business stuff, Diana Felcoms shared stories about all the good deeds she does around town, and Mayla Hawkins, Emily's little sis, had us cracking up with her jokes and giggles. Diana Felcoms rose from her seat, a glint of excitement in her eyes. I have an announcement to make, she said cheerfully. Today, we're all in for a treat because we'll get to see my lovely granddaughter shine. Emily blushed at her grandmother's words, her smile widening as she stood up, her hands trembling slightly. I will be performing a piano piece that I've been practicing, she announced, her voice filled with both nervousness and excitement to execute her performance to them. As Emily sat at the piano, and suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath, waiting in anticipation. KK, AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. I remember when I first noticed that you liked me back. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. We were sitting down in a restaurant waiting for the check. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. We had made love earlier that day with no strings attached. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. But I could tell that something had changed how you looked at me then. Verse 2. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. And on the Lower East Side you're dancing with me now. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. And I'm taking pictures of you with flowers on the wall. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. Think I like you best when you're dressed in black from head to toe. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. Think I like you best when you're just with me and no one else. Verse 3. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. And I'm kissing you lying in my room. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. Holding you until you fall asleep. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. And it's just as good as I knew it would be. M7 AIDS is 2GG/F sharp. Stay with me, I don't want you to leave. With each note she played, she transported us all to another world, her music filling the room with its beauty and grace. And as she reached the final chord, the room erupted into applause. We couldn't help but marvel at Emily's incredible talent, our hearts overflowing with admiration and awe. As the applause died down, Emily returned to her seat, a blush still lingering on her cheeks. I couldn't help but admire her grace and talent, feeling a swell of pride in my heart. That was amazing, Emily, I whispered, leaning close to her. You never cease to amaze me. Emily smiled shyly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Thanks, Mark, she replied softly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Before we could continue our conversation, a commotion broke out across the room. People were murmuring and pointing towards the entrance, their expressions filled with concern. What's going on? I asked, glancing around anxiously. Emily's father, Gary, stood up from his seat, his expression grim. It seems we have some uninvited guests, he said, his voice tense with worry. As the situation unfolded, it became clear that there were 3 intruders, each wearing a mask. Their sudden appearance killed the vibe of the party, and you could feel tension spreading like wildfire. Why are they here? I wondered aloud, my mind racing with possibilities. Are they trying to disrupt this family gathering? Just as I was processing the situation, one of the criminals chimed in, his tone dripping with malice. Sorry, Felcoms and Hawkins folks, he sneered. His smirk under his mask makes me wants to punch him. But we're just here to do our thing. It was obvious that the criminals were after the Felcoms family because they were rich. With their wealth and status, they were an easy target for those looking to exploit their riches. With the danger right in front of us, I steeled myself for what was coming next. I couldn't stand by and let these thugs ruin the evening for Emily, her family, and everyone else here. It was time to step up, take action, and restore calm to the gathering. Thankfully, I had some smoke bombs stashed away in my pocket for emergency like this. I grabbed one and tossed it on the ground, creating a thick fog that hid my next moves. Luckily, Emily and the others didn't catch on to the fact that I tossed the smoke bomb. With the thick smoke clouding their vision, they were too preoccupied with keeping safe to notice my actions. Keeping my Nightwing identity under wraps was essential, especially now. With everyone distracted, I could focus on dealing with the criminals without blowing my cover. Emily sighed. Emily and the others coughed and sputtered as the smoke enveloped the room, their voices filled with confusion and worry. As the smoke filled the room, Emily's heart raced with concern. She instinctively reached out to her family, ensuring they were safe amidst the chaos. "What's happening?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Her mother, Sharon Hawkins, scanned the surroundings with a mixture of worry and confusion. "Is everyone all right?" she asked, her tone laced with concern. Gary Hawkins, Emily's dad, stayed calm but watchful. "Stay together, everyone," he said firmly, his voice steady despite the tension. "Let's stick together until we know what's happening." Despite the confusion, Emily couldn't shake the feeling that Mark was somehow behind the smoke bomb. She shot a quick glance in his direction. Yet, rather than dwelling on it, Emily remained focused on keeping her family safe, prioritizing their well-being above all else. As the chaos unfolded around them, Emily couldn't help but wonder what Mark was up to. And also, she trusted him completely. He always had a plan to keep them safe. Despite the confusion, she felt comforted by his presence, knowing he would do whatever it took to protect her and her family. Mark POV. With my mask on, I charged at the three criminals, determined to keep my identity hidden. Each move I made was carefully planned to catch them off guard, making sure they never saw me coming. Of course, the mask is in my pocket. I always carry it for emergencies. Anyway, I dashed towards the first bad guy, tensing up as I got closer. Then, bam. I socked him right in the gut with a quick jab. He doubled over, wheezing from the hit. Without giving them a chance to retaliate, I spun around gracefully, aiming a forceful kick straight at the second attacker. My move caught him off guard, sending him stumbling backward in disarray, his balance completely disrupted by the unexpected strike. Moving swiftly, I charged towards the third criminal. With a fierce determination, I aimed a powerful knee kick at his midsection, intending to take him down swiftly. The impact was solid, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the force of my strike. In the blink of an eye, all three criminals lay unconscious on the ground, defeated by my swift and decisive actions. Then as the smoke dispersed, revealing the aftermath of the confrontation, I made sure to keep my identity hidden, so I take off my mask and going towards them. Then with a quick glance, I confirmed that Emily and her family were safe, their expressions a mix of relief and confusion. As the criminals lay unconscious on the ground, Gerald Felcombs was the first to speak up. "Who could this be, and how did they get defeated? Is this related to the smoke bombs?" "It's hard to say," Emily's father, Gary Hawkins, chimed in, scanning the area with a furrowed brow. "But whoever it was, they sure knew what they were doing." "It's possible," Diana Felcombs mused, "but we can't jump to conclusions. Let's just be grateful that everyone is safe." Quietly returning to their side, I put on an innocent demeanor. Hiding any sign of my part in the fight, I decided to contribute to the discussion. "Maybe it's a vigilante named Nightwing," I suggested casually, playing along with the speculation. "He's known for using smoke bombs and stealthy maneuvers." "Cool stuff, you know." Emily's mother, Sharon Hawkins, raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea. "Nightwing, huh? I've heard of him. He is the sidekick of Spider-Man, isn't he?" Before I could even think of respond, Emily quietly came up to me, her voice as low only I could hear. Then she spoke. "Thanks, Nightwing," she said softly, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and admiration. With a sinking heart, I muttered to myself, "Shit, she found out." The end of side chapter. Mark status. Name, Mark Fletcher. Alias, Nightwing. Age, 16. Nationality, American. Attributes. Strength, 70. Agility, 62. Endurance, 71. Stamina, 63. Intelligence, 100. Reflexes, 55. Charisma, 30. Luck, 45. Abilities. Enhanced reflexes. Enhanced agility. Enhanced stamina. Acrobatics. Brainiac. Serum boost. Permanently enhances physical attributes. Weaker version of Super Soldier Serum. Technique skills. Boxing, advanced level. Eskrima, advanced level. Kung Fu, advanced level. New York, 1952. Michael. Edward Wilson's urgent voice broke through the air, pulling Michael's attention away from his thoughts. "Father, I'm sorry," Michael stuttered, his body freezing against his will. "I messed up." As Michael's body froze, his mind raced with thoughts of unfinished business, but a strange calm washed over him. "I leave the rest to you," he managed to utter before the frozen completely enveloped all over his body. As Michael's body froze, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, counting down the moments until he was completely frozen. "Host, you will be frozen completely in 3, 2, 1. Complete full frozen." As Michael stood frozen, unable to move or respond, all he could do was listen to the shouting of his father's anguished cries echoing through the streets of New York. Before closing his eyes, These phrases, "with great power comes great responsibility," took on a whole new meaning for me after this incident. The epilogue teased a fresh start, but Michael's future remained uncertain. What twists and turns await him on this journey? 4 years later. Timeline, New York, April 20th, 1952. Time, 4 p.m. In the lively streets of New York City in 1952, the city buzzed with activity. It's vibrant and nostalgic city. It reminds me again that I really came in the past. Swinging gracefully between the towering skyscrapers, dressed in my black and blue costume, I couldn't help but feel proud of how much I'd grown since becoming Spider-Man 4 years ago. As I landed on a nearby building, its rooftop empty, I took a moment to breathe and look around. The cool air felt refreshing after swinging through the city. Taking a quick look around to make sure I was alone, I activated my Spider-Man system and requested an update on my status. "Show me my status, system," I said quietly. Status. Name, Michael Wilson, formerly Jonathan Anderson. Nationality, American. Energy, 300. Age, physically, 19 years old. Mentally, 27 years old. Attributes. Strength, 334. Agility, 330. Endurance, 340. Stamina, 332. Intelligence, 150. Reflexes, 350. Charisma, 60. Hide. Luck, 51. Abilities. Berserker mode, still accessible with the same conditions. Chi sense. Enhanced spider sense. Enhanced wall crawling. Enhanced organic web. Enhanced detective skills. Leadership skills. Available points. Experience points, 0. Shop points 15 million points. Technique skills. Boxing, Beyond Master. Taekwondo, Master Level. Kung Fu, Beyond Master Level. Systema, Master Level. Street Fight, Beyond Master. Aikido, Master Level. Muay Thai, Beyond Master. Eskrima, Master Level. Judo, Master Level. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Master Level. Wing Chun, Master Level. Capoeira, Master Level. As I glanced at the glowing screen of my Spider-Man system, checking my status and available points, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. A call from my father, Captain Edward Wilson. "Hello, Michael," Dad's voice crackled through the McCall device. My dad and I often bond over fighting crime together. He rose to the rank of executive captain in the police force. And of course, Nightwing, my friend Mark, and Lou, the new angel. The three of us are always together fighting crimes. But sometimes, Mark occasionally operates solo. He told me that he can handle himself, and I agree. After all, he's trained for years, so I believe that Mark can easily handle himself. While I trust in Mark's capabilities, I still express concern for his safety and urge him to contact me if he ever feels overwhelmed. And then there's Lou. He's also similar to Mark. Sometimes, he fights criminals by himself. Well, he is stronger than Mark after all. I also gave Lou some serum boost, just like I did for Mark. And Lou has more experience than Mark, so yeah. Anyway, with Lou and Mark occupied on the other side of New York City, I find myself flying solo for now. My dad's voice broke through my thoughts, pulling me back to reality. "Hello, Michael? Are you there?" Captain Edward Wilson's voice came through the McCall device. "Sorry, Dad, I was lost in thought for a moment there. What's up?" I replied, snapping back to attention. I just wanted to, have some father-son bonding time," Dad said, his tone warm and inviting. "No mom this time, just you and me. I want to bond with you for now, son," said Edward. "Sure, Dad, I'd love that," I said warmly. "Where do you want to meet? How about that little Italian place downtown? The one we used to go 2 years before," Dad suggested, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Yeah, I remember," I replied, a smile playing on my lips. "That sounds perfect. I'll meet you there in an hour." "Sounds like a plan. See you then, son," Dad said before ending the call. Ending the call with my dad, Captain Edward Wilson, I couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth at the thought of spending quality time with him. Despite our busy lives, him as a high-ranking officer in the police force, and me as the vigilant Spider-Man, we always made time for each other. With eager anticipation, I leaped off the rooftop and swung effortlessly through the city streets, the wind rushing past me as I made my way to the designated meeting spot. The familiar sights and sounds of New York City enveloped me, the lively activity of the bustling metropolis serving as a comforting backdrop to my thoughts. As I arrived at the cozy Italian restaurant downtown, memories flooded back to me of the times my father and I had shared meals here, bonding over plates of pasta and stories of our adventures. Stepping inside, the familiar scent of garlic and tomatoes greeted me like an old friend, wrapping around me in a comforting hug. I saw Dad sitting at a corner table, his face lit up with a smile as he waved me over. Walking toward him, I couldn't resist smiling back, thankful for this opportunity to bond with him away from our usual crime-fighting routines. "Hey, Dad," I greeted warmly as I slid into the seat opposite him. "So, how's your day been, Dad? Any trouble with the criminals running amok?" Dad chuckled, shaking his head slightly as he leaned back in his chair. You know how it is, Michael. The city's always keeping us on our toes. But nothing we can't handle." I raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at my lips. "Come on, Dad, spill the beans. I'm always up for a good crime-fighting story." Dad chuckled again, then said, "Well, there was this one incident earlier today. A group of bank robbers thought they could outsmart us police, but little did they know, we had them cornered from the start. I leaned in closer, eager to hear more. And then what happened? Did you catch them in the act? Dad nodded, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. You bet we did. It was a classic case of good old-fashioned police work. We tracked them down, busted their hideout, and rounded them up before they even had a chance to make a getaway. Damn, that's so cool, Dad, I said to my father, genuinely impressed by his stories of crime-fighting heroics. Dad raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. What about you, Michael? How's everything been going with your Spider-Man activities? He said to me quietly, only I could hear. Looking around to ensure our conversation remained private, I leaned in and whispered, it's been all right, Dad. Pretty crazy, actually. But I'm managing. Just trying to keep the city safe, you know. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mark Fletcher, also known as Nightwing, and Lou Halloway, the new angel vigilante, were out fighting crime without Michael this time. In the alleyway, Mark, with his swift and precise movements, launched a series of powerful strikes at the criminals in front of him. His punches hit their mark with speed and accuracy, forcing one thug to stumble back. As one thug stumbled backward from Mark's punch to the face, another received a devastating back kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Without missing a beat, Mark executed a perfectly timed axe kick, knocking the last assailant to the pavement. Then as Lou fought off the remaining criminals with a combination of speed and agility, Mark kept a watchful eye on his partner's back. Seeing a new danger approaching, he shouted a quick alert to Lou, his voice piercing through the commotion of the battle. Angel, behind you. Mark shouted, his senses on high alert as he prepared to intervene if necessary. Reacting with a fast reflexes, Lou spun around just in time to catch sight of the criminal sneaking up behind him. Without hesitation, he launched himself into a powerful elbow strike, connecting solidly with the would-be attacker's jaw and sending him staggering backward. In the middle of the fight, Lou couldn't help but be impressed by Nightwing's swift and precise moves. Hey, not bad, Nightwing, he called out, a touch of surprise evident in his typically sassy tone. Looks like you've become more reliable than before, although not as strong as me. With a grin, Mark nodded towards Lou. Thanks, Angel. Just keep an eye out behind you, okay? We wouldn't want any surprises ruining that pretty face of yours. Rolling his eyes in mock annoyance, Lou shot back, oh, please. Like I need your protection, Mr. Too Booksmart for school. I can handle myself just fine. Mark chuckled under his breath, impressed by Lou's stubborn determination even in the heat of battle. Sure you can, Angel. As the last of the criminals fell unconscious to the ground, Mark's McCall device suddenly began to ring. With a quick glance, he saw it was his girlfriend Emily calling. Hey, what's up? Mark answered, trying to sound casual despite the urgency in her tone. What's up? Didn't I say we're supposed to be on our date right now? Emily's voice came through the device, a hint of disappointment evident. Mark's heart sank as he realized his mistake. Of course, I didn't forget about it, babe. Who do you think I am? He reassured her, though inwardly, he cursed himself for losing track of time. Okay, babe, just be ready, okay? I'll be there at our usual spot, Emily replied before ending the call. Mark sighed heavily, his mind racing to come up with a solution. Man, I'm sorry, Lou, but I need you to handle this alone, he said, turning to his vigilant partner. Lou's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what? Alone, he exclaimed, trying to reason with Mark, but before he could protest further, Mark was already darting away. I'm sorry, Lou, I'll buy you something next time. Mark shouted back as he disappeared into the distance, leaving Lou to deal with the aftermath of the fight on his own. Shit. Lou cursed under his breath, feeling a mix of frustration and annoyance. With a heavy sigh, he started to tie up the unconscious criminals. He knew he'd have to deal with this mess on his own now. Fuck you, Mark, he thought bitterly. To be continued. Timeline, April 21, 1952. Location, Empire State University. Time, 8 a.m. As teacher Rex Leroy began his lesson on English literature, the classroom buzzed with anticipation. I sat attentively, my mind focused on absorbing as much knowledge as possible. Good morning, everyone. Today, we're going to talk about English literature, Teacher Rex said. As the class got started, Ken Bridget, who's known for being one of the popular students, raised his hand like he usually does. Teacher Rex acknowledged him, and Ken asked about something called the Forgotten Hero. Teacher Rex, sir, Ken began, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Could you tell us about a book called The Forgotten Hero? I heard about it, but I'm not sure what it's about. Teacher Rex Leroy, known for his patience and passion for teaching, smiled at Ken's question, understanding that not all students were familiar with lesser-known literary works. The Forgotten Hero, Teacher Rex began, adjusting his glasses as he prepared to explain. It's a book not many people know about, written by a writer named Mordilne Authentico. Ken nodded, seemingly intrigued by the mention of the book. So, what's it about? Is the hero really forgotten? Teacher Rex leaned in, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. Indeed, the novel revolves around the life of a man named Mar Green, who, despite his remarkable achievements, but nobody remembers his real name anymore. Ken furrowed his brow, processing the information. Nobody remembers his real name? What did he do? Mar Green was an ordinary man, who had a wife and was a father of 2 children, both 2 years old. He performed extraordinary deeds, Teacher Rex explained, his voice carrying a solemn tone. He was a soldier, a hero, fighting for his country. But during the war, they thought he was dead. After many years, his name was officially declared dead by the society. They moved on without him. His wife remarried. His children grew up without ever knowing him. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the classroom as Teacher Rex continued to paint the picture of Mar Green's life. But even though he was declared dead by society, Mar Green's legacy lived on in the hearts of those he had saved. Teacher Rex continued, his voice steady. He may have been erased from official records, but his sacrifices were not in vain. He will always be remembered as a hero. As Teacher Rex talked, everyone in the classroom listened with respect. I felt really sad for Mar Green. Imagine having your very existence erased. To be declared dead by society was a fate I couldn't imagine. Ken looked sad and impressed, like me, when he heard about the forgotten hero. Thank you, Teacher Rex, Ken said softly, his voice tinged with emotion. That was a powerful story. Teacher Rex nodded, looking at Ken with a thoughtful expression. Remember, Ken, sometimes the true heroes are the ones whose names are forgotten by society, but whose deeds live on to inspire others. After class, in the bustling cafeteria, my friends and I gathered at a table. I, Michael Wilson, joined my friends Mark Fletcher, Chris Hilton, Lou Holloway, Emily Hawkins, and Mary Rose Fletcher. We were all 19 years old now, and it was fascinating to see how much we'd all grown and changed since we first met. Mark Fletcher caught my eye first. His violet hair was a striking change, and he doesn't have his glasses anymore, looking buff now. Chris Hilton looked different too. His once messy hair was now neatly styled into a taper fade, giving him a more refined appearance. Born into a wealthy family, Chris exuded a calm and collected demeanor. Mary Rose Fletcher, Mark's sister and my girlfriend, had her hair styled in victory rolls, a vibrant shade of red-violet complementing her features perfectly. Emily Hawkins, Mark's girlfriend, had green hair that added a pop of color to her appearance. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with energy, and her curly bob hairstyle fitting her unique style. Lou Holloway, with his buzz cut, stood out among us. He had a sassy attitude, especially when it came to teasing Mark, which always brought a smile to our faces. Then Chris spoke up, everyone, you know we're in college now. After we graduate, what's your future path? Mark, my closest friend, expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, Chris, I'm able to manage the college tuition fees by working part-time at your company. Your support means a lot, even though it's just a part-time job. Chris nodded, a smile playing on his lips as he acknowledged Mark's words. You've been a valuable asset to the team, Mark. It's the least I could do to support you. Mark then said, maybe after college, I'll become a cop. It feels like the right thing to do, you know? Serving and protecting people, it's something I've always do. Wow, that's cool, Chris said. You're already out there doing good, just like Michael and Lou. You got this. He lowered his voice, knowing our chat was private amidst the cafeteria noise. Chris already knows that Mark, Lou, and I are vigilantes. We told him, of course, as he's the only one who doesn't know about us. But naturally, we never let them join us in our vigilante acts as it would endanger them. We're not foolish. It's similar to how Spider-Man's Aunt May supports from afar while he fights crime. Suddenly, Mary Rose interrupted Chris, her voice carrying a hint of excitement as she shared her aspirations. You know, guys, she began, her eyes filled with determination, I've always dreamt of becoming a fashion designer. Back when money was tight, I couldn't afford to buy new clothes. So, I had to get creative with what I had. I'd take my old clothes and transform them into something beautiful. Emily jumped into the conversation, brimming with excitement. That sounds awesome, Mary. I can totally envision you becoming a big name in fashion. And hey, when you become famous, remember to share some of those exclusive designs with me, okay? Mary laughed, grateful for her friend's support. Of course, you'll be my #1 VIP customer. Suddenly, Lou, always full of sassy thing, interjected with a playful smirk. Well, as for me, I'm just here for the ride. But hey, who knows? Maybe I'll become a professional agent or something. We all chuckled at Lou's remark, knowing that whatever path he chose, he would excel in it. After all, Lou had always been full of surprises. Then Emily spoke up, her voice filled with determination and conviction. You know, guys, I've been thinking a lot about my future lately, she began, her eyes shining with passion. And I've realized that I don't want to follow in my dad's footsteps and join the family business. I want to forge my own path, one that's true to who I am. We all listened intently as Emily continued, her words resonating with each of us in different ways. I want to become a journalist, she declared, her voice steady with resolve. I want to tell stories, uncover the truth, and shine a light on the issues that matter. I want to uncover each crimes and story, one article at a time. Mary was the first to speak up, her voice filled with admiration. Emily, that's incredible. I have no doubt that you'll make an amazing journalist. And hey, when you win your first Pulitzer Prize, don't forget about us little people, okay? Emily laughed, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she continued. Thanks, Mary. And don't worry, I'll always remember where I came from. She paused for a moment before adding with a playful smirk, oh, and especially when it comes to our boyfriends, she teased, a playful twinkle in her eye. I mean, how could anyone forget about them? They're practically unforgettable. Yeah, I thought to myself, a wry smile playing on my lips. After all, we're vigilantes, always fighting to keep the city safe, day in and day out. As I thought something, Chris chimed in. I think I will continue my father's footsteps, Chris began, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. Back then, my father was always neglecting us, prioritizing work over family. But after that incident 4 years ago, everything changed. He realized the importance of family and began to bond with us in ways he never had before. A sense of empathy washed over me as I listened to Chris's words, realizing the depth of his family's journey and the impact it had on him. And when I watched my father managing his business, I realized that I wanted to help people too, Chris continued, his voice gaining strength with each word. Even though our paths may be different, the underlying desire to make a positive impact remains the same. Just like you, Michael, I want to use my skills and resources to help others, to make a difference in their lives. His words resonated deeply with me, touching on the fundamental truth that no matter our backgrounds or circumstances, we all shared a common humanity and a desire to contribute to the greater good. With a nod of understanding and respect, I reached out to Chris, offering a silent gesture of solidarity and support. I admire your determination, Chris, I said sincerely. And I have no doubt that you will make a positive impact in whatever path you choose to pursue. Just remember, we're all in this together. Chris suddenly asked, what about you, Michael? What's your future? My future? Huh? I don't know about my future. After all, the only thing I think about is the plot of Spider-Man. The system said to me that the plot will start in 1995, and many crazy and badass villains appearing after Peter assumes the role of Spider-Man. I'll need to mentor and protect him throughout his journey. However, considering it's still 1952, and Peter doesn't become Spider-Man until 1995, I'm left wondering about my own future. Maybe I should create my own business like Batman, one as a successful businessperson akin to Bruce Wayne, and the other as a vigilante like Batman. It will be pretty cool, huh? As I pondered on it, suddenly Chris interrupted my thoughts. Chris's interruption snapped me out of my thoughts, bringing me back to the present moment. Hello, Michael, hello, do you hear me? He asked, concern evident in his voice. Yeah, I hear you, sorry, I was just thinking, I replied, shaking my head slightly to clear my mind. For now, Chris, I don't have anything concrete planned yet. Chris nodded, his expression thoughtful. That's okay, Michael. You still have plenty of time to figure things out. With that we kept talking during lunch, enjoying each other's company and sharing stories. It felt good to be surrounded by friends, and I felt optimistic about what the future held for all of us. Meanwhile, in a secluded side across the city, Princess Lysandra Devert, Vampire Princess, and Atlas Pendragon Holtwood, the vengeful sorcerer, met in the dim light. Their eyes sparked with anticipation as they discussed their plans. Atlas, it has been 4 long years, Princess Lysandra spoke, her voice echoing through the room. Is this the moment we have been waiting for? The time to unleash our plan upon New York City? Atlas grinned wickedly, nodding in agreement. Yes, my dear princess, he replied, his voice carrying a chilling edge. The time has come to set our grand design into motion. With a flick of his wrist, Atlas summoned a swirling vortex of dark energy, causing the air to crackle with power. It is time to gather our comrades, he declared, his eyes filled with determination. But not just any comrades. It is time to gather our original members. Their eyes met in an evil exchange, and a wicked grin curled Atlas's lips. Spider-Man, he sneered, his voice oozing with malice. This is where your suffering begins. Let the New York War begin, he declared, his voice echoing ominously through the room. Little did I know back then that an incident would happen, completely changing our lives and separating us in a way I couldn't have imagined. To be continued. The start of the New York War. Timeline, New York, April 22, 1952. Time, 8 a.m. As I swung through New York, I realized we didn't have class today, so I was lucky. Also Mark had a date, and Lou was helping teacher Thomas, who was getting old these days. So yeah, both of them won't do vigilante acts with me. And that left me alone for now to do my usual day as the vigilante Spider-Man. With each swing, many people greeted me. Hello, Spider-Man, they'd say, waving as I passed by. Their warmth and kindness never failed to lift my spirits. Returning their greetings, I waved back and even joked, hello, handsome sir, to a young man who waved particularly enthusiastically. Then I swung again, patrolling the city. All of a sudden, my McCall device buzzed, snapping me out of my thoughts with its insistent chirping. I quickly answered, knowing it was Mark calling. Hey, Mark, I answered through the device. Hello, Michael, Mark's voice crackled through the line. Don't forget the meetup, okay? We promised that all of us friends would have some fun, you know. I chuckled at Mark's reminder, his voice filled with excitement. Yeah, I know. And also, you should pay attention to your date, I teased him, knowing how important Emily was to him. Mark chuckled softly. Oh shoot, yeah, gotta go, Michael. Emily is waiting for me. Remember, 10 a.m., don't be late, alright. Got it, Mark. Don't keep her waiting, I replied with a grin. With our chat wrapped up, I resumed my patrol, scanning the city below for any signs of trouble. Before long, I sensed a commotion of 5 thieves attempting to prey on 2 young ladies. I quickly swung down to the street, landing in front of the women and the thieves. The thieves froze, startled by my sudden appearance. Hey there, fellas, I said, my voice carrying authority. Looks like you're causing some trouble. I suggest you drop whatever you're doing and walk away. The leader of the group, a burly man with a scar across his cheek, sneered at me. And what if we don't? Huh? You gonna do what? Stop us, Spider-Man. I cracked my knuckles, a smirk forming on my lips. You bet I will. Without another word, the thieves lunged at me, but I was ready. With speed and agility, I dodged their attacks, landing precise strikes to disarm them. In minutes, I had them pinned to the ground, webbed up and ready for the police. The women thanked me profusely, their gratitude evident. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. You saved us, one exclaimed, her voice trembling with relief. I nodded, giving them a reassuring smile. Just doing my friendly neighborhood duty. Stay safe, all right. With that, I swung away, leaving the scene behind. Continuing my patrol, I felt a sense of satisfaction knowing I'd helped someone in need. Suddenly, a familiar sound chimed in my mind, accompanied by a notification overlaying my vision. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping 1,000 people within this week. You have completed the quest. Quest, help 1,000 people within this week. Reward, smoke bombs x20, throwing knives x20, energy potions x20, 1,000 shop points. The notification disappeared and I continued my patrol. As I continued my patrol, the familiar buzz of my macaw interrupted the rhythmic swooshing of my web swinging. I swiftly answered the call, recognizing my father's voice on the other end. Hello, Dad, I greeted him warmly. Michael, I need your help. My dad's voice came through urgently. There's been an incident at the bank. Thieves are heading there. Can you handle it? Of course, Dad, I replied confidently. I've got it covered. As Spider-Man, it's my job to keep the city safe. My father's voice was filled with worry as he continued, even though I've given you many tasks in the past, I can't help but worry. What if something goes wrong? Dad, you know I've been doing this for 4 years now, I reassured him, trying to ease his anxiety. I've faced countless dangers, but I've always managed to handle them. Remember what I always say? With a heavy sigh, my father echoed the words I held dear. With great power comes great responsibility. That's right, I affirmed. And this is one of my responsibilities. So, don't worry, Dad. I've got this. After I got the location from Dad, I swung towards the bank, my senses heightened and my heart pounding with anticipation. As I approached the scene, I could see the chaos unfolding below. The bank's alarms blared loudly, echoing through the streets as people fled in panic. Smoke poured from the entrance, a clear sign that the situation inside was dire. I landed smoothly on the rooftop opposite the bank, taking in the chaos below. Thick smoke obscured my view, but I could make out the figures of the thieves, wearing dark clothes and wielding weapons as they ransacked the bank. Without a moment's pause, I dove into action, swinging down towards the chaos below. As I landed in front of the bank, the thieves turned towards me, their expressions a mix of surprise and defiance. As the criminals tried to speak, I quickly shut them up by shooting sticky webs over their mouths. It stopped them from saying anything. Villain monologue. With a smirk, I joked, I already know what you're gonna say. Before they could do anything, more bad guys came charging at me, looking really evil. I acted fast, shooting sticky webs from my wrists to trap them all at once. The webs stuck to them like glue, making them unable to move and they fell down to the ground. I looked at them and said, stay put, be a good boy and behave yourselves now, okay? I chuckled, unable to resist a small laugh at the sight of the trapped criminals. With the first group of bad guys taken care of, I dashed towards the bank's entrance. There, I found a bigger bunch of bad guys waiting for me. About 10 of them, armed and ready to rumble. I jumped right into the fight, moving around quickly and dodging their attacks. I shot a web at the closest bad guy, trapping him. Then, I kicked him hard in the face, knocking him down. I rolled back to dodge a punch, then quickly hit another guy hard in the chest. He gasped and stumbled back, holding his chest in pain and shock. My spider sense tingled, telling me danger was coming. I dodged 3 shots quickly, moving with agility to avoid them. I could see where they were aiming before they even shot. Seeing my chance, I quickly attacked with a flurry of moves. I spun and kicked one guy in the jaw, then jumped and kicked another with my webs combined together. They flew backward hard, crashing to the ground. My precise and smooth moves showed how much I've practiced and fought. I quickly took down the rest of the bad guys, leaving them unable to move on the ground. And with the final bad guy down and tied up, I shifted my focus to the people trapped inside the bank. Without wasting a second, I swung through the busted door and landed right in the middle of the mess. Guys, I'm here to help, I announced, cutting through the chaos. As I entered through where the people are, I saw the mess the thieves had made: broken glass, furniture tossed around, evidence of their greed and violence strewn everywhere. But even in the midst of all the chaos, there was a feeling of relief among the people inside. They knew the danger was over and that they were safe again. Then I was met with a chorus of cheers and applause from the gathered crowd. They thanked me profusely, their voices filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, Spider-Man. You saved us. You're a hero, Spider-Man. With a final wave to the crowd, I swung away into the city skyline, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For I was Spider-Man, the protector of New York. After this incident, as the clock struck 10:08 a.m., I made my way to our usual meeting spot in the bustling streets of New York City. I tucked away my Spider-Man suit into my inventory before setting off, ensuring I looked just like any other regular guy strolling through the city. When I spotted my friends gathered at our spot, I simply jogged over to them with a smile. Hey, guys. I greeted them. Hey, look who finally decided to show up. Mark teased, a playful glint in his eyes. I chuckled, and said, well, just doing my part to keep the city safe. Mary held my arm gently, her expression filled with love. We're glad you're okay. But now that you're here, let's focus on having some fun, alright? I nodded eagerly, feeling grateful for the distraction and the chance to spend time with my friends and my girlfriend. Absolutely. So, what's the plan for today? Mark glanced around at our group, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Well, I was thinking we could start with some lunch at that new diner down the street. Then maybe catch a movie or do some shopping. Sound good? I nodded at Mark, then chuckled and said, all right, sir. Then as we walked towards the street, Chris caught my eye, his expression thoughtful. He said, so, Michael, how was your morning? Anything exciting happen while you were out and about? I grinned, recounting the events of my morning patrol as Spider-Man. Oh, you know, just the usual, stopping a couple of thieves, saving some civilians. The usual hero stuff. Sounds like you had quite the eventful morning, Chris remarked, his tone filled with understanding. As we walked, I glanced over at Lou, concern evident in my expression. Hey, Lou, since Teacher Thomas is getting older, is he alright? I'm worried about him. Lou flashed me a reassuring grin. Nah, don't worry about him. I mean, he's Thomas Halloway, you know. I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yeah, you're right. After all, Thomas Halloway was a badass back in his days. He's tougher than he looks. Mark then chimed in, how about Mindy, Lou? Where is she? Lou scratched his head, a hint of a smile on his face. She's busy teaching those kids. Mark grinned, shaking his head slightly. Sounds like a hassle, huh? Lou laughed lightly. Yeah, but she loves it. It's fine as long as she likes it. Just as we continued our conversation, a sudden explosion echoed through the street, followed by the appearance of several black portals. My spider sense tingled, warning me of imminent danger. Guys, look out! I shouted, instinctively moving to shield them from harm. Then, a loud voice broke through the surroundings, echoing for all of us to hear. Let the New York War begin, it declared, sending a shiver down my spine. To be continued. As the chaos unfolded around us, I quickly assessed the situation, my mind racing with strategies to keep my friends safe. With determination in my voice, I turned to Chris, knowing he had the skills to protect Mary and Emily. Chris, I need you to keep Mary and Emily safe, I instructed firmly, locking eyes with him. You're skilled in martial arts, and I trust you to protect them while Mark, Lou, and I handle the situation. Chris hesitated for a moment, a protest forming on his lips. But I'm not a babysitter, he started to argue, but I interrupted him. Chris, listen to me, I said firmly, my tone brooking no argument. You're more than capable of keeping them safe. Mary and Emily need you right now, and I need to focus on dealing with these villains. Can I count on you? Chris met my gaze, his expression shifting from reluctance to determination. Finally, he nodded. All right, fine. I'll keep them safe, he conceded, his voice resolute. Then Mary's worry echoed Chris's concerns. But what if something happens to you? She pleaded, her eyes filled with concern. I softly held Mary's hands, offering her a reassuring smile. It's okay, Mary. We'll be all right. Trust me, I assured her, trying to convey confidence despite the uncertainty of the situation. Meanwhile, Mark quickly intervened, directing Emily to safety as he reassured her. Emily, you heard what Michael said. Follow Chris and stay safe. We'll handle this, he urged, his voice firm yet comforting. Emily nodded, her face filled with worry as she looked at Mark. I know I can't stop you, but please be careful, she pleaded, her concern clear in her voice. With our loved ones safely escorted to a secure location, Lo's urgent call for assistance snapped us back to the present moment. Mark and I exchanged a quick nod, understanding the seriousness of the situation. With determination, we leaped into action to face the chaos head-on. I told Mark and Lou to split up and cover different parts of the city, making sure to rescue anyone who needed help. They agreed and hurried off to change into their suits, finding hidden spots for privacy. In a secluded spot, away from any curious onlookers, I quickly changed into my Spider-Man suit. Speaking the activation phrase, "Hero on," my attire transformed in an instant. The black fabric wrapped around me, the eyes of the suit glowing in a vibrant light blue. The spider emblem on my chest gleamed in a dark blue hue, symbolizing hope in the face of danger. Meanwhile, after stepping out of the mysterious black portals, the figures gathered around their leader, Atlas, who issued a chilling command. Spread chaos throughout the city, Atlas ordered, his voice dripping with malice. In unison, the original 4 members acknowledged their leader's command with a resounding "Roger, Captain," before dispersing to carry out their nefarious tasks. However, Princess Lysandra Devert remained behind, her gaze fixed on Atlas. "Atlas, may I have permission to eliminate Spider-Man if I encounter him?" Princess Lysandra asked, her tone filled with determination to end the one who ruined her plan. A sinister grin spread across Atlas's face as he responded, "You have my permission, Princess." Then Atlas stared intently at Princess Lysandra, then said, "Princess, the clock is ticking. You have only 50 minutes before you're exposed to sunlight," he reminded her, his tone tinged with urgency. Lysandra nodded firmly, ready to face whatever came her way. "I know," she said, her voice filled with determination as she braced herself for the task ahead. With a final glance at Atlas, Princess Lysandra disappeared into the shadows, her mission clear in her mind. Time was ticking, and she had a score to settle with Spider-Man. Then Atlas summoned a horde of monstrous creatures, numbering around 100, and commanded them to wreak havoc and unleash massive destruction upon the city. Today is the day Spider-Man will suffer, he declared, his laughter echoing with evilness. Meanwhile, as I swung through the chaos, my chi senses picked up on 2 men who seemed to be in distress. Utilizing my chi sense, I pinpointed their location and discovered that they were trapped under a large rock, unable to move. "Help! Help!" cried out the red-haired man. "Please, anyone, help!" pleaded the lanky man. Hearing their desperate pleas, I swung towards them without hesitation. "I'm here," I assured them as I approached, ready to lend a hand and free them from their predicament. With a mighty effort, I lifted the huge rock, allowing the red-haired and lanky men to escape from beneath it. They scrambled out, visibly relieved. Thank you so much," exclaimed the red-haired man, his voice filled with gratitude. The lanky man nodded vigorously in agreement. "You're a lifesaver, Spider-Man." I nodded in response, offering them a reassuring smile. "Just doing my friendly neighborhood duty. Stay safe out here," I advised them before swinging away to continue aiding others in need. As I swung through the chaotic scene, I came across another group of victims in desperate needing help. However, my attention was soon diverted as I spotted a horde of monstrous creatures resembling the Lickers from Resident Evil. "Shit, there's like a whole bunch of those creepy monster things," I muttered, sizing up the situation. "Looks like there's, like, at least 10 of them, and they're getting closer to those people." The chilling cries for help echoed through the chaos, but before I could reach them, one of the civilians was violently ripped apart. A Licker's claws tore through flesh and bone with brutal force, creating a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. The scene was terrifyingly chaotic, with blood spraying everywhere as the creature unleashed its savage attack. My heart sank as I watched in horror as the Licker tore apart one helpless victim, leaving behind a gruesome scene. The sight filled me with a renewed determination to save those still in danger. But before I could even grasp the full horror of it, another person met a similarly gruesome fate, their head severed by the claw of another Licker. With a mixture of sorrow and rage burning within me, I steeled myself for the battle ahead. There was no time to mourn the fallen, no room for hesitation in the face of such brutality. As Spider-Man, I had sworn to protect the innocent, and I would not rest until every last threat was eliminated and the streets of New York were safe once more. With a fierce battle cry, I launched myself into the fight, pouring all my strength and speed into every punch. I closed in on the Lickers in an instant, delivering rapid, accurate strikes with lethal force. My blows smashed into the 2 Lickers, pulverizing bone and flesh, leaving behind nothing but a gory mess. The creatures staggered and faltered, their monstrous forms struggling to withstand the force of my assault, then died. Seizing the opportunity, swiftly webbed up 6 of the Lickers, trapping them in sticky cocoons. Then, with a swift kick, I knocked them down hard. They hit the ground, stuck and unable to move. Without hesitation, I pounced upon them, delivering a devastating series of kicks and powerful blows that shattered their skulls and silenced their roars of aggression. The sickening sound of bone breaking filled the air, and the sound of flesh tearing then killed them. But the fight wasn't finished yet. 3 Lickers remained, but I didn't hesitate. I pulled out my silver knife in my inventory and swiftly moved in, slicing their heads off with precise strikes. Turning my attention to the victims, I counted 10 in total. Sadly 2 were dead. With a sense of urgently, I pointed them to safety, saying, "Go there, it's safe," I urged, pointing them towards the direction free of enemies. "I already scanned that area, and it's safe from harm." Then, without delay, I swung back into action, set on saving as many as I could and catching those behind the attack. Meanwhile, as Mark, known as Nightwing, made sure the mother and child were safe, their heartfelt thanks made him feel like he was doing something right. The mom, tears streaming down her face, said a big thank you to Nightwing. The little kid, still sniffling from fear, managed to say thanks too, calling Nightwing a hero. With a reassuring smile, Mark directed them towards safety. "Just go that way, it's safe. Hide and stay out of sight," he instructed, guiding them to a secure location. Then, with a swift nod, he darted towards another area, his senses on high alert. Suddenly, Mark stumbled upon a group of terrifying creatures creeping towards him with ominous intent. Unfamiliar with their true identity, Mark braced himself for a fight, his instincts sharpening as he prepared to confront the unknown threat. As Mark saw the 10 creatures closing in, his heart dropped. "Shit," he whispered, sizing up the threat. Though outnumbered, he knew he couldn't freeze up. He braced himself, drawing on every bit of training and instinct he had. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve, focusing intensely on the task ahead. He was ready to face the coming fight with unwavering determination. Then he trusted in his combat training. Gripping his baton tightly, he swung it with practiced accuracy, hitting one creature hard on its left side and delivering a solid blow to another's head, momentarily disabling them. Without missing a beat, he launched a swift kick at the face of a third creature, making it stumble for a moment. Despite his quick moves and the skills he'd learned, Mark was having a tough time keeping up with the creature's relentless attacks. They closed in on him, their sharp claws slicing through the air with deadly purpose. Mark did his best to dodge their strikes, but with each evasion, a growing sense of desperation crept over him. Just when it felt like the creatures might overwhelm him, the sudden sound of gunfire broke through the chaos. The shots hit the creatures square in the head, surprising Mark. He turned to see where the help was coming from, his eyes widening with relief and surprise. Standing amidst the chaos was Kevin Bridget, a police officer first-class sergeant, accompanied by 3 other officers. Their weapons drawn, they provided much-needed support, their precise shots targeting the creatures with deadly accuracy. Kevin Bridget's reassuring words eased Mark's worries, providing a sense of comfort amidst this situation. "Nightwing, don't worry, we've got your back," Kevin said, his tone strong and resolute. "We've also called for backup from our captain. They'll be here soon." Relieved, Mark nodded thankfully, feeling a surge of determination. "Thank goodness," he whispered, ready to face the creatures head-on. With a silent agreement, Mark and the officers prepared themselves for the ongoing fight against the monsters. Meanwhile, as Lou, also known as the Vigilante Angel, ensured the safety of 2 individuals, he surveyed the devastation surrounding them. The sight of so many lives lost to the creatures he had been fighting filled him with a mix of anger and frustration. "What in the world are these creatures?" he muttered to himself, his brows furrowed in confusion and concern. His attention was quickly drawn back to the immediate threat as another group of 5 creatures approached. Cursing under his breath, Lou swiftly turned to the 2 people he had just rescued, urgency in his voice. "Ma'am, sir, it's not safe here. You need to get to a secure location," he urged them. The woman expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Angel," while the man echoed her sentiment with a simple, "Thanks." With a nod of understanding, they hurried off to the designated safe area, leaving Lou to confront the approaching danger alone. With practiced precision, Lou drew his 2 guns and fired, each shot finding its mark in the heads of the approaching creatures. However, one of them managed to evade his shot, prompting Lou to react swiftly. Without hesitation, he launched into a well-timed kick, connecting solidly with the creature's face before dispatching it with another shot to the head. As the last of the creatures fell, Lou braced himself for what might come next. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man with an undercut and a distinct tattoo of 69 on his neck. Before Lou could react, the man delivered a swift kick, sending Lou staggering backward. "Who are you?" Lou demanded, his senses on high alert as he regained his footing. The man smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Call me Viper, a mercenary," he replied coolly, his voice dripping with confidence. Lou sighed, frustration mounting. "This sounds like trouble. I hope Mindy won't scold me for this." Name, Drake Viper Drax. Alias, Viper. Nationality, American. Age, 39. Attributes. Strength, 120. Agility, 130. Endurance, 130. Stamina, 120. Intelligence, 110. Reflexes, 130. Charisma, 30. Luck, 40. Skills. Combat proficiency. Stealth operations. Marksmanship. Tactical planning. Survival instinct. Technique skills. Firearms proficiency, expert level. Close quarters combat, CQC master level. Knife fighting, master level. Explosives handling, master level. Interrogation techniques, advanced level. Jeet Kune Do, advanced level. Kisi fighting method, advanced level. Status. Name, Lou Halloway. Alias, The New Angel. Nationality, American. Age 19. Attributes. Strength, 110. Agility, 120. Endurance, 130. Stamina, 120. Intelligence, 60. Reflexes, 140. Charisma, 40. Luck, 50. Abilities. Enhanced agility. Lou possesses remarkable agility, allowing him to perform acrobatic feats with ease. Enhanced reflexes. His reflexes are honed to near superhuman levels, enabling him to react swiftly to danger. Martial arts mastery. Lou is a master of various martial arts disciplines, particularly focusing on street fighting techniques. Stealth expert. He is highly skilled in moving undetected. Detective skills. Lou has honed his investigative abilities learned from the Old Angel. Technique skills. Boxing, master level. Street fighting, master level. Krav Maga, advanced level. Ninjutsu, advanced level. Hapkido, advanced level. Savat, advanced level. Equipment. Cape of Mercury, a cape made of advanced materials, enabling Lou to glide and maneuver through the air with ease. Belt, equipped with various gadgets and tools to aid in his crime-fighting endeavors, including grappling hooks, smoke bombs, and lockpicks. Body armor, provides enhanced protection without sacrificing mobility, allowing Lou to withstand attacks while remaining agile. Angelic Blade, a retractable blade concealed within his forearm gauntlet, designed for close-quarters combat. Special trait. Serum Boost. Lou has been administered a Serum Boost, a weaker version of the Super Soldier Serum, which enhances his physical capabilities beyond those of normal humans, granting him superior strength, agility, endurance, and stamina. Ken Bridget, a 19-year-old and the son of Kevin Bridget, alongside a now corporal police officer Eric Morian, fighting against a group of lickers. Ken quickly stabbed one of the lickers in the head with his knife, taking it down in one swift move. At the same time, Eric kicked another licker, making it stumble, then finished it off with a shot to the head. Eric was impressed by Ken's agility and fighting abilities. "You're pretty good, kid," he said, showing his respect. "I get why your dad wants you to assist us. You're young, but you've got some serious skills." Then Ken's face showed determination, his resolve deepened by the need to grow stronger and overcome past struggles. "Thanks," he said firmly, I just want to get stronger after that fight with the Russian guy. I almost died back then if Spider-Man hadn't swooped in to save me. As they caught their breath after the first round of fighting, a group of 10 more lickers appeared, their growls filling the New York. Ken and Eric prepared themselves for another round, their nerves on edge as they faced the new threat head-on. With a quick stab, Ken's knife pierced the licker's flesh, making it howl in pain. He didn't waste a moment, swiftly stabbing again, finishing it off. As it collapsed, Ken's expression hardened in disgust. "Fucking monster," he growled, his voice thick with disgust as he surveyed the carnage around him. But dwelling on his emotions wasn't an option. With more lickers closing in, Ken sprang into action, striking out with rapid, relentless blows. Ken's fast kick made one licker stumble backward, its growls muffled by the thud of impact. With a quick slice, he disabled another by cutting its tendons. Then, he poked a vulnerable spot on a third licker, making it cry out in pain and fall. On the other side, as Eric surveyed the battlefield, he took in the scene with a calm and focused gaze. Taking a moment to steady himself, he raised his gun, ready to shoot. His finger hovered over the trigger, ready to fire as he prepared to confront the enemy. Eric swiftly moved into action, delivering a series of kicks and punches with skill and precision, pushing back the approaching group of creatures. With a perfectly timed kick, he sent one of the lickers flying, and before it could land, he shot it in the head. As another of those licker creatures came charging at Eric, he smoothly sidestepped its claw attack. With a swift kick to its side, he knocked it off balance. Before it could regain its footing, he pulled out his gun and shot it right in the head. "These disgusting things," Eric spat out, his annoyance growing as he battled to fend off the lickers. "How are there so many of them?" Despite the overwhelming numbers, Eric stayed focused, refusing to give up as he fought alongside Ken, committed to finishing the fight no matter what. Meanwhile, as Edward Wilson, the executive captain of the police force, led his team of 20 officers towards the scene of chaos in New York, he knew the gravity of the situation they were about to face. With determination etched on his face, he rallied his men with a firm command. "Men, let's go," Edward called out, his voice steady and commanding as they pressed forward into the chaos. But deep within his mind, he silently pleaded, "Be safe out there, Michael, my son." As they arrived in New York where the incident were, Edward and his team were confronted with a horrifying sight. Lickers, monstrous creatures unlike anything they had ever seen before, were terrorizing civilians, tearing into them with savage ferocity. Edward's anger surged at the sight of innocent lives being torn apart before his eyes. In a moment of fierce determination, he ordered his men, "Take them down." Meanwhile, with his arnis and kickboxing skills, Chris guided Mary and Emily to safety, his mind buzzing with plans to keep them protected. He felt a strong sense of duty to shield them from the chaos around them. Suddenly Chris and the girls spotted the terrifying lickers, fear gripped them. The creatures looked so strange and scary, like something out of a nightmare. Emily gasped, her voice barely a whisper, What are those things?" Fear trembled in her words as she clung tightly to Mary's arm. Mary's eyes widened in terror as she clung to Emily, seeking comfort in their shared fear. I don't know, but they look dangerous," she stammered, her heart pounding in her chest. As they caught sight of the lickers, Chris instinctively reached for the silver knife tucked in his pocket. Emily, noticing his action, couldn't help but inquire about it. "You always have a silver knife in your pocket?" Emily asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Chris nodded, his grip tightening on the knife. "Yeah, it's a precaution. Lou and Mark carry dangerous weapons too. It's just what we do to stay prepared," he explained, his voice calm but resolute. "So, yeah, better safe than sorry." Then Chris gripped his silver knife tighter, positioning himself between Mary and Emily and the oncoming lickers. "Stay back," he whispered urgently, his voice firm but reassuring. "I'll keep you both safe. After all, that's what I promised to Michael and Mark." As the lickers approached, Chris acted quickly. He stabbed at one's eyes with his knife and then kicked it hard, making it stumble. At the same time, he pulled the blade into its eye, causing the creature to howl in pain. With a determined effort, Chris swiftly finished it off, ensuring it posed no further threat. But their victory was short-lived as more lickers appeared, their numbers multiplying rapidly. Chris felt a surge of panic as he realized they were vastly outnumbered. His grip on the knife tightened as he frantically searched for a way to defend against the growing horde. Mary and Emily clung to Chris, fear evident in their wide eyes as they watched the creatures approach. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out, cutting through the chaos. Chris turned to see Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez, a veteran police officer, firing precise shots at the approaching lickers. With each shot, a licker fell, its head pierced by a well-aimed bullet. "Kids, why are you here? You should be evacuated," Mart exclaimed, his tone firm but caring as he quickly dealt with the remaining lickers. Chris breathed a sigh of relief at Mart's timely intervention, grateful for the assistance. "We got separated from the evacuation," Chris explained quickly, his words rushed as he glanced at Mary and Emily, ensuring they were unharmed. "But we're okay now, thanks to you?" Mart nodded, his expression serious. "All right, let's get you to safety," he said, motioning for them to follow him as he led the way. Meanwhile, Mark Fletcher and Kevin Bridget stood in the aftermath of their fight against the lickers, taking a moment to catch their breath and exchange friendly jokes. Kevin's laughter filled the calm street, a sharp contrast to the recent chaos. "I'm getting too old for this," Kevin chuckled, wiping sweat from his forehead as he grinned at Mark. Mark chuckled back, enjoying the light moment. You're still young to me, sir, he teased. Rolling his eyes with a smile, Kevin nudged Mark. All right, Nightwing, enough jokes, he said with a little bit chuckle. Their laughter was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger. The man had a tattoo on his forehead that read 69. Who are you? Mark demanded, his muscles tensing as he prepared for a potential threat. The man smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement as he introduced himself. I am Adam Steele, but you can call me Metal, or Morphin Metal, anything you want, he replied casually, his tone dripping with confidence. Mark's eyes widened in shock. Shit, mutant, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency as he prepared to defend against the unexpected threat. Kevin's grip on his weapon tightened, his expression hardening with determination. What fucking mutant, he demanded, his senses on high alert as he prepared to fight. Mark and Kevin stood side by side, confronting the metal mutant with unwavering determination. They knew the battle ahead wouldn't be easy, but they were prepared to do whatever it took to protect their city. To be continued. Name, Adam Steele. Alias, Morphin Metal. Nationality, Canadian. Age, 36. Attributes. Strength, 150. Agility, 60. Endurance, 180. Stamina, 160. Intelligence, 100. Reflexes, 60. Charisma, 30. Luck, 80. Mutant power. Metallic transformation. Adam Steele possesses the mutant ability to transform his entire body into a dense, durable metal substance at will. In this metal form, he gains superhuman strength, durability, and resistance to physical harm. He can manipulate the density and composition of his metallic form, allowing him to adapt to various situations and combat scenarios. Skills. Combat expertise. Adam is a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, utilizing his superhuman strength and durability to overpower opponents in close-quarters combat. He has received training in various martial arts styles, complementing his innate physical abilities. Engineering knowledge. Adam has a keen understanding of metallurgy and engineering principles, allowing him to exploit his metal-based powers to their fullest potential. He can analyze and manipulate metallic structures with precision, enhancing his combat effectiveness and problem-solving abilities. Survival instincts. Adam possesses a strong survival instinct honed from years of adapting to his metal form and navigating the challenges of mutant life. He is resourceful and resilient, capable of enduring extreme conditions and overcoming adversity through sheer determination. Weaknesses. Electromagnetic vulnerability. While Adam's metal form grants him unique abilities, it also renders him vulnerable to electromagnetic interference. Powerful electromagnetic fields or attacks can disrupt his metallic physiology and temporarily impair his powers, leaving him vulnerable to attacks. Heat vulnerability. Every time Adam is exposed to heat, it causes damage to his metal form. High temperatures cause his metal to soften, deform, or even melt in severe cases, weakening his structural integrity and impairing his abilities. Prolonged exposure to intense heat sources can incapacitate him or render him immobile until he can cool down and repair the damage. Corrosion risk. Adam's metal form is susceptible to corrosion and oxidation over time, especially in harsh environments or when exposed to corrosive substances. While he possesses some degree of resistance to corrosion, prolonged exposure may weaken his metallic structure and impair his abilities. Executive Captain Police Officer Edward Wilson and his team were catching their breath after an intense battle against a horde of lickers that had terrorized the city streets. Only 15 of his men remained standing, a stark reminder of the sacrifices made in the fight to protect innocent lives. Panting, is everyone okay? Edward asked, concern etched in his voice as he surveyed his team. Yes, sir, they replied in unison, their voices tired but determined. Good. Let's keep moving, Edward said, his tone resolute as he urged them forward. As they pressed on, they came across survivors amidst the chaos. Edward wasted no time in offering them reassurance and aid. Everything is going to be all right, ma'am, Edward assured one woman, her face filled with grief as she clung to her 2 children. Thank you, she choked out between sobs, her gratitude palpable even in the midst of tragedy. Edward noticed a man lying dead nearby, but he refrained from asking the woman about him, understanding the sensitivity of the situation. Instead, he swiftly directed 3 of his men to evacuate the survivors to safety. Men, evacuate these people, he ordered, his voice firm as they sprang into action. As Edward continued to survey the scene, his attention was suddenly drawn to a chilling sight. Who seems like a soldier, he heartlessly executed civilians without mercy. Shock and anger surged through Edward as he witnessed the senseless violence. What are you doing? Edward exclaimed, his voice filled with outrage as he confronted the soldier. Litso sneered, his demeanor cold and defiant. Ah, so you're the justice enforcer, he remarked sarcastically, his words dripping with contempt. You're nothing but government lapdogs. Before Edward could respond, Litso heartlessly pulled the trigger again, leaving no room for negotiation or mercy. The innocent man fell to the ground, his life snuffed out in an instant. And as if that weren't enough, Litso showed no hesitation in targeting even the most defenseless among them. In a heart-wrenching act of cruelty, he pointed his gun at a helpless baby and pulled the trigger without a shred of remorse. The sound of the gunshot echoed through their surroundings, sending shockwaves of horror through Edward and his team. You'll pay for this, Edward declared, his eyes burning with anger. Litso smirked, his gaze locked with Edward's. Oh, full of killing intent, huh? My name is Litso Tatum, a soldier of vengeance, he declared proudly, his tone dripping with arrogance. The tension between them crackled in the air as Edward and Litso prepared to face off in a deadly confrontation. Edward knew that this battle would test them like never before, but he was determined to bring Litso to justice and protect the innocent at any cost. And by the way, said Litso as he pointed his gun at a woman, along with an older man and woman standing beside her. If you try anything funny, I'll shoot this woman in the head, he added, his smirk evident as he held them hostage. The woman, who appeared to be in her 30s, cried out in anguish, calling out to her husband and baby, whose lives had been mercilessly taken before her eyes. Her words were choked with grief as she watched the tragic scene unfold. John, Saini, oh John, Saini, she sobbed, her heart-wrenching cries filling the air. The older couple beside her wept silently, their grief mirroring hers as they witnessed the tragic loss. The older man and woman beside her shared in her anguish, their tears echoing her sorrow as they witnessed the senseless loss of life. You scum bastard, Edward spat, his anger boiling over. He couldn't take the shot at Litso, not with innocent lives at stake. But he felt a surge of frustration at his inability to stop the madness. Then, suddenly, a gunshot rang out, cutting through the chaos as Litso's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. His final words were cut short, his smirk wiped away as he fell to the ground in death. What's HPPENG? Litso stammered before his voice trailed off, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Edward was shocked by the sudden turn of events, his gaze shifting to where the shot had come from. It was the vice captain or assistant captain, Eddie Thompson, who had fired the fatal shot. Captain. Eddie called out, his voice filled with urgency. Edward nodded in acknowledgement, his relief showing in his face as he met Eddie's gaze. Eddie, well done, he praised, grateful for the timely intervention. As Edward surveyed the civilians, his heart ached at the sight of the innocent lives lost. His eyes filled with tears as he looked upon the woman who had lost her husband and child in the blink of an eye. This disgusting piece of shit really had no mercy, even against this helpless baby, Edward muttered, his voice thick with emotion. Turning his attention to the grieving family, he offered them words of comfort and reassurance. It's going to be all right, ma'am, he said softly, his heart breaking for their loss. Turning to the grieving family, Edward offered what comfort he could. It's going to be all right, ma'am, sir, he assured them, his voice heavy with empathy. In his mind, he couldn't shake the thought that they were a family, and the ones who had perished must have been the woman's husband and child. As Edward looked at the devastated family, he felt a deep sense of sadness. These people were likely a family, and the ones who had died, probably the woman's husband and child. It was a tragedy that left a scar on them. Despite the darkness of the situation, Edward promised himself he'd do whatever he could to bring justice and protect others from harm. Meanwhile, MCPOV. After giving out most of the health potions, I couldn't help but notice the low supply. Only 15 left, I murmured, scanning the group I just helped. It's gonna be all right, ma'am, sir, I assured them, my voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. Follow these police officers. They'll get you to safety. I looked at the officers and saw how ready they were to help. They're professionals. You'll be okay with them, I added, hoping to ease their fears. The officers all nodded together, their faces showing determination. Okay, Spider-Man, they replied in unison, their voices cutting through the chaos around us. Watching the civilians being led away to safety by the police filled me with relief. Knowing they were in good hands, I shifted my focus back to the chaos unfolding around me, preparing myself to face whatever new threat came our way. As I swung through the chaotic streets of New York, I felt danger nearby. I sense in my chi sense, I sense some pure evil in that way. But I also sensed another chi, weaker, a sign someone needed help. No, 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 I muttered under my breath. I pushed myself forward. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on me, driving me to reach the scene as quickly as possible. As I hurry up swinging through the streets of New York, my eyes landed on a lone figure. He was covered in sharp spikes, resembling a human cactus. Yet, it was clear from his actions that he is a villain. I saw him brutally kill an innocent person right before my eyes. Rage boiled up inside me, and I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Stop that, you human cactus. I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. He faced me with a smirk on his face. You're too late, Spider-Man, he sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Look around you. They're all dead because of me. My fists clenched in anger, but before I could respond, he casually revealed his identity. Just so you know, I'm not a human cactus, he remarked, his tone filled with anger. My name is Porku, Korjev. But you can call me Spike. Then Porku charged towards me. I quickly shot out my webbing to trap him. But his body was covered in sharp spikes, like a hedgehog. The webbing couldn't hold him for long, and his spikes ripped through it easily. It looked like he was about to break free. As I felt Porku fighting against the webbing, I knew I had to change my approach. I dodged his spikes, moving quickly to avoid getting skewered. Then, I saw an opening and delivered a strong kick to his side, aiming for a spot where his spiky armor looked thinner. He staggered from the blow, letting out a grunt of pain. But Porku just wouldn't give up. His anger made him even more determined to beat me. With a fierce growl, he tore through the last of the webbing, his spiked form now fully exposed and ready to strike. I barely had time to react before he charged at me, those sharp spikes aimed right at my chest. Dodging his attack, I easily escaped his deadly spikes. But then, I saw my chance. I used my webbing and quickly wrapped it around his arms and legs, trapping him again like a bug in a spider's web. As Porco struggled against his restraints, his anger increasing with each failed attempt to break free, I seized the moment to strike. With a powerful leap, I launched myself at him, landing a solid punch to his chest that knocked him flat on his back with a loud crash. Gah! Porco grunted in pain, his body recoiling from the impact. Spider-Man, he spat out my name, sounding angry and defeated. But I wasn't done yet. I approached him, my eyes narrowing in resolve. What's the matter, Porco? I teased, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Can't hear you? Too busy wrapping you up. I chuckled, making light of his defeat. With Porco tied up in my webbing, I paused to catch my breath. He wiggle and struggle against his restraints, but I knew I had to act fast before he could escape again. Then I punched Porco right in the head. My fist connected with a loud thud, and he crumpled to the ground, knocked out cold. He didn't stand a chance against the force of my blow. Suddenly someone materialized before me. My spider sense screamed with warning, signaling the imminent danger. Memories of our previous encounter, where he had intervened to save the vampire, flashed through my mind, and I braced myself for another confrontation. You're that dark sorcerer who intervened before, I remarked, my voice steady despite the tension in the air. As Atlas looked at me with a piercing gaze, his presence radiating an unmistakable aura of power and malevolence, he spoke with a calm confidence that sent a shiver down my spine. Indeed, Spider-Man, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. It seems fate has brought us together once more. I narrowed my eyes, feeling the weight of his words. By the way, my name is Atlas Pendragon Holtwood, he added, as if to assert his dominance further. Facing him, I knew that this battle would be like no other. The stakes were higher, the danger greater, and the outcome more uncertain than ever before. Name, Atlas Pendragon Holtwood. Title, Vengeful Sorcerer. Age, 104 years old, physically resembles a 30-year-old due to magic. Attributes. Strength, 280. Agility, 320. Endurance, 300. Stamina, 280. Intelligence, 400. Reflexes, 320. Charisma, 280. Luck, 40. Abilities. Sorcerer's Mastery. Atlas possesses formidable magical abilities, allowing him to manipulate arcane energies for various purposes, including offensive spells, defensive shields, and enchantments. Age reversal. Through powerful magic, Atlas has reversed the effects of aging on his body, maintaining a youthful appearance despite being a centenarian. Dimensional manipulation. Atlas can open portals to other dimensions, allowing him to travel instantaneously and summon beings or objects from alternate realms. Elemental affinity. Atlas is attuned to the elements, enabling him to command and manipulate fire, water, air, and earth with ease. Astral projection. He can project his consciousness outside of his physical body, allowing him to traverse the astral plane and interact with spiritual entities. Magical barrier. Atlas can erect powerful barriers to shield himself and others from physical and magical attacks, providing formidable defense in combat. Knowledge absorption. Through magical means, Atlas can absorb knowledge and information from books, scrolls, and other sources, rapidly increasing his understanding of arcane lore and ancient wisdom. Weaknesses. Physical vulnerability. Despite his magical prowess, Atlas remains susceptible to physical harm and injury, particularly from attacks that bypass his magical defenses. Limited mortality. Despite his magic, Atlas is not truly immortal and can still be killed through conventional means, such as severe physical attacks or powerful magical attacks. Status. Name, Michael Wilson, formerly Jonathan Anderson. Nationality, American. Energy, 300. Age. Physically, 19 years old. Mentally, 27 years old. Attributes. Strength, 334. Agility, 330. Endurance, 340. Stamina, 332. Intelligence, 150. Reflexes, 350. Charisma, 60. Hide. Luck, 51. Abilities. Berserker mode, still accessible with the same conditions. Chi sense. Enhanced spider sense. Enhanced wall crawling. Enhanced organic web. Enhanced detective skills. Leadership skills. Available points. Experience points, 0. Shop points 15 million points. Technique skills. Boxing, Beyond Master. Taekwondo, Master Level. Kung Fu, Beyond Master Level. Systema, Master Level. Street Fight, Beyond Master. Aikido, Master Level. Muay Thai, Beyond Master. Eskrima, Master Level. Judo, Master Level. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Master Level. Wing Chun, Master Level. Capoeira, Master Level. Name, Porco Korzev. Alias, Spike. Age, 34. Nationality, Russian. Mutant power. Spike transformation. Porco has the ability to transform his body into a dense mass of sharp spikes resembling those of a cactus. In this form, his entire body becomes covered in razor-sharp spikes, granting him enhanced defense and offensive capabilities. The spikes can vary in size and density, allowing Porco to adapt to different situations and threats. He can project spikes from his body, use them as melee weapons, or create a defensive barrier of spikes around himself. Attributes. Strength, 140. Agility, 120. Endurance, 150. Stamina, 140. Intelligence, 100. Reflexes, 130. Charisma, 80. Luck, 90. Skills. Combat proficiency. Porku is proficient in hand-to-hand combat, utilizing his spike form to deliver devastating close-range attacks. He is skilled in using his spikes as weapons, whether for slashing, piercing, or impaling opponents. Weaknesses. Vulnerability in human form. While Porku's spike form provides enhanced defense and offensive capabilities, his human form is more vulnerable to attacks. He must carefully manage his transformations to avoid being caught off guard while in his less protected state. Limited range. Porku's spike transformation is limited in range, requiring him to be in close proximity to his targets to effectively utilize his abilities. He may struggle against opponents with long-range attacks or flight capabilities. To be continued. As Lu darted sideways and forward with quick speed, his agile movements threw off Viper's aim, making it hard for him to get a clean shot. With precision, Lu fired towards Viper, forcing him to duck behind cover. Taking advantage of Viper's momentary retreat, Lu fired again, the bullets whizzing past Viper as he scrambled to avoid getting hit. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lu activated his cape and soared into the air. Even with gunfire all around, he moved smoothly, dodging the shots effortlessly. Holding his gun steady, he aimed at Viper and shot. Each bullet found its target, getting closer and closer to hitting Viper. Caught off guard by Lu's sudden attack from above, Viper found it hard to fight back. As Lu flew closer, he started punching with all his might, each hit landing hard and fast like a hammer. Viper stumbled backward, losing his grip on his gun as Lu's fierce attack pushed him back. But Viper was not one to go down without a fight. He swiftly kicked towards Lu's chest, knocking him back. As Lu recovered his balance, he saw Viper reaching for a knife tucked in his pocket. Reacting instinctively, Lu dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade as it sliced through the air. With a quick punch, Lu hit Viper in the nose. Viper stumbled back, groaning. Lu saw his chance and kept hitting Viper with a bunch of punches. As Lu's fist connected with Viper's nose, Viper stumbled backward, clutching his face in agony. "Org, you bastard," he growled through clenched teeth, his voice strained with pain. Lu's knee slammed into Viper's groin, making him double over in agony, his face twisted with pain. But Lu didn't stop there. He quickly followed up with an elbow to Viper's head, aiming to bring him down for good. Viper, still recovering from Lu's unyielding attack, fought to stay upright. He glared at Lu with a blend of frustration and disbelief, panting heavily as he spoke. "Why are you so strong despite being a kid?" Viper growled through gritted teeth, his voice strained with pain. Lu grinned wider at Viper's question, staying confident. "Well, I'm the hero, you're the bad guy," he said sarcastically. "In stories, heroes win, don't they?" Viper's laughter irritated Lu. Then he spoke through gritted teeth, his voice tinged with anger and pain. "You think this is some kind of fairy tale, kid?" Then Lu cut his word and shout, "Tell me," Lu demanded, his tone unwavering. "Why are you doing this? So many people died because of you and your comrades." Viper's expression darkened, his boiling with anger. "My comrades died because the government screwed up," he spat, his words dripping with venom. "We served our country as mercenaries, but what they gave us was full of shit." Lu's gaze softened slightly as he listened to Viper's words, a hint of understanding in his eyes. "I know what it feels like to lose someone," he admitted, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But that doesn't mean you have to resort to this," he repeated, his tone firm yet compassionate. But Viper laughed off Lu's attempt to empathize. "You don't know anything, kid," he snapped, bitterness dripping from his words. "What do you know about losing someone?" Lu's face grew serious, his resolve strengthening with each passing moment. "I know more than you think," he replied, his voice steady. "I lost my boss, someone I really cared about." He continued, his words ringing with conviction. "I wanted revenge, to kill the man who took him from me. But someone stopped me, showed me that there's another path, one that doesn't lead to darkness." Lu stared straight at Viper, his gaze unwavering. "If I ever resort to killing someone, it will be to protect those I care about, not for revenge," he declared, his voice full of resolve. "Meanwhile, today's your unlucky day, Spider-Man," Atlas sneered, a chuckle betraying his dark amusement. I glared at him, my voice dripping with anger. "Why are you doing this? Killing people, causing destruction. I know revenge blinds you, but it won't solve anything." My words were a desperate plea, hoping to break through his cycle of violence and vengeance. "You know, Spider-Man," Atlas began, his tone dripping with bitter sarcasm, "during the 1800s, lived in a village with 70 people. His words felt really heavy, like they were filled with the weight of tragedy and loss. But out of those 70 people, only one guy made it out alive," Atlas went on, his voice sounding like it was breaking with emotion. "And guess who the only person left standing was? That was me, right in front of you," Atlas disclosed, his eyes drilling into me with anger and sadness. "Out of those 69 who perished, my girlfriend was among them, the one I loved the most." Atlas's voice shook with sadness, and I couldn't help but feel really sorry for him. Hearing about the unfairness he faced made me super angry at the people who did him wrong. "All of those ungrateful fuckers even called us monsters just because we can use magic." Atlas's bitterness cut through the air like a knife, and his words made me feel angry too, thinking about how unfair it was. It showed the humanity's darkest secrets, a stark reminder of the fear and hatred that lurked within society. "And you know what caused their death? They dropped a bomb on our village, wiped us all out, and I was the only one left." Atlas's voice shook with sadness, his pain hitting me hard. I felt so sorry for him, like a heavy weight on my chest, knowing what he'd been through. That's why I've been plotting for 100 years, Atlas continued, his voice heavy with the burden of centuries of pain. Because back then, those fuckers were way stronger, with their armies, their massive weapons, and their mutants. And there was just me, all alone. That's why I waited, gathered comrades, and planned that today would be the day I served justice. Atlas's voice carried the weight of centuries of suffering, his determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Atlas's words hit me hard. You have no idea what I've endured, he said with a heavy tone, and suddenly, I felt a wave of sympathy for him. Hearing about his 100-year-long grudge made me shiver, realizing that his desire for revenge had led us to this dangerous moment. Then Atlas shouted, "Die, Spider-Man," as he created a swirling circle of fire in his hand and hurled it toward me. I dodged to the side just in time, feeling the heat as the flames narrowly missed me. Before I could strike back, Atlas disappeared into the portal, only to reappear with a dark portal swirling around him. He gestured with his hands, forming a magical symbol similar to Doctor Strange's. Then he summoned an icy arrow aimed straight at me. Dodging again, using my web I swiftly sent the icy arrow hurtling back at Atlas, aiming to surprise him. But he was ready, summoning a magical shield with another swift gesture, effortlessly blocking the arrow. Unfazed, I kept attacking. I lunged at Atlas, swinging at him. My punch crashed through his shield, knocking him back. He looked shocked and stumbled, caught off guard by the force of my blow. I know he's strong, but I reminded myself of the countless hours I had dedicated to training over the past 4 years. Every day had been a test of my limits, pushing myself to become stronger, faster, and more resilient. But Atlas had no intention of letting up. With a wicked grin, he summoned a pack of wolves with a wave of his hand, the ferocious creatures advancing on me with predatory hunger. As the wolves circled around me, their eyes gleaming with hunger, I couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. "You've gotta be kidding me," I muttered, bracing for battle. Atlas and his wolf pack closed in, leaving no room for hesitation. It was time to fight. To be continued. As Mark and Kevin retreated to a nearby wall, they discussed their plan to take down Adam Steele. "He's too strong," Mark muttered, frustration evident in his voice as he assessed their situation. As Kevin turned to Mark, his expression serious. "The 3 officers who were with us earlier are helping to get the civilians to safety," he explained. Relief washed over him as he spoke. Then he looked at Mark, their shared sense of duty evident in their faces. "It's up to us now," he emphasized, highlighting the seriousness of their task. Then Mark turned to Kevin, his eyes determined. "That's why, sir, we need some heat," Mark suggested, his tone carrying a sense of urgency. Kevin looked at Mark with confusion. "What do you mean, heat, Nightwing?" he asked, seeking clarification. Mark took a moment to explain, knowing that Kevin might not be familiar with Adam's vulnerabilities. Adam Steele can transform into a crystalline structure held together by strong atomic bonds, Mark began, his tone serious as he relayed crucial information. When exposed to heat, these bonds weaken, making the metal more susceptible to damage. High temperatures can cause the metal to expand, leading to strain within the material. If we can raise the temperature high enough, we might be able to weaken him significantly. Understanding dawned on Kevin's face as Mark spoke. "So, the more heat he's hit with, the weaker he becomes," Kevin summarized, grasping the strategy. Mark nodded in agreement. "Exactly, sir. We need to exploit this weakness if we want to take him down." Kevin reached into his pocket and pulled out a lighter, offering it to Mark. "Here, I know you'll need this for the heat," he said, handing it over. Grateful for the assistance, Mark accepted the lighter. "Thanks, sir. Now, I just need some oil," he said, scanning their surroundings. "I saw a gas station nearby. I'll go grab some. Can you buy me some time?" Kevin nodded, his expression serious. "I'll do my best, Nightwing. But be careful," he cautioned, concern evident in his voice. Mark returned the nod, determination shining in his eyes. "I will, sir. Let's do this," he said before darting off towards the gas station, his mind focused on the task ahead. As Mark hurried to the gas station, Kevin readied himself to stall Adam Steele. With his gun in hand, he took a deep breath, gearing up for the upcoming fight. "Let's make this quick," he muttered, his voice steady with resolve. Mentally preparing for the challenge, Kevin braced himself to confront the formidable opponent standing in their way. "Where are you, you bastards?" Adam yelled as he ran towards the edge of the smoke. "That damn Nightwing threw smoke at me? I'll never forgive him." As Adam caught sight of Kevin, he sneered, "Where's that damn Nightwing, policeman?" Kevin shot back defiantly, "You should be worried about me, you fat ass." Adam's anger flared at the insult. "You bastard? Fine, before Nightwing, I'll deal with you first." With a swift motion, Kevin tossed a smoke bomb at Adam's feet, obscuring the area in a thick cloud of smoke. "Let's see how you handle this," he said with a smirk, readying himself for the next move. "You may be quick, but you're not quick enough," Kevin shot back, his tone dripping with confidence despite the looming threat before him. He taunted, his voice filled with sarcasm, "Having a metal body has its drawbacks, huh? It slows you down, doesn't it?" Adam Steele's anger flared at Kevin's words, his metallic form trembling with rage. "You dare mock me," he said loudly, his voice echoing through the smoke. But Kevin stayed cool, his focus steady as he assessed the situation. "What's wrong, Steele?" Feeling a little rusty, he quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. Then Adam's metallic fists clenched tightly as he stepped through the smoke, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of Kevin's whereabouts. The taunts only fueled his fury, and he was dead set on making Kevin pay for his disrespect. "You'll regret crossing me, you motherfucker." Adam's voice boomed, echoing through the smoky air. With each step, his heavy footsteps sounded scary, making Kevin nervous. Kevin stayed unfazed, fully aware, and ready for Adam's next move. As the smoke dissipated, revealing Adam's intimidating presence drawing nearer, Kevin realized he had to act quickly. Then Kevin's heart raced as he fired shot after shot, each bullet hitting Adam Steele's metallic body with pinpoint accuracy. But Adam's laughter, echoing through the chaos of battle, shattered Kevin's hopes. His shots were useless against this relentless foe. "You monster!" Kevin exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and frustration as he continued to fire. Adam's laughter only grew louder, mocking Kevin's futile attempts. "How many times do I have to tell you? Bullets won't work on me," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. Then Adam said, "I may not be faster just like you said, but I'm faster than you," he declared to Kevin, his words dripping with disdain. Suddenly Adam closed the distance between them, his metal fist striking Kevin's gut with brutal force. Kevin doubled over in pain, his breath stolen from him as he collapsed to his knees. As Kevin knelt before him, vulnerable and wounded, Adam loomed over him, his gaze filled with cruel amusement. "What are you gonna do now, policeman?" Adam sneered mockingly, his words filled with disdain. "It seems like Nightwing abandoned you. Let's finish this. Bye-bye, policeman," he declared, raising his fist, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as Adam prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice rang out, cutting through the tension. Kevin's gaze snapped towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in disbelief as he saw Nightwing approaching with determination in his eyes. Mark sighed. Mark Fletcher, also known as Nightwing, appeared on the scene just in time, his eyes blazing with determination as he confronted Adam Steele. "Not so fast, Steele." Mark's voice rang out, defiant as he stepped forward to confront the metal mutant. Then, with a swift motion, Mark ignited both of his batons, which had been coated in oil, causing flames to burst forth. Adam looked at Mark, a mocking smirk on his metallic face. "Even if you're using your batons as a source of heat, do you think you can defeat me?" he taunted. "Doesn't it hurt you? Your gloves can't protect you from fire, idiot." Mark's expression remained stoic, his confidence unshaken. "Stupid," he retorted calmly. "My gloves are fire-resistant, you fool." As Mark rushed towards Adam with lightning speed, he delivered a swift blow to Adam's body, causing him to grunt in pain. "Now I can defeat you with these," Mark declared confidently. "Shut up, you brat," Adam retorted, raising his fist towards Mark, who quickly evaded the attack. "You can't hit me. You might be stronger, but I'm quicker and faster," Mark countered, landing another strike on Adam's weak spot, the left side of his stomach. Adam gritted his teeth in pain as Mark continued to exploit his vulnerabilities. Charging forward, Adam tried to strike back, but Mark skillfully evaded once again, delivering a precise strike to Adam's left leg, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Mark struck Adam in the head, sending him reeling. As Adam regained his balance, he launched another attack at Mark, then Mark quickly countered with an uppercut from his baton. "Org!" Adam cried out as he was sent flying backward. Mark approached Adam slowly, a sense of triumph evident in his demeanor. "Your martial arts is not that strong, isn't it?" he remarked. "So what? I'm still stronger with this body," Adam exclaimed through gritted teeth, clutching his injured form. "And you, how are you this strong?" he demanded, his voice tinged with frustration and pain. Mark chuckled, recalling the serum boost he had received from another hero. "Well, let's just say I got some help from another hero. He gave me something," Mark explained cryptically. "And just so you know, heroes always win." With that, he delivered a final blow to Adam's head, targeting his other weak spot and causing him to lose consciousness. As Mark delivered the final blow to Adam, Kevin Bridget, watching the intense battle unfold, couldn't contain his astonishment and relief. His eyes widened in awe as he witnessed Mark's remarkable agility and skill. "Damn, Nightwing, you really are something," Kevin exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. As Adam lay unconscious on the ground, Mark turned to Kevin with a grin. "Just doing what needs to be done," he said modestly. Suddenly Mark's McCall device buzzed with an incoming call. He quickly glanced at the screen to see a number flashing. It was Chris. Mark's heart skipped a beat. He felt that Chris had a problem on his side. "Sorry, sir, but I need to handle this," Mark said, a sense of urgency in his tone. He trusted Kevin to manage the situation they were in. "Go ahead, Nightwing. I'll take care of things here," Kevin replied, his tone firm and reassuring. With a nod of gratitude, Mark dashed away, answering the call as he ran. Chris's voice crackled through the phone, filled with urgency and concern. "We need backup, Mark. There's a vampire here, and she's powerful. She claims to be a princess," Chris explained quickly, the tension palpable even through the phone. Mark's mind raced. "What about Michael?" he asked, hoping for some reassurance. "Michael's tied up. He's dealing with the leader behind all of this chaos. He'll join us as soon as he can. Our location is near the new downtown area we discussed before," Chris responded, his voice strained with urgency. Suddenly, Mark heard Chris muttering names frantically. No, Emily." Then the call abruptly ended, leaving Mark with a sinking feeling in his chest. "Hello, Chris? Guys, Mark called out into the silence, but there was no response. Panic surged through him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Shit, he muttered under his breath, his mind racing with the possibilities. I need to get to that downtown area. I know it well, he thought aloud, determination firming his resolve. Please, let them be safe, he whispered, a silent prayer as he hurried towards the location Chris had mentioned. To be continued. As Chris Hilton, Mary Fletcher, and Emily Hawkins followed Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez through the chaotic streets of New York, their hearts pounded with fear and adrenaline. Suddenly, they stumbled upon Ken Bridget, a familiar face amidst the chaos. Chris wasted no time in breaking the tension as he called out to Ken. Chris, you're here. Ken responded, his expression a mix of relief and concern as he took in the sight of Chris and his companions. His gaze swept over the group, landing on Mary, Emily, and Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez. Sir Mart and Mary, Emily. Ken inquired, seeking confirmation of their identities. Corporal Police Officer Eric Morian, accompanying Ken, interjected with a question of his own. You know these kids? He asked, his tone sharp as he assessed the situation. I know them, they're from my class, Ken said, showing he knew the people. Then Corporal Police Officer Eric Morian approached Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez with a fast salute, his voice firm as he reported their progress. Hello, sir. We are already evacuating the civilians in that area, sir, Eric announced, his tone conveying both urgency and determination. Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez nodded in acknowledgement, a sense of relief evident in his expression. Good, good, he replied, his voice filled with gratitude for their efforts. Keep up the good work, Officer Morian. We need to get as many people to safety as possible. Meanwhile on Chris' side, Ken's curiosity remained piqued as he pressed for more information. And where is Michael? Mark? Their girlfriend is here, he inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Ken's question about Michael and Mark's location made Chris uneasy. He knew he couldn't spill the beans about their secret superhero identities. So, he came up with a quick excuse to throw Ken off the scent. Remember how good Michael and Mark were in that fight 2 years back? Chris reminded Ken, hoping to distract him. Michael even totally beat you in that sparring match. Ken nodded, recalling the defeat. Yeah, I remember, he admitted, a touch of respect in his voice. But what's that got to do with where they are now? Chris seized the moment to steer the conversation away from the truth. Well, you know how they're always helping people in school, right? He suggested, hoping Ken would buy it. I bet they're out there somewhere, doing their good Samaritan thingy. You know, being the good guys. Ken's surprise at Michael and Mark's involvement in the current crisis was evident in his words. I didn't know they had it in them, he admitted, sounding both surprised and impressed. I mean, sure Michael helped out before, even stood up to that bully. But this is on another level. It's a mess out there, with criminals causing havoc. Chris nodded, understanding Ken's concern. Yeah, it's a whole new situation, he agreed, his tone serious. But Michael and Mark, they're tough. They know how to handle themselves. Ken's worry then turned to Lou. Where's Lou? He asked, his brow furrowing with concern. As Ken expressed his worries, Princess Lysandra abruptly appeared, her otherworldly appearance chilling them to the bone. Her words dripped with malice as she declared her intent for revenge. As Princess Lysandra hissed, her eyes glowing red with malice as she revealed her sharp teeth in a wicked grin. This is the perfect opportunity for my revenge against Spider-Man, she sneered, her voice dripping with dark intent. Suddenly Princess Lysandra revealed her true identity to them. I'm Princess Lysandra de Vert, a vampire princess, she declared. Then Ken's urgent command pierced through the chaos like a knife. His voice, firm and authoritative, left no room for hesitation. Chris, run. Take Mary and Emily with you. Ken's words were clear and urgent, leaving no room for hesitation or debate. He knew the situation was dire, and every second counted. But Chris started to protest, torn between his desire to stand his ground and the urgent need to flee. He wanted to help Ken, to fight alongside him against the looming threat. But Ken's interruption leaving no room for argument, cutting off Chris's words before he could finish. Go now. Ken's voice boomed with urgency, making it clear just how serious the situation was. There was no time to hesitate. Chris understood that he needed to move quickly. With a nod of understanding, Chris accepted the reality of the situation. He knew Ken was right, that they needed to get to safety as quickly as possible. And so, without another word, he grabbed Mary and Emily's hands and took off running. Their footsteps thudded loudly on the hard ground as they ran through the chaotic city streets. Chris was in the lead, his main goal to find a safe path amidst all the danger. Staff Sergeant Mart Ramirez moved quickly, pulling out smoke bombs from his pocket like a pro. He threw them up high, and when they hit the ground, they exploded into thick smoke clouds. The smoke quickly enveloped Chris, Mary, and Emily, shrouding their movements from view as they sprinted through the haze. It provided cover, allowing them to make their escape without being easily followed or tracked by their enemies. As they rushed through the streets, Chris desperately scanned the area for a place to hide. Finally, they stumbled upon a new store, now turned into a mess amidst the chaos. Its rundown appearance offering a potential refuge from this situation. Chris hurriedly led Mary and Emily inside, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as they found temporary safety within its walls. Then Chris's voice quivered with a mix of fear and urgency as he spoke. He said, "That woman is dangerous, I feel it." He admitted, his hands trembling slightly as he thought about how scary she was. She's just like that man from the school incident. Mary got really scared and held Chris's hand tightly. Her hands were shaking because she was so worried. Chris, what do you mean? Who is she? She asked, looking at him with fear in her eyes, hoping he could explain. Chris tried to calm himself down by taking a deep breath. He was finding it hard to explain how scary the woman was. I mean, she's powerful, dangerous, and you never know what she might do, he said, sounding really scared. And if she's anything like that man from the school incident, then we need to be extremely careful. Emily was really scared, holding onto Chris's arm tightly. She asked, but what should we do? Her voice was barely a whisper because she was so scared. We have to call Michael, Chris insisted, knowing they needed his help. He believed that if Michael were here, they could win this fight. Meanwhile, the fight between Atlas and me got more intense. Every time we hit each other, it sounded loud in the busy New York streets. I had to think fast, figuring out how to deal with his strong powers. I could feel the weight of his centuries-old grudge bearing down on me, driving him to unleash his full fury upon me. But I didn't give up. I used all my strength and speed to dodge Atlas's magical attacks. My reflexes helped me dodge his spells just in time. Each time I dodged, I looked for a chance to attack him while his guard was down. But just as I was fully engaged in the confrontation, a notification from the system interrupted my focus. System, connect to the incoming call, I commanded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Chris, what's happening? I asked mentally as I dodged another blast of fire from Atlas's magic. Chris's voice echoed in my mind, filled with urgency and fear as he described a dangerous situation unfolding. The police and Ken were facing off against a powerful opponent, identified as a princess vampire. His words painted a dire picture of chaos and desperation. Stay calm, Chris, I reassured him, as I landed a decisive blow on one of Atlas's summoned wolves, knocking it out cold. I said, I too be there soon. But why is Ken involved? As Chris explained the gravity of the situation, I assured him of my plan to join them once I dealt with Atlas. I'm facing the leader right now, I explained, frustration creeping into my voice. I'll be there as soon as I can. Meanwhile, get Mark and Lou for backup. But before I could say more, Atlas's interruption snapped my attention back to the battle. What are you blubbering about, Spider-Man? Atlas's voice cut through the chaos as he conjured another powerful spell, aiming it straight at me. Reacting fast, I swung to the other side with my web, easily dodging the attack. Then I said to Chris, just hide a little longer, with determination burning within me. Stay safe, and I'll see you soon. With that, Chris ended the call, leaving me to focus on defeating Atlas and ensuring everyone's safety. As the battle raged on, I steeled myself for the challenges ahead, knowing that the fate of New York rested on my shoulders. Meanwhile, Lysandra sighed. Princess Lysandra showed no mercy as she brutally injured Ken Bridget, Mart Ramirez, and Eric Morions, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Standing over them, she addressed the trio, her voice cold and calculated. Consider yourselves lucky, she sneered, her gaze sweeping over their unconscious forms. My attention is not on you three. It's the girl with blue eyes and green hair who interests me. She reminds me of someone. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she added, and I know where they're headed. With a disdainful laugh, Princess Lysandra turned and sprinted in the direction she believed Emily had fled. Her confidence radiated as she approached the store where she sensed Emily's presence. Found you, she hissed, her smirk growing more wicked as she prepared to confront her prey. Meanwhile, Chris sighed. While Chris talked to Mark using the McCall device, Princess Lysandra suddenly appeared before them. Before anyone could react, she trying to grabbed Emily and trying to pulled her away from Chris and Mary. Chris yelled out in shock, no, Emily, and quickly ended the call, realizing the danger they were in. Suddenly Princess Lysandra kicked Chris forcefully, sending him flying across the store. Then Mary tried to stop Princess Lysandra from hurting Emily, but Lysandra was too quick and strong. Get away from here. Mary cried out, her voice filled with defiance as she tried to shield Emily from harm. But Lysandra's response was heartless and cruel. Annoying girl, she sneered, her voice filled with disdain as she effortlessly stabbed Mary's chest with her sharp claws, tearing through skin and bone without hesitation. Chris watched in horror as Mary's body jerked in agony, her screams echoing through the store. No, 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 Mary, he shouted, his voice full of pain and sadness. Emily's world shattered before her eyes as she witnessed the horrifying scene unfold. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, her mind unable to process the devastation before her. No, 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 Mary, she whimpered, her voice weak as she sank to the floor, overcome by sadness and fear. In the wake of Lysandra's brutal attack, Mary lay motionless on the ground, a gaping hole in her chest where her heart once beat. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly into the distance, a silent testament to the senseless cruelty of the world they found themselves in. To be continued.